ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Hitting the Field. The NFL Draft Show is live. Don't you worry about the overlay. We're going to get that fixed in just a second. But I am more than happy to be joined by all of my closest friends here at Hitting the Field. So to start things off, I'm going to throw it to my top left corner. I got Okayla Paniel with me. Okayla, how you doing today?
Feeling great. Biggest night of the year, and I'm happy to be a part of it with you guys.
That's awesome to hear. And as I get everything else sorted out, Robert, how are you doing up there in the top corner or top middle
I'm
with us?
I'm doing well up here. I'm very excited for this draft. I haven't been this hyped about an NFL draft in a long time, so I'm excited.
Love to hear that. And, wouldn't be a show without the executive producer, Jeremy Brenner. Jeremy, how is it going today?
How's the weather down there, Jaret?
It's going. Can't complain. All right, and then in my bottom left on your screen, we have Sean Green. Sean, how's it going, bro?
It's going good. I'm really excited for this. I've been waiting a while, and finally we have something good to look forward to in this crazy, crazy world we're living in right now. So I'm excited.
That is true. And then also we have Nick Geddes. Nick, how's it hanging, man?
It's going pretty well here. As everybody else has said, the excitement is through the roof right now for the NFL draft and something to be excited about in this troubling time.
You love to hear that. So, guys, you know what? Let's just jump right into things that we are going to look forward to most in this draft. I know all of our teams are probably picking tonight, but what is like one thing that you're looking for a team to do? Who is going to use this draft to their advantage? And Kayla, we're going to start with you on this one. Who's going to take advantage of this draft, or who needs to take advantage of this draft?
I'm going to say one team that's been on my mind that should take advantage, and I think it's going to propel them. The Minnesota Vikings. They got two first-round draft picks tonight. They basically gave up a lot, for tonight. This team could be a little more away from getting to the Super Bowl, so I think Minnesota makes a lot out of their two first-round draft picks tonight.
All right, and then Robert, what team do you think needs to do something tonight?
It's got to be the Dolphins. They got three first round picks. You gotta hit on at least two of them. And a lot of questions. What's going to happen at five? Are they moving up? Are they staying put? Are they taking Tua? Are they taking Herbert? Are they taking a tackle? There's a lot to decide, and they have to, make sure that they hit on at least two or three of those picks. So, it's very crucial draft night for them if they want to get out of the doldrums they've been their entire existence these last 10 years.
I would agree. Jeremy, your team traded away the best receiver in football.
No, the best receiver in football is Jerry Jeudy tonight, right? I mean, hey, but no, the dominoes. So many dominoes are going to fall, and we have absolutely no idea what way they're going to go, what shape they're going to fall in. But that first domino that's going to fall tonight, it's not going to be at one with Cincinnati. It's not going to be number two with Washington. But watch for what Detroit's going to do at three, because that is going to set the tone for this draft. They could keep the pick. They could go for Jeff Okuda. They could go Derek Brown. They could trade back that pick and go for another guy at five or whoever. We've heard so many talks about teams trading up to where the Lions are, and what offer they take is going to set the tone for this draft. And don't be surprised if Detroit also creeps back into the late first round as well. I think that they are going to get more pieces if they trade back, and those pieces could also be used to trade back into the first round. Detroit could lead tonight with two first-round picks, and they might be the winners tonight if they play their cards right.
Yes, they do need to play their cards right. Sean, the Patriots have had an interesting offseason, but what's a team that you think needs to, make a move tonight?
I would say Oakland. I think they've got two solid picks at 12 and 19 that they could really make a change to their offense. Maybe draft Jordan Love at 19, and I'm going to take a wild guess and say they're going to take a receiver at 12. But they can make some solid moves to help that offense, whether that be to help Derek Carr or start building for the future. And if they want to move up and take somebody in that top 10 range, they can do that by trading a couple picks. But
Fair
if
enough.
staying more up and drafting two guys that can help their offense.
All right, Nick, what's a team that you think, really needs to take advantage of tonight?
I'm looking at Atlanta because we've been hearing that they're going to be super aggressive trying to get into the top 10 and even the top 5 potentially. So I think they have a chance to really dictate this draft. I mean, they're one of at least 5 to 7 teams who have been trying to get inside the top 10. So we're going to find out how aggressive they are and who they're really going after here.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, they've had a busy offseason as well. I really want to see what the Dolphins are going to do because the Dolphins have been a team that, need a quarterback. So it's been like, are you tanking for Tua? Are you tanking for Lawrence next season? Are you trading up for Herbert? Or are you staying where you are and trying to trade up later? I want to see what the Dolphins do with their move. But, guys, I believe the Bengals should be on the clock. They're on commercial break on the live stream right now. But the Bengals are going to be on the clock first. And I don't think they're gonna trade. I mean, Miami tried. We heard Miami had tried to trade. They're not budging. They are not budging. So, guys, is Joe Burrow the unanimous #1 overall pick this year?
It's obvious. Like, there's no secret. The owner, Mike Brown, he already sent him his jersey and everything. Cincinnati's ready for their new guy to come into the Queen City and take over, Jaret.
Fair enough. Did anyone else agree with that? Robert, Jeremy, like, you guys in agreement with that?
Yeah, it's going to be Burrow first overall. It's been Burrow first overall since he won the Heisman. It's Burrow first overall. Cincinnati knows exactly what they're going to do. This is their guy they're looking at as a franchise quarterback, so it's definitely going to be Joe Burrow.
Okay. Jeremy? Yeah, no?
Yeah. I wish we had a little more intrigue for this #1 pick, but Joe Burrow is the guy here. The Bengals are making the right choice, though. I mean, there are a lot of really strong players in this draft, a lot of strong guys on defense that could be all pros for the next decade. There could be, some really strong receivers in this class too. It's a very deep draft, but it starts with Joe Burrow, and I can't fault this pick here at all.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you saw he put on one of the most historic seasons in college football history. Nick, are you agreeing here? Is it Joe Burrow all the way?
Yeah, it's obviously Joe Burrow. It's very hard to pass on a talent like Chase Young, probably one of the best defensive end prospects we've seen in our lifetimes here. So it's very hard to pass on that. But the quarterback position is where most of these games are won. The Super Bowl is won in the modern era. So you have to take the best quarterback available, and that is Joe Burrow.
Fair enough. Sean, I mean, it's got to be Joe. It's Joe.
Yeah, is there anything else I need to say? Though I don't think Joe Burrow is the best player in the draft, I think we're all in agreement that is probably Chase Young. The Bengals need to improve their team by any means necessary, and that starts with the quarterback. So with 60 touchdowns and 6 interceptions in a college football season, you have to take Joe Burrow #1, and I think it's the obvious choice here.
Yeah, you have to. And as you guys are taking a look at the draft, they're currently showing a webcam, which, just like us, of everyone in the war room, as they call it, in their draft room tonight. So I want to go and talk about that a little before we get the Bengals' first pick. What do you guys think about the NFL continuing to go on with the draft as planned, but just moving it to virtual? Are we all in favor of this? Thank God we finally have NFL we finally have sports. Sports are back. Human life is returning slowly. Nick, start us off here. Are you glad the NFL kept this?
Absolutely. I mean, we really need this. It's been a hard almost 2 months now. It's hard to believe it's been about almost 2 months of this, and it's really been hard without sports and something to look forward to. And we kind of got a taste of our sports digestion last Sunday with the Jordan documentary, and this kind of feels like the icing on the cake to really kick off or end this week on a high note here. Something to look forward to, and sports is one of those few things in the world that unites people, brings people together, and I think you're going to see that all across the country tonight.
Fair enough. Sean, I mean, what are you glad the NFL is keeping this going?
Yeah, this was needed, Jeremy, or Jaret, excuse me. I don't know what I would have done if this draft wouldn't happen, because if we look at where the time frame is coming with this draft, I don't know when they could have pushed it. And if they did push it, it wouldn't have been great for NFL fans. We wouldn't have any sort of football for.
Looks like we lost Sean there. It's okay.
That's #1. Let's try to see how many we can get.
They hacked them.
For those of you keeping track at home, that's technical difficulty #1. But I'm sure I love See, the thing with so let's just clear something up. If the overlay gets a little screwed up, we have no control over that. That has to do with internet connection and whether it's like loaded at full speed. So if you see the cameras jumping around in size a bit, just hang put. We're doing the best we can with the technology we have. Goodell's getting booed, which I love.
I think I'm good, right?
Yeah, I think we're good now. So Jeremy, the drafts here. Sports are back. Sports are back. This is the day, April 23rd. Sports are back. What do you have to say?
Look, sports have been back. It really hasn't left. The WNBA draft happened last week.
True.
I get it, but look, the NFL draft's something that I've looked forward to a lot every year, especially since we've been doing this and hitting the field for as long as we have, and it's definitely one of the more anticipated moments of the year for me, at least. And the fact that even under these circumstances, even though it's not perfect, the fact that we're here and we're able to get this done, that's, I think, somewhat of what the NFL wanted to do. The NFL was like, it's not really mainly for us that we get this back, it's for the fans. And I know that the NFL is trying to do everything in its power to ensure that none of the season is lost. Whether or not that happens is yet to be seen. They're going to try to do everything they can. But the fact that they're doing everything they can now to get this draft going says a lot. And it says a lot to the people here that, to you, Jaret, I want to thank you personally on camera in front of our 4-something viewers right now. Thank you for everything you've done to put this together. I know it's not easy or anything, but it means a lot. So thank you.
The clock, my audio's a little screwed up there, but the Bengals are now officially on the clock, which is exciting. We all know who the first pick's going to be. But Robert, are you excited? This is here, draft, football, everything, sports, COVID gone.
It's been a real boring month, to be completely honest. So, like Nick said, it's something to look forward to this weekend. And, the NFL draft this year, like I was saying before, is really hyped up. It's one of the best drafts in a long time. So if this was an average run-of-the-mill draft, maybe it would have been like, it's okay, I'll watch the first round. But I'm really hyped for tonight. I'm looking so much forward to this. And it's been a long time coming. It's been something I've had on my calendar circled since, these lockdown measures have been in place, just to look at a day where I'm like, sports are back. Life is a little bit normal. So, I think this is the safest way for them to do it, is from their homes, and you get to see them with their families getting picked. So I think it's a really unique experience. So I'm happy. I'm happy they're doing this.
Okay, Lo, you glad sports are back? I know it's been a boring, long month in South Florida.
Yeah, it has been tough. This has been an event that I've always looked forward to every single year with my family. This year obviously the Steelers ain't picking in the first round anyway, but it's always fun. I mean, the NFL draft under these conditions and stuff, no matter what, it's still an event that I always look forward to. This year is just so unique. I'm still loving the way that it continues. We don't know if football will be back, but I'm happy still that, teams can still make it up, get their picks in and, do what they need to do tonight, to get ready for next season when it does happen. So I can't wait for it. I'm very excited.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Steelers don't pick tonight, but as you might notice, we kept the tradition alive. Everyone is wearing their team's gear. So quickly, I am going the old throwback Deshaun Jackson jersey. First ever football jersey I owned. So, throwing it old school with D-Jax here. So, everyone else, so who are we repping tonight? Nick, who are you repping?
I'm wearing Creamsicle Rondé Barber.
Ooh.
That's clean. That's clean.
Clean.
Haven't worn this jersey in years, but got a closet for this.
That is what we call clean, ladies and gentlemen. Sean, I know you're rocking the Patriots. What we got tonight, though?
So I got a polo on. I had the jersey on, but I felt, let's just rep Edelman. Our Lord and Savior, Julian Edelman. The Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl 53 emblem logo. You gotta rep the guys that stick with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he did stick with you. Jeremy, what Texans jersey do we have on today?
I figured, I think I wore this one last year too. I figured that in the spirit of the NFL draft, I'd go with former number 1 overall pick, former Texans great, Jadeveon Clowney.
He's not liked in Philly.
I mean, I know he got a bad rep, but I wish he was still down here. But yeah, that was a big night, the 2014 draft. So I figured Joe Burrow's about to enter the #1 club with Jadeveon Clowney. Congratulations to him.
All right, Robert, who are you rocking? The LA Ram fan. What are you wearing though tonight?
I am repping the Dolphins tonight. I got a Christian Wilkins jersey. Christian Wilkins, of course, Miami's first-round pick last year. Um, I'm going for the Dolphins because basically half my family that lives here in Florida are Dolphins fans. So, it hits close to home. And also the fact that, I'm a huge Tua fan. So I'm really hoping they're picking them. If not, I'm going to be real sad. But,
Well, support the fam. Okay.
Yeah, Rams ain't picking tonight anyways. They're not going to trade in. So, and I got a Gurley jersey. That's my only Rams jersey and he's gone. So what am I going to do?
Cry
Cry into it.
Fair enough. Okalo, I see the Steelers jersey. We got the Palomalu.
Yep. Oh, and this is actually my dad's jersey. My other Steelers jersey, which is my Heinz Ward. Unfortunately, I left that back in Orlando. I didn't know I wouldn't be back up there for spring break, so I had to grab my dad's. It's a double XL though. It fits like one of Allen Iverson's old school big T-shirts. But hey, I got to support the Hall of Famer going in for the class of 2020.
I feel you. I mean, looking good on you, and the rest of you, jerseys are looking clean as well. So while we're doing this online and through Skype, I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown of how the show is going to go tonight. We're going to break this down into 4 portions. We will stay live with you for the whole entire first round. If someone falls asleep, that's your fault. The video will be up on YouTube tomorrow, so you can watch it. But we'll be live for the whole first round tonight. We're going to be rotating every 8 picks. We're going to get new people on and on. It's going to be rotating. If for suddenly we cut in and out of stuff, just bear with us because there is breaking news, and this is the NFL draft. Teams can trade in, teams can trade out. So we'd like to get insight from our people that know those teams the best, if necessary, if that does pop up tonight. In between Jeremy's camera and my camera, we will also have a recap of the last person that was drafted when that person is drafted, so that you can look forward to that later in the show in case you're just tuning in. But guys, this is online. Let's take bets. How many technical difficulties will the NFL draft have tonight, or did they actually figure that all out the other day?
I'm going to say 3 and maybe a glitch of a potential, maybe somewhat fun, like not really fun to get hacked, but maybe just something of that area.
Okay. Robert, anything happening tonight?
Oh, I mean, hopefully not. I'll go with 2. I'll go 2 on the safe side. That's a little sweet spot in between 1 and 3, just to be in the middle there.
Well, I'm gonna guess there's technical difficulty right now because we're 7 minutes in and the Bengals have not locked their pick.
Well, I just saw that the pick is in, so
okay.
on my TV personally, the pick is in, but I don't know about y'all's.
Yeah, well, I'm announcing the pick, and according to me, the pick is not in yet, so we still have 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
So your TV is lying.
Pick ownership, Jaret. Yeah.
Your TV's lying, dude. That's all I gotta say. Nick, we have technical difficulties. Oh wait, the pick is in. Haha.
Oh, there you go.
see, that's live stream the TV delay right there. But Nick, what do you think? How's this gonna run tonight between our show and their show?
I think I'm expecting anywhere from 2 to 4, something minor like that, hopefully, and we can get this as smooth as possible.
I mean, we already had one. I had to do some stupid thing to get my webcam to work. But Jeremy, any expectations?
I'll go with. No, I'm joking.
I thought you froze. I was like, we lost him. I was like, we lost him. I was about to be really upset.
7.
7.
Jeez.
That's a big number, big man.
Look, I mean, it's a lot of bandwidth. It's a lot of stuff going on. You don't know. It could happen.
Fair enough. Well, guys, the pick is in as we wait for it to get announced here on the live stream. If anyone says anything other than Joe Burrow, I want to hear you now. Is it going to be anything other than the Heisman Trophy National Championship winner? Check his ring size.
If it's not Joe Burrow, I'm logging off.
He's already got the hat in his hand. He's literally got the hat in his hand ready to go.
I mean, okay, so is this bad on the NFL? Like, is it bad that, the first pick has been known for 3 months or 4 months? Yeah, 4 months. Is that bad for football or is that good? Like, anyone have an opinion on that? Because personally, I just think it ruins the moment, I guess. Like, we knew Joe Burrow was the first pick since the Bengals lost their last game of the season. Anyone, does this ruin it for you?
There's always going to be.
Robert,
yeah, there's always going to be a consensus pick. I mean, not always. I mean, there's drafts like the Baker Mayfield where everybody thought Sam Darnold was going to go first overall to the Browns, and then they end up picking Baker Mayfield. But I think
Well, Robert, I hate to cut you off, but Joe Burrow is officially the number 1 pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. Congratulations to Joe Burrow. He has done
Welcome
it.
to the AFC North rivalry.
Wow.
So yeah, AFC North rivalry. So you mentioned it. So okay, let's start us off here. What is Joe
Yeah.
Burrow going to do in his first year with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Ooh, man, there's so much I got in mind with the future matchups, thinking about what Patrick Mahomes can do. But, with any rookie quarterback, it's going to take some time. And I think Joe understands that. I'm thinking that he's going to do some good things. I'm not automatically going to say that he's going to be rookie of the year, but I think he's going to be a guy that's going to throw for at least 3,000 yards, maybe 20 plus touchdowns. And I think maybe he bumps up the Bengals record than just 2 wins.
Bumps up the Bengals record. Well, it's not that tough. Robert, expectations low, high, playoffs, 7 teams.
I'm gonna go medium high. I think it's a great pick for the Bengals. They need a franchise quarterback, and certainly Joe Burrow is built like a NFL style quarterback. So it's big for them. My big concern with Joe Burrow is, even though he's got all the talent down, I want to see what he does away from Joe Brady's offense, because of course Joe Brady is the offensive coordinator for the Panthers now, coming over from LSU. And I want to see what he does without that talent, because really outside of Joe Mixon and AJ Green, they really don't have a lot of weapons on offense too much.
Tyler
So
Boyd?
Nothing that screams that they're going to be a playoff team. Nothing that says they're going to vastly improve that record. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got a top 10 pick next year still. I think it's going to take a lot for this Bengals team to get back on the right track, just outside of a franchise quarterback potentially.
Fair enough. Jeremy, what are your expectations for Joe Burrow?
This is not necessarily a player comp, but it sort of is. I'm going to go with like Matthew Stafford. And the thing is, if you look like Matthew Stafford's had a good long career in the league, 11, 12 seasons now. But how many playoff games has he won? 0. So, I mean, to me, Joe Burrow is the right pick here. You make this pick, but also it's a weak quarterback class. That's why he's so much higher than everybody else. And especially considering the quarterback class for next year, and the quarterback class that we just had in 2018 and 2019, both very strong quarterback classes. I think this one is kind of the lame duck of the bunch. I think Joe Burrow is a decent quarterback, and Matthew Stafford's a decent quarterback too. And Matthew Stafford's made a lot of money, so Joe Burrow's gonna make a lot of money over his career. The question is that going to be like Hall of Fame status? The thing with me is quarterbacks, if you list him on quarterbacks right now, he's probably 20-ish at best. So I don't know. He's got a lot of work to do. Obviously, he hasn't played a single snap in the NFL. I'm criticizing him like he's played 10 years in the NFL. But my expectations for Joe Burrow are not as high, I think, as everyone else is making it out to be.
Sean, Nick, do either of you disagree with Jeremy there?
I can see the comparison. I would say he's a lot like a Jared Goff in a way, so kind of similar to Matthew Stafford. I don't think the Bengals will be good at all. I think it'll be a 4 to 5 win team. I don't really trust in the Bengals staff. Zach Taylor really did not show me anything in his first season as a head coach that he can be a leader of a team. So until I see that, I can't say this pick will drastically change the Bengals and their win-loss total.
All right, Nick, real quick, your opinion on Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
Yeah, I think we need to temper expectations. It's a really good division. The Baltimore's there. Pittsburgh's going to be much tougher. And then Cleveland's kind of the wild card. So it's a very tough division. He's going to have a not very good O-line. And he's going to have a rookie left tackle, basically, and Jonah Williams there protecting him. I do like the weapons. I think there's much worse situations to be in regards to weapons with Mixon, Green, and Boyd to frontline. So he's going to have the chance to succeed, but I think we need to temper expectations, not get ahead of ourselves that the Bengals are going to be much better next year.
I mean, we can think he could have the Dolphins' weapons, which, I mean, they don't have many weapons. But, guys, I want to jump into the Redskins. Their pick is in, and I think we can all expect it to be the Ohio State superstar, Chase Young. Does anyone think that it's not going to be Chase Young? No? So
Mm-mm.
if it is Chase Young, which I'm pretty sure it is going to be Chase Young, how is he going to fit in with this team? Nick, I'm going to start off with you on this.
I think he's the kind of player you put him in any defense, you put him on any team, you put him around any kind of players, he's going to produce. So this is the slam dunk pick. If you're the Redskins, no worries in not getting the first pick because you got the best player in the draft as far as I'm concerned. So this is a slam dunk, easy pick for the Redskins.
Slam dunk, easy pick. Sean?
Yeah, Chase Young was the best defensive player in the draft in the last 5 years. 16 and a half sacks last year is unheard of in college. I think he's going to make the Redskins way better on the defensive side of the ball. That defense is scary in Washington. There's no question about it. Once they get that offensive side really running and Ron Rivera, the head coach, the Redskins are a scary team. Nobody would want to play the Redskins. I do think this pick makes them drastically better.
Makes them drastically better. Jeremy, do you agree with that?
I'm really excited to see what Washington's going to do in this draft, and I think they're going to walk away with one of the better classes, and that starts with Chase Young. Like Sean said, probably the first or second best defensive player in the draft. If he's not, one, he's 1B with Isaiah Simmons, who will also be a top 10 pick. I really like the speed that he has. It's very rare to get that speed. I know we've seen a lot of Ohio State edge rushers coming out of the draft with the Bosa brothers. Shout out to you, St. Thomas, Jaret. But Chase Young is going to be one of the better. He's going to have one of the best careers out of this draft for sure. Top 2, top 3 careers out of this draft.
That's a bold statement to make. Now, Robert, he will be going into a conference or a division with Dak Prescott, Carson Wentz, and Daniel Jones, who two of them are arguably some of the better quarterbacks in the NFC, and then Daniel Jones, who had his moments last year. How is he going to make an impact to, help the Redskins win some games?
Well, I mean, it starts with that defense. Ron Rivera was brought in for that exact reason. They don't really have the quarterback matchup. I'm still not sold on Dwayne Haskins too much, so it's not really going to come from the offense, the defense games because of a great defense. And we see defense can win championships, and Chase Young is as good of a defensive end as you will find. So when you add a player of this quality to your defense and you already have a pretty good defense, you're looking at building a defense that can go up against some of those upper echelon quarterbacks that they will in that division. And even with Daniel Jones, who knows? They believe in Daniel Jones. Maybe he will turn out to be a great quarterback. So he's going to have to be impeccable in trying to pick those guys off and really force pressure on them and make sure that they can win games and finally get out of the bottom of that division, because they've been there for quite a while.
All right, Robin, your timing was a lot better this time because the commissioner has just come on to announce that Chase Young is officially a Washington Redskin. Okay, Kayla, we did not get to you yet, so let us know now that it's official. What is he going to do with the team?
He is going to be a monster. Jeremy basically took the words right out of my mouth. He's going to be, if not one of the best incoming defensive players, not only for this generation, but I think as well as a decade. Ron Rivera, I mean, you're a defensive-minded coach. You get the best defensive talent available, especially to run his 4-3 scheme. He's going to be something unbelievable, comparable to Dexter Manley, Charles Mann, all the past legendary Redskins rusher. I can't wait for him. He's going to be unstoppable and maybe unblockable. I'm predicting maybe, bold statement right here, get 16 and a half sacks his first year.
16 and a half sacks. That would be really, really impressive. Well, guys, we've already touched on Chase Young. We kind of knew it was happening. So I'm going to jump into who's on the clock right now, which is the Detroit Lions. They could possibly trade down. This is where we can see our first trade of the draft. We can see Atlanta, who is reported to be the most aggressive team in the draft this year. We can see the Dolphins. We can see the Chargers. We could even see Jacksonville trade into this pick. Or the Lions can just, take their pick, take who they want to, and go on with the draft and have a nice, easy first night. Jeremy, what should the Lions do? Not what are they going to do. What should they do?
The Lions have gotten so many offers for this pick right here. They should at least trade down, because I think trading down here, they want to go defense. And the fact that there has been a high demand for tackles and for quarterbacks, two positions that they are not in need of, if they trade back down, they could get not just the guy that they want, but more on top of that, more picks that they could use to get even more players, more chances to get players for their roster that will shine through. In terms of if they keep the pick, though, Jeff Okudah makes a lot of sense to them. The best corner in the draft. They traded Darius Slay to Philadelphia earlier in the offseason, so they need a corner. They did sign Desmond Trufant, but that's a short-term solution. Getting Jeff Okudah would be your long-term solution. But I mean, I'll let someone else take it now. I'm talking.
Well, I was going to say, I've just been told Chris Wolf, my breaking news man, has just relayed to me that Adam Schefter has tweeted and has been informed that as of the time the lines went on the clock, they were expected to go forward and pick with their current pick at 3. So that
No
is
surprise.
So that's kind of a surprise. That's kind of not. Nick, what are the Lions looking for then if they're not looking to trade out of this?
Well, I think it's obvious they're going defense here, and I think it's between Okudah or Isaiah Simmons. I think Isaiah Simmons is best player available in this situation. It may come down to need, and I think corner is a little bit more of a need than linebacker. And I think it's a little harder to find a lockdown cornerback potentially, and Okudah has the potential to be that. As Jeremy said, Desmond Trufant is not a long-term option at this point in his career. He's a nice little stopgap, but you'd like to get somebody like Okudah. So I'm going to say they take Okudah here over Isaiah Simmons, but I don't think they can go wrong with either guy.
Sean, who do you think they're going to end up taking then?
I would think Okudah, but I have no idea with Detroit. They could go Okudah. I could see them also going offensive line. The thing that Miami would want to do is trade up to go to 3 and take offensive line. But as the Lions are keeping the pick, they might see something that the other teams are seeing in an offensive lineman. So the pick here is Okudah, but I would not be shocked if the Lions kind of screwed up and took an offensive lineman here.
Okay. Okayla, do you think they're sticking on the defensive side?
Yeah, I mean, Matt Patricia, defensive-minded coach, and like Jeremy mentioned, they're going to need help. Darius Slay's gone. Desmond Trufant is good for bidding he's healthy, but you need a tag team partner. Jeff Okudah is going to be that perfect help, and Desmond Trufant is good, like I said, when he's healthy, so I'm expecting Jeff to, come in and play right away.
I mean, he's going to have to come in and play right away if he is the pick, considering they did trade Darius Slay, who was their leader on the defensive side of the ball. Robert, what are the Lions doing here? Because the pick is in. They did not trade it. We are waiting for the commissioner to let us know who it is, but the pick is in. Robert, what are they doing?
Yeah, I'm going to be boring. It's going to be Jeff Okudah. Again, for all the reasons mentioned before, you get rid of Darius Slay. Trufant's not the answer there long term. You got to put a guy like Jeff Okudah there. He's got the potential to be a top corner, and you need that on that Lions team, especially the way Matt Patricia, is a defensive-minded coach. So I agree across the board. It's got to be Okudah.
So it's got to be Okudah. Well, the commissioner is announcing it as we speak, and the pick is Jeff Okudah. So, guys, now that it is officially Jeff Okudah, I don't want to sound cliche, but he's got big shoes to fill. He's got to fill Darius Slay's shoes. Nick, is that even realistic?
Not in year one, I don't think. Darius Slay at his peak is a Pro Bowl, All-Pro type corner, so we can't expect that to happen right away. But I think Okudah is definitely worth taking a pick on here to be your lockdown corner potentially one day. He's got all the skills you need in a cornerback one, and like you said, he's going to play right away. He's going to be trusted upon to cover the best receiver on every single team going forward, which is only going to help him. So I think Lions fans should be pretty excited for Okudah here.
All right, Jeremy, I know you were saying, you were running through some of the options. Now that it is Okudah, where does this leave you to where the Lions' head is at?
I mean, I'm not going to tell you when you select Jeff Okudah that you're making a bad choice. Jeff Okudah is a good pick for the Lions. It fills a need. It's one of the best players in the draft. The second Ohio State guy already in just 3 picks. But my guess is the reason why they didn't trade down is because they simply didn't like the offers they were getting. I know that they were talking about possibly I think what they did is they wanted Okudah or Derek Brown, the top defensive tackle in the draft, and I don't think they were finding a position where they could get one or the other. So that's why I think they stuck with the pick. It's a good pick. It's the best corner in the draft. Can't complain here.
Well, something I want to throw out here. Also, I hear someone's audio in the background. It's like bleeding a bit, so I don't know whose it is. Just make sure we get that a little handled. But there's something in common with the first 3 picks in Burrow, Chase Young, and Okuda. Does anyone know what they have in common?
All former teammates.
That is correct. First time in NFL history that the first 3 picks were all teammates at one point. That would be when Joe Burrow came into Ohio State his freshman year before transferring out. Okalo, is this the right pick? Yes or no?
It's slam dunk. Everybody took it the wind out of my mouth with it. Detroit needs corner help. The receivers are getting torched every time they play him. This is going to be a safe pick for them, and going forward, he's going to help bolster their defense.
All right, and now we're going to switch gears here, and the New York Giants are on the clock. Robert, I haven't heard from you in a bit, so tell me, what are the Giants going to do? Who are they going to get to help Daniel Jones? Who are they going to help out Saquon?
That's pushing it towards a tackle, but I'm still kind of convinced they're going to take Isaiah Simmons. I early on I really thought they would take Wirfs or Wills, because Dave Gettleman does like the big players like that, and also, as you said, Jaret, you need to protect Daniel Jones. You need to get openings for Saquon back there. But Isaiah Simmons is a really, really intriguing pick there. And it's going to be so. If they do pass him up, I think he's going to fall a bit because the next 2 or 3 teams, the next 2 teams don't really need him. But I do think Isaiah Simmons is going to really improve that defense if they do pick him. So me personally, Isaiah Simmons, just because I think the potential is there for him to be a consistent top linebacker. And Jeremy was saying back in a couple of mock drafts ago, shades of Lawrence Taylor. It's very possible that they pick Isaiah Simmons here and he solidifies that defense.
That is true. And viewers, don't be alarmed at home. When the draft goes to commercial break, we will simply just take it off the screen, and when it comes back to the live draft coverage, we will put it back on. Sean, what do you expect the Giants to do with this pick? Are they trading out? Are they picking? What's the Giants' move?
Yeah, I think they're going to take a pick, especially with the rumors that Miami might be going offensive lineman here. I think that's what the Giants are going to do. In my opinion, the 2 best linemen they could take here are Tristan Wirfs and Andrew Thomas, because both of those guys, like I said in the podcast, can play both left tackle and right tackle. So you can get a guy that can play both sides of the line. I don't know who they're going to take. I've heard rumors that Andrew Thomas might fall, even though I said he's probably the best, in my opinion, tackle in the draft. But I think that's the pick here. They have to go offensive linemen and try to protect Daniel Jones.
I would have to agree there. Nick, do you have a different opinion on this?
No, not really. I think they have to protect Daniel Jones, like Sean said. I think that has to be primary. Once you get your perceived franchise quarterback, because they think they have in Daniel Jones, next step, you have to protect him. And they did not protect him last year, obviously, and they have to do something there. And Nate Solder has not got it done with the price tag that they paid for him from New England. So it's time to go into full rebuild direction and continue that with the Giants. And the first step by that is taking an offensive tackle, which, like Sean, I would take Andrew Thomas here, but I've seen them linked heavily more to Wirfs or Wills. So I'm expecting either one of those 2 to go off here.
All right. Jeremy, I have to ask you this, because we've been very critical of the Giants in years past, aka last year when they picked Daniel Jones, and everyone proceeded to run off the set, including myself. How do the Giants not have us all run off set this year?
Yeah. Shout out to Dom right there. I'm sure he's pretty happy right now. He's got 3 Ohio State guys off the board. Well, 2.5, I guess we'll say. But you do got, if you're looking for best player available, you go with Isaiah Simmons. He's the best player available. And the thing is with the Giants, the last 2 years we've seen, in 2018 when they took Saquon Barkley, they went best player available. Last year they went for need and they reached heavy for their quarterback.
Daniel Jones.
This year, I think they go more for need again. They really do need to protect. They need to protect Daniel Jones, but you also need to help protect Saquon a little bit too, because that's your best. It's your crown jewel. It's not Daniel Jones. It's Saquon Barkley's team, and Saquon Barkley got hurt last year, and despite getting hurt in 3 games, 1,000 yards rushing. So, and knowing that running backs' shelf lives are very short in the NFL, tackle is where you need to go. And whether they go Andrew Thomas, Jedrick Wills, Tristan Wirfs, I think they're making a good pick. There's not one that I would really. I think Andrew Thomas is probably my number one tackle. But I think if you take Wirfs or Wills, you're not getting a bad player. And if you're taking Isaiah Simmons, then they're going for the best player available, and they have a great pick in Simmons too.
Well, something I want to point out, you've been doing the HTF podcast throughout, the whole semester, and we've had mock drafts throughout the whole semester. And I just quickly want to pull up the mock draft here on my end. And so far, the HTF crew has been good so far. We had Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeff Okuda. Right now, the mock draft predicts Andrew Thomas, who we think is the best available for the Giants' needs to protect Daniel Jones and to build around Saquon Barkley. Now, if the Giants don't go offensive tackle, do we think they're more likely to lean on a defensive side, maybe a linebacker or edge rusher, or are we strictly looking at the offensive side of the ball? Robert?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they're going to take Simmons, so that's defensive side of the ball. But definitely, I think anything other than Simmons is an offensive tackle. It's got to be.
Kayla, what's your take on this? I mean, they also have Joe Judge coming in this year.
It's a unique situation for the Giants because of the fact that Joe Judge is their head coach. I mean, this is a special teams guy, so you don't know where he could lead, offense or defensive side of the ball. But I think for me, as much as I love Isaiah Simmons, and he does remind me so much of Lawrence Taylor, the Giants are already loaded at linebacker. They signed Blake Martinez. I mean, they have Lorenzo Carter there. They got to protect Daniel Jones. They need offensive line help. They wasted money on Nate Solder, who was one of the worst offensive tackles according to PPF. So they got to protect their guy. They got to go, in my opinion, the best offensive lineman in the draft, Jedrick Willis.
Jedrick Willis would be yours. Okay. I mean, this is funny because the pick has been in, and usually I get a little leak on Twitter so I can find out what kind of happens. But I have not heard what's happened yet.
There's no leaks.
Yeah, there's no leaks. So hopefully the the pick is in, so we'll see what the Giants do. They're showing, the GM, Gettleman, who everyone hates if you're a Giants fan. Shout out to Nick Santiago. I know he is not in favor of him, but we've talked kind of what the Giants are going to do, so let's jump into something else. I want to jump into the mock drafts, maybe later in the round. What was one big trade you guys have highlighted in the mock draft? Jeremy, I know you've been big on this. What's one trade that you've, highlighted?
Well, I thought that there would be a trade already. I'm surprised that there hasn't been. 3 was up for discussion for a trade. 4 was up for discussion for a trade. But now, man, I think we're gonna. I think it's all the time. I think there's so much chatter about trades that everyone kind of just was like, wait a minute, like let's just
Jeremy, I'm going to cut you off right there because Andrew Thomas has been officially announced as the pick.
Wow.
Andrew Thomas, the offensive tackle out of Georgia, is officially a New York Giant.
I saw that yesterday.
What?
Okay, Lo, go into why you don't like that.
Yep.
Look, I think Andrew Thomas is great, but Jedrick Willis was the man. Look, David Gettleman. I swear to God, these last 2 drafts, he's been making my head want to swallow my own eyeballs. Like, he's a great offensive line, but I don't think he's built enough for what the Giants want to do. I don't know. I'm not digging this pick as much. David Gettleman, this is why the Giants need him to go.
Sean, I see you raising your hand there. Sean,
yeah, Kello, it's a terrible take. You're acting like the Daniel Jones pick last year. Like, come on now. Andrew Thomas is, again, the best offensive lineman in this draft. They're going to insert him right into the left tackle spot. They'll probably move Nate Solder over to right tackle because he's not working as well as the Giants hoped. They might trade him as well. We don't know. But Andrew Thomas was the obvious choice here for the Giants. Isaiah Simmons is the better overall player, but they need help on the offensive line. Andrew Thomas was the pick.
Andrew Thomas is the pick. Yes, I agree. Nick, you're shaking your head. Yes. You were also saying Andrew Thomas here. So did the Giants get it right?
I think so. Like I said, I thought he was the best offensive tackle in this class, and for a lot of people were saying it was going to be Wirfs or Wills here, and I'm actually a little surprised it took Thomas. So that shows that they agreed with a lot of us there on that one. And Andrew Thomas, he played at Georgia, it's the SEC. He was the best in the SEC against the best people, against the best competition in college football, and he shined for 4 years. So Andrew Thomas absolutely is the right pick here.
All right, guys. And as much as I'd love to talk the Giants and the NFC East, I want to jump into the team that, very high questions for today, which would be the Miami Dolphins.
Mhm.
Robert, you have the jersey on today, so you get to start the Miami Dolphin discussion. What are they looking to do here?
Give
Quarterback?
me two.
Okay.
Give me Tua or give me death.
Tua
You
or
know,
death? Okay. Jeremy.
Tua
And
is.
Jeremy Brenner has left the set. Okay.
I said
We didn't hear you.
I didn't hear that. Oh, he's getting something.
Oh
But
yeah,
Robert, why is it Tua or
Tua.
death? Why? Why?
Yeah. Listen, Miami needs a quarterback. As much as they need an offensive tackle too, you need a quarterback. Josh Rosen is not the answer. They haven't had really a competent quarterback. I'll say about Ryan Tannehill since him. Fitzpatrick's here for another year. You can groom Tua. The injury for me is not a concern. The skill is there. If he wasn't injured last season, I think he's going first overall to Cincinnati. I think he's that much talented. I've been sold on him since he came to Alabama, really. And I think he has the skill set really to be a franchise quarterback if he can stay healthy. So for me, if the Dolphins really want to get back on track here, you need to hit with this first pick. It needs to be Tua. If they go Herbert, I can't what to say. I mean, Herbert is so much like a Ryan Tannehill pick. You need Tua, and
I'm just waiting for Chris to hop in the call and start roasting you for making fun of Herbert. Okay, Lo, what the noises? So I want you to tell me what are you thinking? What are the Dolphins gonna do, or what should they do? Because it's the
It's like
Dolphins.
Robert said, it's the quarterback position. Since Dan Marino left, there's not been really anybody really that has stuck out and have helped this team out there. You and I are from South Florida, Jared, so we hear Dolphin chatter a lot. It wouldn't make sense for the Dolphins if they did not take a quarterback. They need a QB. Ryan Fitzpatrick is just old graybeard there, just the journeyman trying to help you keep you afloat. Josh Rosen has had so many question marks. I thought he was going to be the guy, but he hasn't been the answer. Tua Tagovailoa is the guy, and I'm looking forward to him coming to Miami. I don't want him to wear 13 yet because that's still Marino's number, but I think he's going to be something that Dolphins fans has been longing for a long, long time.
Well, Sean, we didn't see the Dolphins trade up, so they were clearly content with staying where they were for now. So, do you think they're just looking at Tua, Herbert, or are we gonna see something else?
I would hope it's Tua or Herbert. If not, it would just bring me joy because it's mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. Yes, it's quarterback. I would love if they took Herbert. As I said on the mock draft pod, I'm not a big fan of Justin Herbert. I think he is a poor-man Sam Darnold. I think they're almost the same quarterback. So if the Dolphins take Herbert here, I would be happy. They should take Tua, but I don't know. They should take Tua.
So it's interesting because I thought Herbert, with no injuries and everything, would be projected higher than Tua, just because we didn't really see Tua play, and doctors didn't get to test him due to coronavirus and him not being able to meet with teams. Nick, what's your take here? Are the Dolphins? Well, the pick is in. We're still gonna wait to see who it is. But Nick, is it a quarterback? Is it an offensive tackle? Did the Dolphins mess this up?
I think they should take Tua at this point. I'm sure they've scouted him more than every player for the past year. The whole tank for Tua thing I thought was real, and they it's a miracle he kind of fell in their laps here. And I think amid the injury concerns, I truly believe if it wasn't for the injuries, Tua would be the number one pick in this year's draft. So I think that's the kind of player you're getting, minus the injury. Of course, that you can't dismiss the injury totally, but I think talent wise, you're getting the best quarterback in this draft. So I think you take this chance if you're the Dolphins.
So you think Tua would have been the number one pick even with the season Joe Burrow had?
Tua was having a great year as well, and had the great year before that. So I had more to go off of with Tua. So yeah, I would have taken Tua number one if he didn't have the injuries.
Interesting. Jeremy, do you think it's gonna be Tua?
You know what? I think that there's been a lot of smoke screens that the Dolphins have thrown, and they've done a very good job keeping it close to the vest. The one reason why I don't think it would be Tua is because you heard rumors about them trying to go trade 3 and 5. They're trying to get 3 from the Lions by trading their second and third first rounders to go 3 and 5 to try to get number 1 and get Joe Burrow. And then there was a rumor that was saying they were trading up to go get a tackle. That makes me think that with 2 solid tackles on the board, probably their biggest position need, even more than quarterback, to be honest, that they go tackle here. And then they wait for a quarterback.
Jeremy,
They
I
let
hate to break it
happen.
to you, but the
But we'll
commissioner
see.
has just announced double T. Tua will be a Miami Dolphin. It is official. It is set in stone. Tua has been drafted by the Miami Dolphins. Congratulations to Tua. A lot of adversity for this. Jeez, think about it. Didn't get to play. Missed his whole, well, not whole. Missed his senior season, or well, last season, not a senior. I say senior because it was his last one. But Jeremy, now that you've just gone on about how they should go tackle, did they make the right choice with Tua as a quarterback? Was he the best available quarterback?
Yeah, he's the best available quarterback, yes. But I am concerned for this fit. I'm not a huge fan of the fit here with Tua in Miami. I think Miami took the best quarterback available because they need a quarterback. But what I will say is this: Tua Tagovailoa had two receivers that are going to go later tonight: Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs. He has worse talent in Miami than he did at Alabama at the receiver position. His offensive line, Jedrick Wills is about to be drafted. They could have drafted his teammate Jedrick Wills. That offensive line in Miami is a mess. And the worst thing you do is put a quarterback made out of glass behind an offensive line made out of glass. And that concerns me. Now, the thing with Tua, yes, he might be healthy now, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be healthy in a year, 2, 3, 4 down the line. You want, when you draft a quarterback 5th overall, you want him to play 16 games a year for 10 years. And I don't see that with Tua. I'm sorry, I don't. I think it's a good talent pick, and the promise is there. It's just not a good fit. I just don't think it's a good fit.
Robert, why is it a good fit? Because you said Tua or die.
It's a great pick because of all the quarterbacks. I think, like I said, he has the most skill, and I think his accuracy is great. His arm is pretty damn good too. And this is, like I said, this would, if he wasn't injured, this would be the first overall pick consensus, I think. And with the Dolphins, yeah, I absolutely agree with Jeremy. The offensive line absolutely is a concern. However, I think you have 13 other picks in this draft, and you have, they can trade up from 18. That still can happen where they can take one of Becton, Wirfs, or Jedrick Wills, and and if they don't want to trade up and pick there, they can take Cesar Ruiz later on. So there's still plenty of options for offensive line. This is an offensive line deep draft as it is a wide receiver deep draft. So, I think they can still fix the offensive line with their 13 other picks. And the same thing with wide receiver. Preston Williams and Devontae Parker really surprised last season. I don't know what their ceiling is, but, they got much better last year. And Mike Gesicki is proven to be a pretty good tight end as well. So, he does have some weapons, not, number ones, but, you can still build, and, he is a year away most likely because he's going to be sitting the majority of the season behind Ryan Fitzpatrick while he heals.
The question I want to pose is this: is Tua going to be a starting quarterback in 2025? If he is, then this is worth the pick. If he's not, then this was a bust, and I think it's going to be a bust.
That's a fair enough question. I mean, it comes to the point of,
is he going to get a second contract? That's the question.
That's what it comes down to. Well, it comes down to it comes down to how the Dolphins use him the first time. It's going to lead to my next question. Yes or no? Does Tua start week 1? Assuming week 1 goes as scheduled, Corona aside, is week 1 the starter? Is he the week 1 starter? He's going to get a yes or no. Nick, yes or no?
No.
Sean,
No,
I'm just gonna.
No.
Jeremy, yes, no. Robert, is he the starter week 1? Kayla, is he the starter week 1? Tua.
I'm hopeful, but I don't think so.
Not even the backup.
So he's not even the backup. Well, let's not jump that wagon. So I want to jump into let's jump into the Chargers pick, because the Chargers are on the clock, who are expected to take Justin Herbert, possibly because they let go of Phillip Rivers after years. So was Justin Herbert the better quarterback, and are the Chargers taking him right here? Sean, yes, no? What are the Chargers going to do?
I think they take him here, especially with Tua going 5. I think the obvious pick for the Chargers is Justin Herbert. Take the next best quarterback off the board. If they don't take Justin Herbert, I would assume they would take an offensive tackle to protect Tyrod Taylor more. But the Dolphins made the right choice. Tua was the right choice for them. The problem, I totally agree with Jeremy, the offensive line is terrible. So that's going to be an interesting thing as the draft goes on. But the Chargers need a quarterback as well. And as much as I don't like Justin Herbert, I think the Chargers are just going to take him and run with him.
Fair enough. Nick, what do you think Chargers are gonna do here?
I'd like to see him take one of the offensive tackles here. I'm not really high on Herbert at this point, based on all the tape out there on him, and so I would go offensive tackle here. I think the best player available applies here. So maybe even a wild card in this could be Isaiah Simmons if the Chargers go best player available. I mean, he's still there. The Chargers do have a really good defense, and it would only add to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took Isaiah Simmons. So I look out for that, but I am probably leaning to say they're going to go offensive tackle here or Herbert.
Okay, Lo, what do you think the Chargers are gonna do here?
They have to draft a quarterback. I mean, like I'm not as high on Justin Herbert, not because of, the skill type, because I think he's going to be good, but I don't see him maybe having like a 6, 8 year type career. I'm the only reason I'm hesitant on Justin Herbert is because even the University of Oregon, they haven't had a good history of quarterbacks. I mean, Achilles Smith, Marcus Mariota, Kellen Clemens, they amounted to nothing. I'm just afraid that Herbert's going to fall in line to the history of University of Oregon quarterbacks and just continue to not be all that. But San Diego is going to get their guy with their new uniform. So
Los Angeles, by the way, just want to quickly. No, let's not forget they moved to one broken city to Los Angeles where no one wants them. Jeremy, you got a weird look on. I need facial
No,
expressions usually
I'm
mean
hearing the
something.
draft in the background because my roommates are watching it, and I'm
Mute the
trying to keep my
TV.
ears.
It's ridiculous. We're here on stream time.
I do think though, if they do not take Justin Herbert, they're going to go Tristan Wirfs. That would be my pick if they don't go quarterback.
I just need Mr. Commissioner to come out and tell us the official thing because the pick is in, but we're not aware of what it is yet. Some of you at home might be. You guys are cheating, like on tests. No, you're not allowed to cheat. No other windows open. This is the only stream you're allowed to have open. But Nick, okay, was mentioning that Herbert, if he is the pick, could lie into some fault of like the Oregon curse per se, like not live up to the hype. Is Herbert though the most pro-ready quarterback Oregon's produced in a couple years?
He probably is the most pro ready that he played. He played all the 4 years, and he has more tools to be pro ready than a guy like Mariota was because he has the big, lively arm. I'm concerned is just he has the big arm, but doesn't mean he's a good passer. He struggles. He struggles with a lot, underneath and a lot in the medium range. Just trying to put too much zip on it. So that's where my concern lies with Justin Herbert.
Well,
But if he
Nick,
goes
I need you to not have concern because he is officially a LA Charger. Justin Herbert is officially the pick. So you can continue, but I can't you can't have we need to have high expectations now because he's filling Philip Rivers' shoes in LA. So I'll let you go and continue your point though.
Well, I was just getting into the weapons. He's going to have great weapons around him. And Austin Eckler and Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Hunter Henry, and an offensive line that they were actually piecing together pretty well with Trey Turner and was it Brian Bulaga that they put in on the right side of the line there. So they put a lot of pieces here for a quarterback. We'll see if he starts week one. He's going to have a chance to. It could be a Baker Mayfield situation where Tyrod starts right away and he starts doing what Tyrod Taylor's been doing his entire career, and then Herbert's in. So he's going to have good weapons to succeed. So I'm pretty sure that's what Los Angeles was going for here.
Kayla, you look kind of upset. Are you not happy with that pick?
Like I said, I expected it. Just as like I think it was Nick who mentioned it. Just with his, can he be a deep ball thrower? Can he still be durable? Because that's even another problem with Oregon quarterbacks. Marcus Mariota, he's been hurt a lot. And Achilles Smith, he was they. I'm looking forward to what he does, but I don't expect him to play immediately right away, and it's going to take some time for him to adjust. I'm not as high on Justin Herbert as maybe some other guys.
Fair enough. Sean, yes, no. Do you like it now that it's official?
Again, I'm just not a Justin Herbert fan.
Okay.
I think he's very inconsistent. That was his big knock in college. He'd have a really good game and be like, "Oh my God, he's such a great quarterback," and then he'd play another game against a really terrible team and just be terrible.
You could look at the Arizona State game, for instance. That was a very bad
exactly.
game.
It's a perfect example of Justin Herbert. So again, it's going to be up to Anthony Lynn and the Chargers to really take that potential and untap it. But I think right now, Tyrod has to be the starter. I would sit Justin Herbert, let him sit a year. It won't happen. They're going to play him. because that's what every NFL team does nowadays, except Kansas City. But I would sit him for a year, have him learn, and then throw him in the next season.
Fair enough. Robert, this could have been the Dolphins quarterback, but they went with Tua. So how does Herbert – do you think Herbert fell? Do you think he went at the right spot? Do you think he fits well with the Chargers?
He went at the predictable spot. You know, the Chargers needed a quarterback more than anything with Philip Rivers leaving. So, you know, I think Herbert was the next in line. There was a lot of rumors about Jordan Love too, but clearly they don't value Jordan Love that highly. So, you know, I think Justin Herbert, for me personally, I'm echoing a lot of what the guys are saying. You know, he's very inconsistent, a great arm. He's got, you know, he's built big. He's a big boy, but you know, it's a lot like Josh Allen. You question the accuracy, you know, and you know, you do see these plays where, you know, inconsistency where he'll throw, you know, a pass that's beautiful, and you're like, wow, that's an NFL style pass. That's an elite pass. And then it's a lot like Jameis Winston, where he'll, you know, the next play he'll throw a pick, and it's, you know, the accuracy is a concern, the consistency is a concern. I'm not convinced, you know, the way Jeremy said about Tua, where in 5 years with the injuries, is he going to be a quarterback still? I have the same concerns about Herbert, not because of the injuries, but because of the skill. I don't know if you can really teach the skill to that level where he's going to be a franchise quarterback for years to come. I don't see it.
Jeremy, you want to quickly give us our closing thoughts on Tua before we move on? Or not on Tua, Herbert. I'm so sorry.
The Chargers need a quarterback. They get a quarterback. It's frustrating that quarterbacks are seen so highly. I get why. But the Chargers had to go get a quarterback. So they made the right choice. They got the best quarterback available. But Herbert's going to need some fine tuning. He's a project. I think he's a project, just like Jordan Love's a project, just like Tua's a project. Just like any quarterback in this draft. That's what makes sense. Even despite it being not a strong quarterback class, 3 quarterbacks still went in the top 6. That just goes to show what the quarterback can do in the league.
Quarterbacks run the NFL. So now let's jump into the Carolina Panthers. New coach Matt Ruley, new offensive coordinator Joe Brady, and newly assigned quarterback Teddy Bridgewater, who was undefeated as a starter last season. Nick, what are the Panthers looking to do with this pick?
I think it's got to be Isaiah Simmons. I think they have to be elated that he fell into the laps here at 7. I think it'd be pretty fitting Luke Kuechly retires, a generational linebacker, and you potentially pick up a generational linebacker in his absence. So I think this is an easy pick for Carolina to make, and I'd be surprised if they go anything different here.
Sean, you're in agreement with this?
Yeah, we're right on point with that. I think it's going to be Isaiah Simmons. He can play so many different positions, safety, linebacker, edge rusher, you name it. He's one of the most versatile defensive players I've seen in a while. So I would say they pick him here, and then if not, they'll probably go Derek Brown. He's been linked to the Panthers for a while now, but I think the right pick is Isaiah Simmons, and they'll probably play him at safety. If that would be my guess, I think that's what a lot of NFL teams are seeing him at. But yeah, we'll see. I say it's Isaiah Simmons right here.
Just real quick, Nick, are you still with us? It appears that your webcam's frozen on our end. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here with you.
You just try leaving the call and joining back real quick. It's like your webcam's like frozen. I don't know if it's like that for everyone else.
It's not frozen now for me.
No, I see him moving.
No, you're good. You're
all right,
good.
and I think we're good there.
It was frozen for a while.
It was frozen for a little bit. All right, so we're back. Okay, Lo, what are the Panthers going to do here?
I've been telling everybody, I hate to be the guy that said, I told you so, but Isaiah Simmons fits Carolina. Luke Kuechly gone, defensive generational talent. The Panthers linebacking core from Sam Mills on to now Luke Kuechly, Isaiah Simmons. This is going to be the rebuild and the biggest move that's going to help this franchise get in the direction under Matt Rule. I can't wait for him. He's going to be unstoppable.
All right, Robert, as I quickly fix this little technical issue we're getting through, take us through what the Panthers are looking to do here.
Yeah, no, it's going to be Isaiah Simmons. This is where I was saying, you know, earlier, if the Giants passed on Isaiah Simmons, this is where he was going to fall. This is exactly where, you know, I envisioned him going, was the Panthers had he fallen out of the top 4. So, you know, this is, like Nick said, and like Okelo said, you know, this is your Luke Kuechly replacement. This is who you get if you want to fix your generational line being retiring and now you have the potential to draft another one that could be on that defense for years to come. And he's a great quality linebacker. He's one of the best linebackers that's been available in a long time, and he's fantastic. And I really think he's going to help that defense that really lost quite a bit this past offseason. So great pick for them if they get him.
We good up there, Jeremy?
I'm looking at Okayla.
Oh, Kayla doesn't look
Oh
too
my
happy.
God!
He's your
Why did they do this?
Nick, can you leave the call and rejoin
Okayla,
real
don't
quick?
spoil.
Just because your
Okay.
your camera
No, I'm
is.
looking at a show. I'm looking at a show.
No, you're not.
Oh wait, Nick, hold up. I'm getting connection back to Nick. It's like Nick's cam is the only one frozen on
Yeah,
my end.
Okello,
And it's
but
so
I know
weird.
what the pick is too. I'm not spoiling it, bub. Come on now.
Yeah, no,
Sorry,
I don't know. Oh, Nick, welcome back. We have your webcam back on the stream. Welcome back.
Okay.
Glad to have you back. The commissioner is speaking. The commissioner is delivering the message. Stay tuned after this. No, I'm not joking. We don't go to commercials here. Not right now in the middle of a pick. It is Derek Brown from Auburn. Derek Brown. Okay, Lo, you did not like that. So we start with you on this.
Why miss a slam dunk pick? Look, and don't get me wrong, it fits Carolina, but Derek Brown, defensive help. The defensive front was not that good this year, but this is a guy that can play all around. Derek Brown's just one guy fits into one thing. You're gonna miss out on a generational talent with this pick. Are you kidding me? This is, oh my God. I've never wanted to swallow my own eyeballs right now than with this pick. No disrespect to Derek Brown. I think he's gonna be good, but why couldn't Carolina get this right, man? Come on.
Oh God.
Ugh.
Sean, you said you knew the pick. Obviously, I mean we're all buzzing with social media. We're all very popular on that platforms. So Sean, what do you think of this pick?
I quit.
Listen, I'm loving that Okello is so, I can't even think of the right word to describe what Okello
Flabbergasted?
now.
I don't know.
Yeah, just enthused. I would say.
Enthused. Okay, all right.
Yeah, enthused. It's not a bad pick. Yes, Isaiah Simmons is probably the better overall choice, but they needed an inside defensive lineman. So it's not like it's a terrible pick. Derek Brown's going to be a really great player in this league. So I don't think it's a loss where we should be throwing our, hats and punching walls. I think it's a good pick. At 4 sacks last year, 55 tackles, he's going to rush the quarterback, and I think that's what Matt Rule's going to win this new offense, or defense, excuse me.
Jeremy, did you like this pick?
There might be some Panther fans that are doing what Okayla's doing right now, but honestly, I'm here to say don't do that. Derek Brown is the best defensive lineman in the draft. They lost a lot on the defensive line this past season. They lost Gerald McCoy to Dallas. They lost Mario Addison to the Bills. They lost Vernon Butler also going to the Bills. They needed defensive line. I get that Isaiah Simmons is what it is, but I mean, 16's already passed him already, and when he could have gone anywhere. Look, I think it's just it fits what they need. I think Carolina was looking possibly to trade down, but the fact that they got their choice of Brown and Simmons, look, I would have gone Simmons, but I think Derek Brown was a sought after prospect for them, and it's someone that they had on their mock for a long time. I want to say our HTF mock draft had Derek Brown the full way through with Carolina, I believe it was.
No,
we
actually
he's
had
been there for a while.
we had Simmons going with the Panthers, and we have Derek Brown going to the Jaguars, according to our draft. Who we have here, according to the mock draft that was sent to me before
You're looking
the show.
at the wrong draft. I got different.
This is the one that was sent to me before the show. Sheet 7 is what I'm looking at. If that is the wrong one, we will fix that. But that's the one I was.
Somebody
That
get
is the wrong
hacked?
Huh? Is that the right one or the wrong one? Now I'm interested.
That's the wrong one.
Wrong
Look
one.
at sheet 6 or
Sheet-
sheet 5 or player trajectories.
Ah, hey, ha
I thought
ha.
we got hacked.
There
you go,
we
Bob.
go.
Derek Brown.
Now we are on board with the rest of this show. See, this is why you're the producer. It's hard to have the producer on the show, same time, no one's in my ear telling me this stuff. So you're just going to say it live on air. But I want to jump into the Cardinals who are now on the clock. Robert, what are the Arizona Cardinals looking to do with newly acquired DeAndre Hopkins?
Well, I've felt since the very beginning that they need to get Kyler Murray, an offensive lineman. So I've had Tristan Wirfs going to them since the combine. I think it's either Wirfs or those two are clearly better than Mekhi Becton for me personally. And I think Wirfs is the guy maybe Arizona's looking at. But yeah, they definitely with the new trio they got in Arizona, and with Kyler Murray there, uh, being a little bit of an undersized quarterback. Obviously, his offensive rookie of the year clearly wasn't an issue last year, but you do need to get a big guy up front that can really improve your offensive line and allow your offense to get to work like it can, because that was clearly the issue with the Cleveland
I hate to
year.
break it to you, Robert, but Isaiah Simmons is officially drafted in the 2020 draft. He will be an Arizona Cardinal. And on that note, with that pick, that is going to take us to our first commercial break. Stay tuned, though, because when we come back, we're going to throw in a bunch of different people, and we're just going to continue the fun, so stick with us.
Things gon' change when I really hit the field. Undefeated champs, man, you know what's the deal. Tryna find a kid, I'm in the field doing drills. Boy, you just a sucker, you ain't never keep it real. 3 rings in my hand, I'm a warrior to the max. When I hang it up, they gon' have to give me plaques. Step up in the building and I only bring the facts. When I make a highlight, they gon' replay, run it back. Okay, always locked in, now I don't got time to lax. Saying he the best, he could take a lap. Batted 1,000 when you check the stats. Boy, is you ready? You ain't gotta ask. Things gon' change when I really hit the field. Undefeated champs, man, you know what's the deal. Tryna find a kid, I'm in the field doing drills. Boy, you just a sucker, you ain't never keep it real. 3 rings in my hand, I'm a warrior to the max. When I hang it up, they gon' have to give me plaques. Step up in the building and I only bring the facts. When I make a highlight, they gon' replay, run it back. Okay, always locked in now. Saying he the best, he could take a lap. Batted 1,000 when you check the stats. Boy, is you ready? You ain't gotta ask.
All right, guys, thank you for staying tuned with us here on the draft show. Now, I'm just going to quickly narrate you as what's going on. I need to go ahead and I'm going to get everyone else set up for the next segment of the show. So, we are going to go ahead and get everything set up here. I'm just going to walk you through what I'm doing. Just got to, switch up the webcams a bit. Got to make sure we got the right people in. So for the meantime, I appreciate you guys sticking with us, and we will have this set up in the next minute or two once we get everyone in here. Guys, you guys are ready to kick it off and keep this show going. I'm just going to go ahead and fix some stuff, but Jeremy, take us away. All right, Jeremy, go ahead.
All right, and we are back on the HTF draft show. Jeremy Brenner taking over the reins for Jaret Kappelman as he goes behind the scenes for this next segment of 8 picks. Before we get started, I'd like to welcome Mr. Chris Wolf in the Seahawks jersey. Chris, how are you today?
I'm doing good. This has been it's been a pretty good draft. I like it.
Feeling pretty good. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit anxious because I don't know what the 49ers are going to do with the 13th pick, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the Niners are picking soon on the clock, but the team that's currently on the clock is Kyle Partain's Jags at number 9. Kyle, no trades so far. We got, no receivers so far, no tackles so far. What are you expecting for your Jags here at 9?
Armand, I'm a little bit anxious about this pick, just like you're anxious about those Niners, dude. There are so many ways that I think the Jags could go with this pick. I think a lot of people may be expecting a wide receiver. Personally, I don't believe the Jags are going to go receiver with this pick because someone good is still going to be available at 20. I do not believe they'll end up going receiver here. I think it's very likely to see a corner, and if that's the case, we see corner, I believe it's probably going to be C.J. Henderson out of Florida. Other options, I could see Kinlaw. I think that's a decent option for Jacksonville here as well. If we do go the route of receiver, it's between Jeudy and Lamb. I believe it's either Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. I think those are the two best receivers in this draft class. But again, there are several ways this pick could go, and it's got me anxious. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, Jacksonville's a team that doesn't have a specific need. Nick Geddes, I'm going to ask you, what do you think the Jags are going to do for this 9th overall selection?
I think it's between who Kyle said. I think it's between C.J. Henderson or Javon Kinlaw. I think they have a lot of needs all over this team. It's been stripped down heavily, especially from the championship team, borderline championship team that we saw 2 to 3 years ago. So there's a lot of places to fill a need at, and I think corner and inside defensive line are 2 of those, and C.J. Henderson and Javon Kinlaw would satisfy both of those needs nicely.
I see your screen, Jared. Thank you very much. Yep, got the draft. All right. So, Robert, let's go back to you. Let's talk a little bit about what the Cardinals did number 8 with Isaiah Simmons. He was falling a lot. Okelo had a huge meltdown on camera. It was a sight to see. But what do you think about Isaiah Simmons with the Cardinals?
Yeah, it's a good fit. I'll say that's probably the biggest surprise of the draft so far. I'm surprised Simmons fell that far. I'm surprised he didn't go to Carolina. I'm also very surprised that Arizona didn't take an offensive lineman. But you know what? Simmons is that good of a linebacker that I think he improves anybody's defense. So it makes a lot of sense for the Cardinals, and really that's a win. I think they were set on an offensive lineman until they saw that Isaiah Simmons fell to them. I mean, they probably weren't expecting that Simmons was going to fall that far. So I think that's why they picked him, and it's a great pick across the board there for them.
Yeah. Chris, that's a NFC West rival for you. Isaiah Simmons to the Cardinals. Does that worry you as a Seahawks fan?
It does worry me because I mean we're in a division where there's a lot of great defensive players. The Niners have they have Nick Bosa, they have Armstead up front, and then now you have Simmons with the Cardinals and Chandler Jones as well, and then Aaron Donald with the Rams. So that's a stacked. That's a lot of load on Russell Wilson having to go up against all those players that could pass rush very well. It's gonna be a long year. It might be a long year for Seattle, but when I get to that pick, it surprised me a little bit because I do say that I will say Simmons is great, but
Chris, I'm going to cut you off here. We have the pick from the commissioner with the Jags. Kyle Partain, get ready, and the pick is C.J. Henderson, cornerback out of Florida. Kyle Partain, you seem to be very happy with that pick.
This is exactly who I have with Jacksonville taking with the 9th pick in my mock. So this is exactly where I wanted this team to go. There is a lot of talent that they need to replace at the corner position. Once Okudah got picked, Henderson was the best available corner left in this draft. This is absolutely the right call for a position that desperately needed to be filled for Jacksonville. Again, wide receivers will be available later. That is not the biggest concern for this team. And finally, I can take a sigh of relief, and I am thrilled for once with Jacksonville's top pick in this draft.
Yeah, they have a second pick later tonight at 20. Nick, this was the second corner off the board with Okudah going 3 to the Lions. Do you like C.J. Henderson as the 9th overall pick in this draft?
I do. At first he was getting a lot of steam as a potential first-round pick, and then lately it became he's going to go top 10, and we see that happen here. I think teams were very impressed by him in the press coverage. I think he's the best press coverage corner in the draft potentially here. So I think this is a great pick for Jacksonville. And I like them also to take Kinlaw, and there's a chance Kinlaw could fall all the way to 20. There was no chance C.J. Henderson was falling to 20, so I think Jacksonville had that in mind, and I think this is a great pick for them.
Yeah. C.J. Henderson is a bit low on the HTF collective mock draft. We had him going 15 to the Denver Broncos, and he was moving up at a very slow pace. He went from 18 to 17 to 16 and then to 15, but he goes number 9 here. Why do you think, Armand, that he was seen maybe as a bit lower on our board versus where the Jags had him at 9?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this draft has so many great defensive players. I think we've seen it in a while. For Jacksonville, I know that they're kind of in like I could say not really in the rebuilding mode, but like a recruit. They're trying to get back to what things were when they went to the AFC Championship like 2 3 years ago. They lost. They traded away Jalen Ramsey. They lost Dante Fowler, and Yannick is he's not really happy there in Jacksonville. So they're just trying to build winners again. And Kyle, this is the best thing you've done all night.
I completely agree, man. I'm thrilled with this.
Let's go on to the Browns here. The pick is in for Cleveland. Where are we expecting here? Quick answers, guys. Robert, what do you think?
It's an offensive lineman. Me personally, Tristan Wirfs.
Tristan Wirfs. Nick, what do you think?
Tristan Wirfs.
Wirfs. Chris.
You can go. I think you could go either Wirfs or Willis. I think you
Wirfs
can go either.
Arma, what do you think?
Wirfs or maybe even Thomas, but definitely Wirfs.
Thomas went 4 to the Giants, but yeah, I see what you're going. Offensive line.
Yeah.
And Kyle, what do you got going for the Browns?
I mean, you got to think Wirfs, right?
Yeah, Wirfs. I'm hearing a lot of Wirfs, some Wills. Let's see what Commissioner Goodell has to say. And it appears that he's got something else to say before the pick actually is revealed. I'm going to go Wirfs here. I like him as a little bit better than Wills, but we'll see if we'll see what the Browns are up for. And it looks like Jedrick Wills is the selection out of Alabama. We are seeing a lot of big name programs in this top 10. Nick, first thoughts on the selection?
I think it's a good pick. I had Wirfs slightly ahead of Wills as well, but there's nothing wrong with taking Jedrick Wills here. I think all 4 of these tackles are all pretty close together. It's a very good offensive tackle class. And if you're the Browns, you need to protect Baker Mayfield. He was sacked a lot last year, did not have a lot of time to throw the ball. And with the weapons that he has, you have to give him protection. And Jedrick Wills is the first step to having that long-term solution for Baker Mayfield's protection.
Yeah, Robert, we were thinking Wirfs, Wills. Why do you think Wills was the pick here over Wirfs?
I think they value Wills more. Personally, for me, I kind of agree with this pick. I thought they would pick Wirfs, but no, I think Wills is the better pick there. It's always been for me between Wills and Thomas, between who are the best offensive linemen in this draft. And, I think Jedrick Wills makes a lot of sense. Alabama is lauded for their offensive line, and this is what they go with. Like Nick was saying, the Browns offensive line was not very good last year. It was terrible for a top team that has so many weapons, and now you're adding Austin Hooper to that as well. You need to protect your quarterback. You can't let Baker Mayfield have a season like he did last year because he's a former first overall pick, and that's screaming bust if you keep not protecting them like that. You need to fix your offensive line.
Chris, 10 picks, 0 trades. Are you surprised that we have not seen any team trade out of this top 10?
I'm a little. The only surprise is maybe the Lions, if any, because they've been the big talk of the trade talks of the top 10. They were like the biggest talks. Others were rumored, but maybe not as much steam on them. So I'm not extremely surprised they haven't seen one, but I actually am surprised that Tristan Wirfs has fallen this far. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, a quick recap of the top 10. Number 1, the Bengals selected Joe Burrow. Number 2, Washington selected Chase Young out of Ohio State. And at 3, the Lions took his teammate Jeff Okudah, cornerback out of Ohio State. Number 4, the Giants went with Andrew Thomas, the tackle out of Georgia. Number 5, the Miami Dolphins went quarterback, went with Tua Tagovailoa out of Alabama. Number 6, the Chargers went with Justin Herbert out of Oregon. Number 7, the Panthers went with Derek Brown out of Auburn. Number 8, the Cardinals selected Isaiah Simmons out of Clemson. Number 9, the Jacksonville Jaguars out of Duval County selected C.J. Henderson out of Florida. And number 10, the Cleveland Browns selected Jedrick Wills out of Alabama. Now, Armand, a lot of big name schools out there. We got 2 out of Ohio State. We got 2 out of Alabama. We have we got LSU also. A lot of big name programs. How much do you think that plays a role in getting these top picks?
It definitely plays a big role. I mean, I feel like I feel like the college football programs have a hotline to the NFL and say, hey, we got a guy here that we know you want. But honestly, it just shows that, Power 5 programs do produce great NFL talent. I mean, I've never seen so many defensive, like I said, I've never seen so many defensive players be taken number 1 in a long time. But that might change in the next picks or so. We might see a wide receiver going next with the New York Jets pick. We might see maybe, I don't know, a running back. Who knows? But it's definitely a talented group so far. And props to college football.
Yeah, Armand mentioned wide receiver and KP. This is where wide receivers are going to start to fall off the board in these next 2 or 3 picks likely. With the Jets on the clock, they spent a lot of their offseason money on offensive linemen. They also signed Rashad Perriman out of the University of Central Florida. Go Knights! Can I get a
charge on?
Charge on. You got to charge on out of me.
Thank you, Kyle Partain. So now with the Jets here at 11, wide receivers, they have the choice of all the receivers in the draft. They could also go offensive line. Where do you think the Jets go here with their 11th overall pick?
Yeah, I'd be absolutely shocked if they don't take a receiver here. I personally think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb. I think CeeDee is the best receiver in this draft class, although it's not going to surprise me at all if they take Jerry Jeudy. I think we'll see Ruggs go as the 3rd of that string of wide receivers. He'll be the number 3. So I think my money on this pick is going to be CeeDee Lamb, but I would not be shocked to see Jerry Jeudy. I'm giving it 55% favorite to CD over Jeudy at 45.
All right, I'm going to take a quick poll here. Raise your hand if you think CeeDee Lamb is the best receiver in the draft. We got 1. We got 2.
Thanks, man. Thank you, Armand.
All right, raise your hand if you think it's Jerry Jeudy out of Alabama. All right, and we got 3. I guess Henry Ruggs gets no love. But so I'll ask Robert. So Jerry Jeudy, why should he be the first receiver off the board?
He's explosive. He's a great wide receiver. And, this is one draft where wide receivers are coming aplenty, and you really have to start separating yourself from the pack if you want to get taken above the rest of them. And I think, Jeudy is so good, and he had a great season with Alabama. He's had great seasons with Alabama too, and he's been consistently Tua's number 1 weapon when Tua, wasn't hurt. But, it's the talent's there, man. And really, you can't go wrong between either of them. I think Lamb and Jeudy are just that much better than Ruggs is good. I think they're in a class of their own. So, I think the Jets don't really, if they do go wide receiver here, I think, either one is fine. But for me personally, it's been Jeudy since the start that he's the number 1 wide receiver in this draft.
Yeah. And Nick, we talked a lot about how historic this wide receiver class can be and how deep this wide receiver class can be. Does that give you more reason to not go receiver here when you can go and get someone maybe tomorrow or even Saturday that could be a better value pick than here at 11?
I could see the argument, but I think Sam Darnold and the Jets need a permanent type of guy you can plug in and get 1,000 yards right away every year. And I think Jerry Jeudy is one of the 3 or 4 guys in this draft that can give you that. And they need to make a splash. And he's the best route runner of all these guys by far in this draft, and one of the best route runners of the past few years at the wide receiver position. So I think that's why he's the best wide receiver over CD. And kind of like Okelo touched on with Oregon quarterbacks, if you look at Alabama wide receivers, the history of them, a lot of them in the last decade have all panned out for the most part. So you could use that argument there with Jerry Jeudy. And if you look at the Big 12, there's not a lot of great Big 12 receivers in the NFL. So that's something to keep an eye on too in regards to CD and Jerry Jeudy going forward in their careers.
Yeah, Chris, Tristan Wirfs is still on this board. Like the fact that he's still on the board, like how do you think that he could be the pick here?
In my opinion, I think he should be. I know that the two best receivers in Lamb and Judy are still there, but I think Wirfs should be the pick here because I think protecting your quarterback is more important than getting like maybe even if it's a star receiver, protecting the quarterback is better because if you can't protect him, you can't give him the ball. So it's like, and there's receiver in class is it's so deep. Like, you can go in the second, third, fourth round.
Chris, I'm going to cut you off right there. My apologies, but Roger Goodell's got the Jets fans behind him, and he says Mekhi Becton is the pick here. Wow. Offensive tackle number 3 off the board. That is a bit of a surprise, probably one of the bigger ones so far in this draft. We were all saying wide receiver, Kyle, but they don't even take Tristan Wirfs, who we said was the best tackle off the board. Mekhi Becton is the pick here. Kyle, why do you think the Jets have decided to go with the big man out of Louisville?
You know, that's a question I don't necessarily have an answer for you, man. I mean, I think this is a miss by the Jets. I don't hate the idea of going, stepping away from the receiver and going for a tackle, but like to everyone's point, Wirfs is the best available left. I'm not sure why you take Becton. Now, Becton's not a bad talent. Don't get me wrong. He's a great player, great talent. He's gonna be, he's gonna be a star in the NFL, I believe. But like, I think this is a miss for the Jets. I'm not sure that was the right kind of move. You could make the argument that they shouldn't have gone receiver. I'm still shocked that it's not Judy or Lamb, but hey, Jet's gonna do what the Jet's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick, I remember we had this conversation on the show. They're showing clips of his combine right there. The combine really helped Mekhi Becton because before the combine, people weren't even really considering him a first-round prospect. Now he's going with the 11th overall pick. Why do you think that the combine should be seen as a huge plus for Becton, or do you think that's just a smokescreen for how he's actually going to do in New York?
I don't like to put a lot of stock into the combine. I prefer like what you saw on tape and what you saw in the season. And he was a dominating presence at Louisville. He's a little bit toolsy, I'd say, at the tackle position. He's not as refined as the others, but I mean, he's an absolute load at the position. And while I would have liked to have seen the Jets, make the splash and go Judy or Lamb here, they've spent years and years and years of trying to make the splash move, and they've got it wrong a lot. And, it wouldn't hurt them here to get a stabilizer on that offensive line and somebody that could protect Sam Darnold because, as we saw on that Monday night game against the Patriots, just for example, if you can't protect Sam Darnold, he's not going to be an effective quarterback, as is many other quarterbacks won't be either. So it's not a bad pick whatsoever. I'm just a little surprised it was Becton over Wirfs here.
Yeah, Mekhi Becton is 347 pounds, but we saw in that shot of him just now, he doesn't look it. He looks very a lot more athletic than a 347-pound man. Armand, do you think that was why Mekhi Becton was taken here, and now we got him pushing whole F-150s?
The thing is that they know something that we don't know. They probably saw Beckham and was like, oh, this is definitely our guy. I mean, honestly, when it comes to mock drafts, it's just mock drafts and not things that are not actually going to happen. So I'm surprised about this pick, but I still think, don't get me wrong, Beckham is, he's a generational talent. I think he's gonna be good in the NFL, but Wirfs is still on the board, man. I in my opinion, I think he's gonna fall all the way to Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Now the pick for the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, their first pick as the Las Vegas Raiders is in. What do we think for this one? They also now have every choice of a wide receiver on this board. Chris, do they go receiver here?
I think they will. I think they will go wide receiver here because you need to give Derek Carr that weapon, that downfield weapon. He has some solid receivers, but he needs that go-to guy. And I actually could not tell you who it's gonna be. I actually think it could be CeeDee Lamb here because I think John Gruden may like him more. That might be more his style receiver that he wants.
Yeah, Robert. Now look, the Raiders. I almost said Oakland again. Las Vegas is probably maybe they're a little bit surprised that they have every choice of the receiver on the board. But is there a chance they go away from receiver here?
I just don't see them doing it. This is one of their bigger issues. They do need another wide receiver. You need to give Derek Carr as much opportunity as possible. I've had them getting Jerry Jeudy this entire time, so I just don't see them going away from a wide receiver. I think if it's not Jeudy, it's Lamb. I don't see them doing anything else here. You have the pick of every crop here. I'm sure they're
let's see what pick they're about to make. Raise your hand for Jeudy. Who thinks it's gonna be Jeudy? We got Robert saying Jeudy. Who thinks it's gonna be someone else? I guess everyone else. What do y'all think? KP, what do you think?
I think it's got to be CD, and I'm dead wrong.
Wow, and it's not CD Lamb. It's Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy's teammate. So Henry Ruggs was Jerry Jeudy's wide receiver too, yet he is the first receiver off the board. I think that 40-yard dash at the combine, a 4.27 40 at the combine. We talked about it with Mekhi Becton having a great combine. Henry Ruggs' combine is why he is here this early in the first round, and he goes ahead of Jerry Jeudy, his college teammate. Armand, you look puzzled, my friend. Is this blasphemous?
Not really. I mean, Henry Ruggs, he's. I like Henry Ruggs a lot. I mean, honestly, it could have been anyone else. I mean, all I have to say is the Raiders needed a wide receiver. I think they had Terrell Williams, Hunter Renfro, and another receiver. I forgot his name, but they needed a receiver. I think when he comes into the Las Vegas Raiders, I think he's going to be definitely a team and a locker room game changer. That's for sure.
He joins Hunter Renfro, Tyrell Williams, Nelson Aguilar from Philly. Nick, was this what do you grade this pick for me? Grade. Give it a letter grade.
Probably give it a C plus. I think it's falling in love with the combine star has happened here the last two picks. You watch Alabama play every Saturday, and I don't know how Jerry Jeudy doesn't jump off the screen more so than anybody on the field, let alone somebody at his position as well. So I'm a little puzzled by that. So that's why I dropped the grade. But I mean, who knows? Henry Ruggs does have the speed to succeed in the league. They think, but there's more to being a receiver than just speed. But we're gonna find out if Derek Carr can get him the ball down the field.
I think we've seen in recent years how important teams value speed, Robert, and I'll come to you next. Jerry Jeudy's big attribute coming out was his route running abilities, whereas Ruggs, he's more of a speed guy. Do you think that speed should be valued more than route running?
Well, I mean, speed's nice, but you also need to be able to, run the routes and be able to, get where you need to be. So, speed's great, but yeah, I mean, you definitely need to be a great route runner as well. I don't think this is it's a shocking pick to me because I'm surprised he got picked over the other two, but it's not shocking that they went with a wide receiver, obviously, and clearly they think Ruggs is the guy that fits John Gruden's offense, the best, and this is the pick they went with, and I think it's a good pick. Ruggs is very good. He was definitely going to go within this top 15, but I am shocked he went this early. So, I don't think speed is super valuable, much more valuable than route running, but it's almost a combination of both. But definitely I think route running for me is a little bit more important.
Yeah. And now the 49ers are on the clock with every receiver except Henry Ruggs on the board. Armand, did you come into this night thinking you would have the choice of CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy at your disposal at 13?
Jeremy, I'll be honest with you, it's been a long week. I mean, I just been seeing reports that I just saw reports I think a couple of days ago that D Ford, Tart, Quan Alexander are all available. I know we're not going to trade them, but they're all available. So that kind of got me nervous a little bit. But I sat back and I realized, we just lost the Super Bowl. I mean, we had a chance to win it. We were up 10 with 7 minutes left to go. So my question for the offseason, how do we get better, but also get back to, to the promised land? I know we lost Emmanuel Sanders in free agency, and you saw what we do with Kyle Shanahan's offense when you're wide receiver. Look at Debo Samuel's numbers. Um, we love guys who have yards after the catch, and I think either Judy and CD will be or one of those guys for sure.
Yeah, Chris Wolf, the 49ers crushed the hearts of Seattle Seahawks fans everywhere on the last game of the season last year. What do you hope the Niners do with this pick?
I really hope they don't get one of those two receivers because I've not been fond of Seattle's secondary this last season. I was not fond of it last season, and I don't want another big time wide receiver to burn us because we already have DeAndre Hopkins that joined this division. I don't need Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb joining this division, though I think it's gonna happen. I think it's going to happen. And
So, Kyle Partain, I'm going to come to you next. So, the Niners went to a Super Bowl but are drafting this high because they made a trade with the Indianapolis Colts to get here to 13. In that deal, they had to trade defensive tackle DeForest Buckner, who was going to become a free agent. So there's Javon Kinlaw on the board here at 13. They need a defensive tackle. What do you think they're going with here?
I am very glad you mentioned that, although I'm seeing this happen now, and that totally throws me off. Never mind.
The first trade of the night, the Niners are trading their pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Nick Dennis, you're on the clock, bro.
We have 13 and 14, it looks like.
Yeah, and according to ESPN's little graphic here, we're obviously not able to hear what they're saying. Maybe Jaret could help us out here with what they're saying on camera, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have traded up to 13 here. Nick, is this for Tristan Wirfs, you think?
I would think so. I thought he'd make it to 14, but if they really have 13 and 14, then there was rumblings that they were in the market for a wide receiver at their current pick. If this is true that they have 13 and 14, they may go tackle and receiver right here, or even take Kinlaw maybe as well.
Yeah. So I remember, Robert, the first year that San Francisco was managed by John Lynch, former Tampa Bay Buccaneers safety. He had the second pick in the draft, and he bamboozled Chicago into trading up one pick to get Mitch Trubisky, and he's done it again. He has gotten one pick down. We see on the ticker here that San Francisco does have the 14th pick. I'm curious to see what the trade is, but San Francisco needed picks here. This is the first pick of the night. Do you like this trade for Tampa to move up one spot here?
I think, like Nick said, I mean, Wirfs would have been available at 14.
All right. So I'm hearing, Jaret, that 14 and 117, is that what you said? So 14 and 117, that's like a fourth round pick. So a first and a fourth to move up one spot. Robert. And a seventh round pick. Okay. So now that we know the trade details, Chris, this has to be for Tristan Wirfs, man.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a no-brainer. I've actually thought that Tristan Wirfs was one of the top two offensive linemen in this draft class. So this is a no-brainer for Tampa. You need someone to protect Tom Brady, and he's also very good at run defense. He played, and Tristan Wirfs isn't a left tackle, but he played left tackle, and he played very well at it when he had to play it last season. So I think this would be a great pick for Tampa if it's Tristan Wirfs. Now, you still have Javon Kinlaw, and he's still there. So maybe that could have been trading up to get him because maybe the Niners might have taken him.
All right. So Kyle Partain, if this is not for Tristan Wirfs for whatever reason, what do we think?
To be honest, I'm not sure there is another choice here for Tampa. This is, I mean, it's the only logical move in my opinion. I think I think Tampa's actually extremely lucky that Wirfs is even available. And it would be a huge New York Jets style miss if you don't take Wirfs here. I do believe that's the option. I believe that's going to be the choice. And quite frankly, I don't have an answer for you for who else it would be because I'm that convinced it's going to be Wirfs.
Yeah, and Roger Goodell is in with the pick. They were talking about protecting their new quarterback, 42-year-old Tom Brady, and it looks like they have traded up for. Of course, this is going to happen. I can't read lips very well. But let's see. They got the Bucks fans in the background with the nice jerseys.
Yeah,
it is Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. Nick Geddes, you seem very happy with that.
Yeah, it's a miracle that one of these 4 tackles fell to us at 14. The Bucks actually have no right tackles on their roster right now. So talk about filling a need. And he played right tackle at Iowa, so he doesn't have to make the transition to left tackle, which Donovan Smith will hold down there. I'm a little baffled as to why they traded up to get him because San Francisco wasn't going to take him at 13 since they have McGlinchey already and Staley at left tackle. So I'm a bit puzzled by that a little bit, but it's the right pick for the Bucks. They didn't overthink it. You got to get Tom Brady protection at this stage in his career, so it's a great pick, I think.
Yes, and Robert, we have now that look, Tristan Wirfs can play both on the left and on the right. Nick believes he's going to play on the right. Do you think that with Wirfs here, that this is what Tampa needs to move to the next level?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of their team figured out. They got a pretty good defense. They got a great offense on paper with Evans and Godwin, and now you're adding Gronkowski and Brady to that. But look, Brady is, going to be 43, and you need to protect him. You need to make sure he's not taking hits. And one thing that was happening in New England last season a lot was their offensive line with, I believe it was David Andrews that was out. With him out, their offensive line was very porous, and Brady was getting hit a lot more than usual. So Brady is used to having an elite offensive line, and if the Buccaneers can really start building their offensive line with a great pick like this in Tristan Wirfs, who in my opinion is right up there with Wills and Thomas, I think that this is the beginning of a great run for Tampa where they can really start taking a run at the New Orleans Saints and finally get back into the playoffs.
Yeah, we have in the first 13 picks, 4 tackles off the board, 3 quarterbacks off the board, and the rest on the defensive side. So, Armand, take 2. The Niners are on the clock again. They got instead of a 7th round pick, they've now moved up to the 4th round, getting them some mid-round picks that they definitely need. But now that the Niners are back on the clock again, do you think that this is a receiver here?
Of course, John Lynch is a god. I mean, we traded back, and we got a 4th round pick. We're still getting our guy. I mean, this couldn't have been any better, honestly. I mean, going into the draft, we had 2 first round picks, and we didn't pick again to the 5th round. Now we have a 4th round pick, and we still get either get Judy or CeeDee Lamb with the 14th round pick. I mean, oh man, I mean, all props to Tampa. Thank you for trading with us. But hey, I think we're the real winners. I think we're the real winners in this trade. But going with the Tampa pick, I think that someone has to protect Tom Brady. He's not getting any younger. Obviously, I think if he gets hit again, I think he's done for that. I think he's done. But honestly, it's the year of protecting the quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah, Kyle, who wins this trade? I assume it's San Francisco, but why do you think Tampa made this move?
I'm not real sure because I don't believe San Francisco would have taken Wirfs anyways.
Absolutely.
So I'm not entirely sure why Tampa Bay made that trade. Obviously, there's something they know that we don't know. San Francisco absolutely wins this trade to move up to a fourth. And I believe Armand's probably right that San Francisco is going to take that receiver. But to tie things back to when we've tried to make this talk initially, Kinlaw is still available.
Yes.
I think there is an outside chance the Niners take him. I would put my money on a receiver, but don't count out Kinlaw as an option here for San Francisco to take.
Yeah. Chris, Derek Brown went number 7 to the Panthers. It was between him and Kinlaw as to who was the top defensive tackle in the draft. If you save a few injuries that Kinlaw had that prevented him from really participating in that combine, he might have been that number 1 defensive tackle. Make the case for Javon Kinlaw here to go to number 14 to San Francisco.
I think it would be great because it would give you another person to replace a guy. Even though it's not really like replacing DeForest Buckner, but it's still someone on the D line. You get someone to replace him on the D line. You get to pay a lot less money for him than Buckner, and you may still get you still may get great work out of him. You're gonna get good production out of Kinlaw. You get great production out of him for a lot less money, and you get him for 4 years with a 5-year option. So you won't have to you save money and still have an elite defensive line. Like that's why you could be great. That's why that would be a great pick.
Yeah, I think so we've talked a lot about this could be a receiver, this could be Javon Kinlaw. I honestly think that do you think there's a chance that San Francisco could trade back again here? Nick, what do you think? You think there's a chance that San Francisco says no thanks one more time?
I wouldn't rule out anything with John Lynch. He's been known to be very active in the trading market during the drafts. So I wouldn't put it past him to do it, but I think they have a certain player in mind, and I think that may potentially be Kinlaw. Chris alluded to it. The need is there with DeForest Buckner out. So I think that Kinlaw is a logical pick. I thought that's why they made the trade in the first place for Buckner to get 13. I thought they were eyeing Kinlaw right then and there. And, after Kinlaw gets taken, inside defensive line takes a bit of a hit, I think, in quality. Receiver does not take that much of a hit, and they still have the 31st pick, which we'll see if they hold on to or not. So I think they may take the receiver at the back end of the draft and get Kinlaw here.
Yeah, and the pick is in. Kyle Shanahan's got his kids in the background. Very lovely. John Lynch, no kids in the background yet. It looks like his kids are walking in. Very nice. He's looks like he's happy with the pick that he just sent into the commissioner's office. I'll just do a show of hands again for Lamb. Who thinks it's gonna be CeeDee Lamb? Armand's got CeeDee Lamb. KP's got CeeDee Lamb. You guys think it's gonna be Jerry Jeudy here? Nick, Robert, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be that guy. I think it's be Javon Kinlaw. I'm gonna be that odd person.
Javon Kinlaw. That'd be interesting. I think if he participated in that combine, he probably would be off the board by now. So yeah, this could be interesting. So now that a lot of receivers have started to fall, do you think we could be seeing teams like Philadelphia, that's at 21, Minnesota at 22, the Saints at 24, the Ravens at 28, teams like that start to trade up here in these next couple picks? What team do you think that's picking in the 20s could sneak up and make a trade here for one of these receivers?
Eagles.
Green Bay.
Green Bay. Why Green Bay, KP?
I know Green Bay is in the market for a receiver. At their spot at 30, I'm not sure those elite talents are still going to be there, and I think now is as good a time as ever for Green Bay to make that move. I know they were considering making that move. Rumors had they were considering making that move. I believe Green Bay with an outside shot.
We'll continue this conversation, KP, after the pick is revealed. Roger Goodell is announcing the San Francisco pick. Armand, hold your breath. The pick is Javon Kinlaw. Chris, you were right, my friend. Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Armand, you traded this pick originally to get this pick, you had to trade DeForest Buckner. You basically get his replacement here in Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah. I've been hearing a lot of noise about that this past week. I mean, either it's gonna be him, Jerry Judy, or CeeDee Lamb. So I mean, he's the next he's next up after we traded DeForest Buckner with the 13th and change for the 13th pick. So I mean, that's the hole that they were missing. I still think that we use the 31st pick to draft a wide receiver. I've been hearing that might be Justin Jefferson, but we'll see. I love the pick, but we'll see.
Yeah. Now, Kyle, you thought this was gonna be CeeDee Lamb. It is not CeeDee Lamb. He is still on the board at 15 to the Denver Broncos. But what are your thoughts on these receivers yet again getting passed up?
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled right now. The Jags. I am thrilled. I think I still don't believe Jacksonville will have their option of Lamb or Judy, but I do believe at worst now Justin Jefferson is going to be available for Jacksonville to take at 20. So this is exactly the way I wanted things to pan out. As a Jags fan, this is best news you could have told me all day. I do believe Denver's going to take one of those receivers. I keep saying CeeDee Lamb, and I keep being wrong. So I'm going to stick with it, though. I'm going to stay the course because I know the instant I don't. The instant I don't say CeeDee is when CeeDee gets picked. So I'm going to stay the course, row the boat, as some people might say. PJ Fleck. Denver here is going to likely take CeeDee or Judy. I'm going CeeDee, but again, as a Jags fan, that makes me absolutely thrilled that these receivers are falling.
Yeah, that's been the theme of this little conversation that we've had here for the last couple picks. Nick, Denver's on the clock here. Do you think receiver is their biggest need?
I don't think it may be their biggest need, but I still think it's what they should do because I think CeeDee, we're getting to a point where him and Judy are the best players available. I think they're going to go with CeeDee Lamb here because I think he'd be a nice complement the game of Cortland Sutton, be the more deep threat because Cortland Sutton's not most of the deep threat. He's kind of a possession receiver, so I think CeeDee Lamb would fit nicely in there, and they're going to roll with Drew Lock. And I like what I saw from Drew Lock, and I think you just got to give him a better guy and more guys to throw to in addition to Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, Robert, we talked. Drew Lock appears to be the future for the Denver Broncos at quarterback. Is this the opportunity you get to give him a potential number one receiver here at 15?
You have to. I've seen most drafts say that Denver was taking a wide receiver. I really think Denver all along was set on probably Henry Ruggs because they didn't think the other two would get down this far. But with them both dropping, I can see Lamb, I can see Judy. For the reasons Nick said about with Cortland Sutton being a deep threat, I can see a speedier, faster wide receiver like Lamb going to the Denver Broncos. This really changes a lot of things because Miami's picking at 18, and there was talk that a wide receiver could fall to them of this caliber. What does that mean for them? What does it mean for Jacksonville? It's about to get very interesting in the next several picks.
It appears the Kinlaw residence has a lot of people in it. Are they a social distancing
Special occasion. Special
it is
occasion.
Special occasion. I would have that many people at my house too if I was getting drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. But Chris, you were right about this Kinlaw pick. Why Kinlaw to the Niners?
I mean, you need to replace a guy like Buckner on the D line, and I think this is a perfect pick for them. I think they are still an elite defensive line. I still think they arguably are the best defensive line in the league. You can argue that because Armstead. You have Armstead. You've already got Nick Bosa. You add someone like this, that's going to be that is going to be a very tough defensive line for anyone to guard. And I, as a Seahawks fan, I am very not happy.
The Broncos pick is in. We talked about it being CeeDee Lamb, but we haven't really discussed Jerry Judy being the pick potentially. Armand, could this be where Jerry Judy goes?
Definitely. I mean, they've been thinking about it for a while. I mean, you have a talent like Judy and CeeDee Lamb. Wide receiver has to go sometime. But I think Judy is definitely going to the Broncos. I think so. I mean, they need a receiver bad, but we'll see. I might be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, look, so the Denver Broncos, is there a chance they don't go receiver, Kyle?
I don't think
And
so,
actually,
but I've said that before
to
tonight.
hold you
So
off, I'm going to get the answer to that from Roger Goodell. Let's see what he has to say with the Denver pick. It is Jerry Jeudy out of Alabama.
Okay,
Armand,
okay.
you're spot on with that one. Jerry Jeudy, originally intended to be the number 1 wide receiver in the draft, goes number 2, not too shabby, and the 15 to the Denver Broncos. I called this yesterday, Chris. We talked about this about Jeudy and the Broncos. I had the Denver Broncos actually trading up to get Jeudy. Kyle, grade this pick for me. Jeudy to the Broncos at 15.
A plus. I would have given an A plus to either Jeudy or CeeDee. I think this is, like Nick said, maybe not their biggest need, but as far as talent for pick, this is about as good as you're going to get at 15. A plus for Denver. This is exactly the kind of pick they needed to make. I'm a little bummed it wasn't CeeDee because once again I'm wrong, but props for Denver for making that pick.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Robert, Jerry Jeudy, South Florida. You're from South Florida. We talked about Jeudy being the best talent in this draft. Why, or the most talented wide receiver in this draft? Why is he the best wide receiver in this draft?
I think it's the route running. He's a very smart runner. He knows where he's going. He knows where the ball is, and he seems to find it pretty much all the time. And he's so, like I was saying earlier, he's so explosive. He's just a great wide receiver. And I've been sold on him for a while. He's a guy that just another wide receiver that Alabama's putting out, and he's falling right into Denver's lap. And you could see, I think, John Elway was throwing his hands back and relaxing, like he knew, exactly what he was doing there. And I think he's very happy to get Jerry Jeudy, and Jerry Judy's going to be very good on that Broncos team for years to come.
Yeah, Nick, you were talking about how Sutton is kind of a possession guy. Jerry Jeudy also somewhat of a possession guy. Do you think that could pose a potential issue with the Broncos in that fit?
I don't really think so because, even though I would prefer Lamb for the fit here, as for those reasons that you're seeing on your screen right now, Jeudy can break any play at any given time because he's not slow by any means. Also, and he can get by defenders at an instant. And for this pick specifically, I think this is the best combination of value and talent that we've seen so far through the first 15 picks. Because Jeudy was my number 1 receiver, as he is a lot of people's, and to get him at 15. And the second receiver off the draft, I think, is a big steal for the Broncos and for Drew Lock going forward.
Mm-hmm. And now Atlanta is on the clock here, and we've talked a lot about Atlanta going defense, and we talked about them maybe going up for C.J. Henderson, maybe them, waiting for Javon Kinlaw. Both of those guys are off the board here. Any wild guesses as to where Atlanta is thinking with this pick? We'll start with Armand. What do you think, man?
It's kind of tough because the players that they should have gotten, they're already off the board. I do see them go. I do see them go defensively with this. I feel like they're going to pick a defensive end, in my opinion. Man, this is tough. I mean,
Kayvon Chasen from LSU is still on this board.
Yeah,
Kyle, you're not happy with what I just said. So what do you think?
You had the right school, just the wrong player. It's going to be Christian Fulton. I like the corner out of LSU. Atlanta's probably going corner here. I think Christian Fulton's the next best available. This, to me, is an easy pick for Atlanta at this point. I agree with Armand. The players they should have got are gone now. Atlanta was not aggressive like we thought they may be. And this is, I don't want to say penalty because Fulton is a really great player. But he's, in my eyes, this is the clear front-running choice for Atlanta to take here.
Yeah. Chris, could Christian Fulton be the pick here for Atlanta? And the pick is in according to the ticker. What do you think it could be Christian Fulton, Kayvon Chasen, or do you have someone else you'd like to throw into the mix?
I think it should be one of those two. They could go wrong either. I mean, because you got to replace corners that they lost because Desmond Trufant left, but then also Vic Beasley left, so you need to replace him, and Chasen can replace him as well. So it's like I I I'm gonna lean a little bit toward Clavon Chasen because during the draft process, the Falcons really liked Chasen. So I think that might be someone they like a little bit more.
Yeah. Robert, this Falcons defense was decimated in free agency. Desmond Trufant left for Detroit. Devondre Campbell left for Arizona. Vic Beasley left for Tennessee. What do you think is the biggest need here for the Falcons?
I think it's still corner. I think they were really hoping that C.J. Henderson would fall to them, but a lot of the guys are saying, it's just a bit surprising that both of their main options were probably not here anymore. So I think it's corner still, and I think you have to go with the next best corner. And again, it's Christian Fulton. They added Dante Fowler and stuff to that defense to try and patch the gap a little bit, but I think you still need to get a corner here, and that's why I think it's going to be Christian Fulton.
Yeah, Nick, we have a little bit of time here because they're currently in commercial break. Well, this is the halfway point in the first round with only one trade. Why do you think there's only been one trade after so much chatter about moving up, moving down, this team being aggressive, this team also being aggressive? Why do you think that we haven't seen that yet?
It's hard to say, but one thing I've been kind of theorizing on is a lot of the players. I like a lot of the players in the top. I would say top 13 to 15 guys here. I think we're definitely. I think the guys who have gone so far, maybe excluding CeeDee Lamb, who's still left, have been absolute great prospects. And I think all these teams realize these are great prospects. Unless we're getting something that we just couldn't live without in regards to a trade, we should just take these guys. And I thought that's what a lot of these teams ended up just doing, especially in the case of Detroit. Just take Okudah at 3 and keep it simple. And the same thing with the Giants at 4 and so on and so forth. So that's the only thing I really think of on that.
The talent is there. What has been your favorite pick so far in the draft? And we'll have quick answers because they're back on. Probably going to announce the Falcons pick any minute. So quick answers. What's been your favorite pick of this first round so far? Start with Kyle.
C.J. Henderson. Go Jags.
I had a feeling that would be it. Armand.
Yeah, I really like the Jeff Okudah pick. I mean, the Lions definitely got the guy that they wanted. He's an aggressive corner. And he does have big shoes to fill. I think. Just imagine that they didn't trade away Darius Slay. Oh my goodness, that secondary is going to be amazing. But hey, the Lions got their guy.
Mm-hmm. Chris, what are you thinking? What's been your favorite pick so far?
I'm going my boy Justin Herbert. I've watched him for 4 years at Oregon. I like him. I mean, not many people like him, but I'm one of the very people that actually like him. And I think the Chargers got a good quarterback. And I think he's going to prove people wrong because I think he hears the noise that everyone thinks he's going to be a bust. I think he'll prove people wrong. I think you give him an NFL system because he wasn't in an NFL system at Oregon. You give him one, I think he'll be good.
And we're going to go to Mr. Goodell with the selection, the 16th pick in the draft for the Atlanta Falcons. It's A.J. Terrell, quarterback out of Clemson. Kyle, you were right with the position, but they go A.J. Terrell with Clemson. Very interesting here. So now that brings us to the official halfway point of this draft. I'll quickly answer the question that I asked the 3 vets on the crew, the 3 seniors on our crew, should I say, fellow seniors. Robert, favorite pick so far?
Tua, obviously. I mean, I think the skill is there for franchise quarterback.
Favorite pick so far?
I like the Judy pick a lot.
Yeah. I personally like the Isaiah Simmons pick. The value they got there at 8 for Arizona, they got the best player in the draft for where they were. Everyone was thinking going offense for Arizona because it's Cliff Kingsbury, but they got the best player on defense in the draft, possibly competing with Chase Young. And the second Clemson player goes off the board here with A.J. Terrell going to Atlanta. But we're going to go to commercial break. We'll be back in a few short minutes with the third quarter crew. So see y'all on the other side of this break.
Oh man. So, my bad with Twitter. Hopefully, I made up for it.
All right, guys, and welcome back. We are going to go live here in just a quick second, but as always, we got to get everything set right back up for you guys. So if you can just stay tuned for about another, I'll say another 25 seconds, and we're going to get this show on the road here. So you can just get all these webcams loaded up here. Just everyone should be here. Just need to fix one last one, and then we should be ready to go. So, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this live and cue the boys. All right, guys, we are back and alive. Welcome. Just gotta fix a little webcam here, but I am now joined by Kyle Partain, Sean Green, Armand Sardui, Robert Husby, and OK Lopena. Boys, welcome back to the show that have been here. Everyone's been on the show so far. Armand, KP, nice to see you tonight.
Yep.
And
Yes,
so
sir.
we ended our last segment with the Falcons picking AJ Terrell. So now the Cowboys are on the clock. And you know what, Sean, I'm gonna let you just jump right into it. What do the Cowboys need? What is their top need?
Um, they can go a lot of places here. I have them probably going corner or edge. It's going to be an interesting pick. I thought they were going to take. Well, in my opinion, I thought that C.J. Henderson was not going to go that high. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. I would be shocked if they went C.D. Lamb here. I could see Jerry doing that, but I do think they go defense. I think maybe Xavier McKinney.
Xavier McKinney, I like that. That would be a good pick. Armand, who do you think the Cowboys should look here? Offense, defense?
I'm either thinking either Lamb or Chase on.
I mean, Lamb's
They,
still on
I
the
won't be surprised.
board.
He is. So it's honestly shocking to me. I thought he would go. I thought he would go. I mean, I thought he'd be picked, but I mean, Dallas is trying to build something. They're trying to be winners again. You know, it doesn't matter what capacity. I know that Mike McCarthy, he took Green Bay to the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and he took about I think a year off. So Jerry Jones expects so much from his team. So we'll see what happens. I think they pick Chase on or Lamb, in my opinion.
All right, Robert, who you looking here?
I think Xavier McKinney. They do need a safety. They need to fix the secondary up a little bit. Going safety here. I've had them going safety for a while. But it is tempting if, with CD Lamb here. It's tempting between both, but personally, I think it's Xavier McKinney.
Well, yeah, I mean, they do need to replace Byron Jones. Partain, you have a quick suggestion here for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I like the idea of an edge here for Dallas. I think Chaseon's a great pick, but I also want to throw out Epineza. I think that's a pretty undervalued player still in this draft. I think there's a chance they could go Epineza, but you never know. They could go CD.
All right, and Kayla, I'm gonna jump to you. I know you always have a strong opinion on Jerry Jones, So what you got here?
Well, the anti-cowboy man that I am, but it's defense they're going to need help with, corner or secondary. But I had Clavon Chasen because they need somebody to tag team up with DeMarcus Lawrence. AJ Espinosa, I could probably see it, but I think Chason is the better guy. He fits in as well, even with the problematic rotation with their linebacking core. Sean Lee, Jalen Smith, Leighton Vander Esch, all guys that have been good, but when are they really healthy when you need them? So Clavon Chasen, he fits around, flex guy that can be in for it. So I think Dallas goes for him.
All right. Well, the pick's in. It looks like the commission's going to deliver it to us.
Oh,
You know, I
boy.
like this that they have the fans in the background. You know, I'm not listening to the audio, but I hope they're booing. I really, truly hope they are
I
booing.
think they are.
I would assume so. With the
When I was on my
17th.
break, they weren't.
Ooh.
Look at the third guy.
CD
Well, maybe
Lamb
not.
is a Dallas
Yes!
Cowboy.
Is he?
Yes.
I
The
am
third
upset.
Yes.
I'm upset. As an Eagles fan,
Yes.
I am not happy. Okay, Lo, why are you acting surprised there? What's the shock? What do we got?
This is I don't know Jerry Jones, man. Like this is something that I feel like Jerry Jones is like, oh, doggy, this is gonna be something for me. But I don't know. I felt like defense was the need, but I mean they're gonna surround Dak Prescott. So I'm just gonna say this: NFC East beware.
I mean, Kyle, is this not a steal for the Cowboys? Who would have thought you'd get CD Lamb at 18?
Listen, it is a steal. I mean, CD is a great talent. I don't know if it's necessarily the need, but you weigh the need versus the talent available, and in this case, they decided to go with the talent available, and it's not a bad pick. It catches me a little off guard because I still believe edge was their greatest need. Um, if I were to grade it, I'd grade it a B, maybe B minus. It's not a bad pick. It surprises me a little bit, not to the extent that it surprised Okalo, but I do sort of like this pick.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you look at what happened, so Amari Cooper, if you look at the Week 16 Eagles vs. Cowboys games, Amari Cooper gets hurt, and then Dak all of a sudden had no one to throw through. He ended the game 25 for 44, passing 265 yards, and the Cowboys couldn't find the end zone. Sean, do you think this is to maybe help relieve some pain from Amari Cooper's shoulders?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be no excuses for Dak Prescott now. This is the year that he's going to need to show why he wants that money. He's got CD Lamb and Amari Cooper and then Zeke in your backfield. If you want that big $30 million contract every year, you've got the weapons around you. So this is going to be the year that'll see if Dak's a franchise quarterback for the Cowboys or if he's just going to be a backup somewhere else.
Armand, do you like this pick knowing that, the 49ers could have got CD Lamb, the Raiders could have got CD Lamb, a lot of teams could have got CD Lamb, but he's a Cowboy.
Yeah. Jerry Jones, you sly dog. I mean, I feel like Kyle said. I think a couple picks ago. Like some teams we don't know what they're talking about. I mean, I thought they were going to go with a defensive player. Honestly, I mean, I get why they chose another wide receiver, but you have Amari Cooper, you have Michael Gallup, but Dak Prescott, no excuses. I mean, you have so many weapons now on the field that you could easily put up 30, 40 points, maybe every couple of games. So CD going to the Cowboys was definitely surprising, but it kind of was expected in my opinion.
Kind of expected. All right, Robbie, you have
Yeah.
closing thoughts on. I'm going to say this has been the steal so far.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I don't think they expected him to fall this far. You can see how happy Julio Jones is there. Again, like Armand said, no excuses. Dak's got so many weapons now. You have to maximize that. And he needed more defensive type players. Lamb's there. Take them, give them to Dak, see what they can do.
Well, I want to jump into the 18th pick. The Miami Dolphins are back on the clock. And Robert, you said earlier, it was Tua or death. So what is it with this pick?
I have to think with Lamb off the board now, I have to think it's Josh Jones. I think it's been Josh Jones for a while. With the top 4 offensive tackles gone, this is the next best tackle in the draft. I think Josh Jones is really, really underrated. He's climbed the board the last month or so pretty quickly and, coming all the way to 18 in a lot of recent drafts. So I really think it's going to be Josh Jones here. They need to shore up the offensive line for when Tua eventually does take over from Fitzpatrick. So I think this is the pick here. I think it's Josh Jones out of Houston.
Kyle, who do you think the Dolphins are going to go? Offense, defense, got to protect Tua.
I'm kind of mixed on this. I do like Josh Jones. I think that's a good pick here for Miami, but I also wouldn't discount Xavier McKinney, the safety. I think Miami has a realistic shot of going for him here. They need the safety, and McKinney is maybe the best player left available. I like the idea of either one of these prospects. I think it's a win for Miami, regardless of which direction they go here.
I mean, they seem to be in a good spots in here. Sean, I mean, do you think the Dolphins could possibly win the first round of the draft here if they get a good offensive lineman?
Absolutely not. The Dolphins will never win any first round of any
Okay.
team. Listen, them getting an offensive lineman here wouldn't be a shocker, but it wouldn't be like, oh my God, they just saved the offensive line. Tua's still going to get hit when he does play this season. And yeah, I do agree. I think Josh Jones is the pick here, but you never know with the Dolphins. I actually love Xavier McKinney. I hope he does fall to 23 for the Patriots. I don't think he does, but I say either one of those prospects would be a great pick for the Dolphins.
Okay, Lo, do you have a specific player that you think the Dolphins need to be targeting here?
Well, I thought they were going to get offensive line help. I thought Andrew Thomas would have been their guy. Obviously, early on in the show, I was very disappointed that the Giants selected him. So I really don't know where the Dolphins could go with there. They could go on the defensive side of the ball. They could get Josh Jones, even though it's a bit of a reach. I think best player available right now is Xavier McKinley. So I think Miami grabs him with this 18th pick.
Okay, so we're thinking we're going to go offensive line, McKinley, safety, little help. I mean, they just added Byron Jones and signed him to, I'm going to say the Supermax because they gave him a ridiculous amount of money. Armand, I don't think we've heard from you yet on this. Where are the Dolphins looking here?
I mean, Brian Flores before he came to Miami was the offensive guy. I know he's with the Patriots. I think a couple years he was a safeties assistant coach, safeties coach. I mean, honestly, the best pick right now will be Xavier McKinney. No question about it.
All right. Well, it looks like the pick is in, so it was not traded. Um, is the commissioner walking out? I don't know. The commissioner's taking his sweet old time, so in the meantime, we'll get some filling question in here. What's one thing that, who's a player that probably won't go the first round but should go the first round? Anyone have a specific player?
Ross Blacklock.
Okay. Wait, what was that,
Ross
Okayla?
Blacklock.
Ross? Okay.
Ross Blacklock out of TCU. Like his name has been coming up a little bit in a lot of people's drafts as like, he's that borderline first round talent. I just don't see as much teams, reaching that need for him. He's going to be good. I think he's going to be at least the second round pick that he was. So Ross Blacklock, I think, it'll depend. It'll depend.
Does anyone remember when John Whitley said that Gabe Davis should be a high pick? Anyone else remember that?
Terrible.
Ah,
I think
like
I think I have a very vague recollection.
I think someone won the joust off of that answer. I mean, I may or may not have known because I may or may not have done that, but the pick is in. Coaches look happy. But you know what? I don't care about that. I care about the pick. And you know what? Let me throw the draft back up on the stream. So I'm just gonna take a quick peek at our mock draft, and it seems like the mock draft as a unit, as a HTF unit, we've gone wrong. We've gone wrong. We definitely had CD Lamb going at. We definitely had Lamb going at 12. We definitely had Chasen going to Dallas. It looks like we have Justin Jefferson going to the Dolphins here. Looks like that seems to be the collective pick. So that's kind of interesting. So do we think there's any chance they go Justin Jefferson? Is that, just basing this off our collective draft, is there any
No.
chance they go? No one? Anyone?
I don't think Miami's going that route here. I don't believe so.
I hope not, because I want the Eagles to
Yeah, I do too.
But the pick is in. Goodell is walking up. The draft is back on stream. Thank you for that update, Jeremy Brenner, producer behind the scenes. And let's see who we get from here. The Miami Dolphins will be selecting. Dun, 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 dun. I can't read lips. Austin Jackson. Okay, Lo, you're clapping, so we're gonna start with you on that. Why?
Well, I'll say this. I loved Austin Jackson. I've watched him at USC. He's been phenomenal. You know what? For some reason, he just slipped my mind. I thought he was going to go back a little bit. I had him going to Minnesota in the later back. But I thought CeeDee Lamb was the steal of the night for the Cowboys. This is the second best steal. Austin Jackson is going to be a tremendous help for this offensive line. If I were in Hard Rock Stadium from the party right now, I think Miami Dolphins fans would be cheering and they'd be very pleased right now. This is a great pick for them.
Kyle, was this the best pick available though? It might be a great pick for them, but was it the best pick available?
Best pick available? No. Best pick for them? Potentially. I think you could have argued several different tackles for that position, for that that honor of being the best pick for Miami. I don't believe this was necessarily the best pick for them. I probably would have gone McKinney if I were Miami making this selection. I can't argue the pick though. It's not a bad pick. It's just and to everyone's point, it's going to add value for Tua once that, once the wheels get rolling on that truck. Um, Miami clearly playing for the future here. I don't hate the pick, don't love it.
Fair enough. Sean, I mean, where do you sit on this? I mean, they didn't win the draft. You're right. They did not.
Yeah, and he's not a bad pick. He's just a project. I think they really like him at left tackle with his size. But again, it's another project. He's not gonna be a plug-in left tackle right at the start. I had him going 25 to Minnesota, so it's a little earlier. But I still think he's a first-round project. He's went up draft boards the past couple weeks. So yeah, not the pick I would have liked them to make, but there's no question they would have gone offensive tackle, especially a left tackle.
Armand, good pick, bad pick, just a Dolphin pick.
I mean, like I said to Jeremy a couple minutes ago, it's the year of protecting the quarterback. I mean, I think this is what maybe like the third, fourth, fifth offensive tackle pick so far in this draft. I had to agree with Kyle. Once the wheels start turning in the truck for Tua, someone has to protect him. You don't want another bad injury that what he had with his hip. So it's not a. I expected McKinney, but you gotta protect the quarterback, like I said.
Well, Robert, I mean, as Armand was saying, it's the year of protect the quarterback. But for the Dolphins, it's protect Tua. Like, this isn't any quarterback. This is Tua, who is coming off a huge injury. So, was this the right pick for them?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the position is the right pick. Offensive line outside of a quarterback is their most important position. I'm a bit surprised it's Austin Jackson this high, just because I had him going much later. As a guy that watches USC a lot, Austin Jackson is good, but he has some flaws that he absolutely needs to work on. So he is a project. He does need to get better if he wants to be a top offensive lineman. So I'm a bit surprised he got picked over Josh Jones, but perhaps the Dolphins believe Josh Jones will still be there later if they want to take another tackle or whatever they're planning for the rest of this first round. But no, I'm not surprised they took an offensive lineman here. It is a good choice, not a great choice though.
Not a great choice. All right. Well, the Las Vegas Raiders are back on the clock for the second time. Well, yeah, second time this round. So who they picked? They took Jerry Judy. No, yes, they took
They
Ruggs.
took Ruggs.
They took Ruggs.
Henry
Dude,
Ruggs.
all the Bama wide receivers just mix with my head. They're all fast, all
Yeah,
first
there's a
round
plethora
picks,
of them.
all nasty. All right, Partain, where's Gruden going?
I like Chase on. I think the edge is the right move here for Vegas. I don't see much of another need. Well, there are other needs, but as far as the prime value goes, I think Chase on, as far as talent and need goes, it's the best pick left.
All right. Well, the commissioner is relaying the information to me, and it is dun, da, 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 da. I don't know what he's talking about. Wish I did, but I don't.
I think they just announced. I think I might be totally wrong that the draft will be held in Vegas next year.
Oh, let's clap for
Oh.
that. Let's clap for that.
Okay.
That's awesome.
I might be wrong. I'm reading
Hey,
the subtitles on my TV. So
I'm all for it. Hey, you know what? I don't have the audio
Vegas.
going, but
Hey, I'm booking a flight next year once this is over.
okay. Wait, I think we're actually gonna get the draft pick now. The Raiders don't have enough fans that they have to have 3 cheerleaders on their cameras instead. That is sad.
Sounds about
Hey,
right.
the Raiderettes are perfect.
Don't
thing.
leave Oakland. Apparently, is the whatever. Cornerback out of Ohio State, Damon Arnett. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
he's from Fort
lean.
Lauderdale.
I'm gonna have to lean on the who side.
South Florida, Broward boy, but who?
All right, so we have another Ohio State player taken in the draft. Robert, break it down for us.
This might be the most surprising pick of the night. I don't know. I haven't. Arnett has not been.
I don't think we
in
had
a
him.
lot of the first.
We didn't
round
have him on our
mock drafts,
board.
I'd
He's
say.
not on our boards.
Yeah,
That's-
no. I mean, big reach. I think. I'm surprised. I really thought they were going to go with Christian Fulton here because they did need a quarterback, but I'm surprised they thought Arnett is that much better than Christian Fulton. Still, with Christian Fulton still available, so bit of a shocker there. I think a huge reach on their part.
Okay, Lo, is this a good fit for the Raiders or was this a reach?
This was a reach. No disrespect. I love South Florida boys. I love especially a hometown grown kid from Fort Lauderdale. But Damon Arnett, what? Like, you could have gotten Xavier McKinley right now. You could have gotten Quavon Chasen off the edge. But I mean, look, they did need corner help. I'm not gonna lie. Jonathan Abrams got to be helpful next year for them in the secondary when he's healthy. But this was like, the Raiders are known a lot of times, like from watching the draft. From my perspective, they always create this drama. So this is Las Vegas now doing what the Raiders have done in their history, and
Well,
that's surprised us all.
so he was Jeff Okuda's number 2, and according to the mock drafts, and Nick was the only one to have him go in the first round. So props to Nick. He predicted that he would go in the first round. And Partain, golf clap into analysis. Is this a good pick?
It's a fine pick. I don't think. I think it's kind of a slip. I think he was probably your fourth best corner still available. So if he went the route of corner, which I can't argue going the route of corner, but that was not where you should have gone. I think Trevon Diggs from Bama is the best corner left in this draft aside from Fulton. So I think those two right there should have been your highly debated discussion right there. I'm not sure where the pick came from. I don't hate it, don't love it. Doesn't impact me as long as they didn't take Justin Jefferson for this next pick.
Fair enough. Sean, do you like this? Yes or no?
Not really. I think I agree. I think Diggs was a better choice here. I think the injury to the corner is a little iffy on me. He was injured for most of the year last year. He was Okuda's number 2, and I think that's where people think about it. I think every one of us has said, "Oh, he was Okuda's number 2." So, he doesn't really have a name for himself yet. And yes, this is way higher than anybody really saw him going. I think a lot of the mocks and a lot of the analysts had him going mid to early second. But the Raiders were desperate for a corner, and you could just tell that with that pick.
Armand, I'm going to jump over into the Jaguars pick. The pick is in, but we're going to have to wait for that because they are going to a commercial break. So tell me who you think the Jags are looking here with their second pick.
I mean, I think they should go maybe. Man, I mean, they got their corner help, but the Jags. I'm thinking, should they draft a running back? I know Leonard Fournette was, it's on his way out of there, but I have no idea what they're gonna do. I mean, Kyle, you help me out on this one. What do you think they should do, man? I mean,
I think there's two choices here. The number one choice for me is Justin Jefferson. That is a hand-fed gift. Your second choice here, I think you could argue McKinney. I think there's an outside shot. McKinney gets picked up by the Jags here, but I am hoping that it goes with Jefferson. I would love to see Minshew get an actual legitimate target and weapon here.
Please don't. I want Jefferson at 21.
It's going to make my day if Jared doesn't get his pick.
If I came into the draft saying I was going to get Justin, dude, I was coming into this like if we get Justin Jefferson without having to trade up, it'd be a great night. If we got like CeeDee Lamb, if we got one of these good receivers that I can trade up, it'd be a great night. I'm one pick away from getting that pick. And Kyle, you better not ruin this for me.
I'm on the pick. I better.
You better not ruin this for me.
This is who I said Jacksonville would take.
You guys need a defensive lineman. Let's be real.
I need to go 2 for 2. Come on.
You guys do it though. I mean, you guys are known to make some bad mistakes in the past.
I agree.
Have a great night tonight, so don't mess it up.
Yeah, this is a big pick for us because to your point,
it's a big pick of the night.
Drafts have been messed up.
This is a big pick of the night.
Have been very much messed up by Jacksonville. So far, we are on the right track tonight. Henderson was a great pick at 9, and I think Jefferson is the best possible scenario for us right now.
Well, as Sean was telling us that Goodell was delivering us some news on the draft for future years. So 2021 next year will be in Cleveland, 2022 will be in Las Vegas, and 2023 will be held in Kansas City. So that's the update on the future of the NFL draft. So we got to wait another year to have, another 2 years, I guess, to have it back in Vegas. But, Okayla, we're talking Jags right now. We're talking Justin Jefferson, who realistically is the best available. But do they go with that? Do they go with it?
I don't think so, Kyle. I know you love Justin Jefferson, and I know this is the right guy. But I mean, look, the receiving class is so deep. I think the Jaguars can get somebody else a little later. To me, you gotta fix your defense. I mean, they got Yannick Ngakoue, who's on his way out. Telvin Smith is gone. Jalen Ramsey. So the once upon a time best defense in the land has got to slowly, gradually get back. Clavon Chasen is the best player on the board. They need to get that edge rusher back. They need to solidify the great Duval defense that I've had on my fantasy defense for the past 3 years. So give me Clavon Chasen. Please do. Please do.
So
Kello, it seems like you're a fan of every single team tonight. I'm like,
he's a football
that's
fan.
amazing.
Okay, this is what happens when you
Well,
don't have sports.
Every team.
Well, I mean, the Steelers ain't picking tonight, so what else I'm going to do? I got to play neutral tonight.
All right, I have a suggestion here, Kyle. I'm gonna propose a trade that they should have taken. Why don't you guys? We just switch spots in the draft, and you guys can have Alshon as well. Just take him. I don't want him. Take Alshon, please. You can take him. I don't need him.
You're ungrateful, Jaret. You're ungrateful.
I am ungrateful because Alshon has issues with my quarterback, and therefore I have issues with him. Is that not fair enough? Like, you can't have issues with the star quarterback, you know? Like, that's just, I don't know. That's.
Oh, what about Jordan Love? I didn't even think about that. What if the Jags
Step
go out
in
of
the
left
name
field?
of love. Step
Dude,
in
I
the
hope
name
they don't.
of
I'll tell you, I hope they
That
don't
would be
go for Jordan.
hilarious.
I am fine with McKinney and I'm fine with Chasen. I think those are two good picks, and if we choose to go that route over Jefferson, I'm happy. But to me, Jordan Love should not even be on the radar right now.
I don't even know why we're talking Jordan.
I just think that'd be fun.
Armand, where did the Jordan
I
Love?
think it would be funny for you guys. I'd give a good reaction.
It's just so weird though that he's been getting more love. To me, I still think like Jalen Hurts is way better than him. So I
Yeah,
don't know
but
where
okay,
Jordan Love came out.
good in Oklahoma in the Big 12 with no. Okay, the pick is in, and it is, according to Roger Goodell, it is officially going to be Kaylavon Chasen.
Yeah, boy, yeah, boy.
Armand,
Boys.
I'll let Kyle gain his thoughts, and we're gonna go to you first.
Yeah. Honestly, he was on some mock drafts I saw this week. You need help defensively. I mean, in order to get back to where you were 2 3 years ago, you need to have that defensive. You need to have that defensive chemistry like you did with when you have Fowler and Jalen Ramsey. So honestly, it's a fine pick. I think you do just fine. Maybe Jacksonville does draft a wide receiver in a later round, but you guys really need a receiver, Kyle.
Kyle, how did? Okay,
Yeah.
now I'll let you gain your thoughts, and then we'll jump over to you, Robert. But how do you feel, Kyle?
I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get to ruin Jarrett's night here. But,
Dude, I'm so hyped right now. I'm so happy right now.
I can't complain. This is to me, I didn't expect Chasen to still be available at this point in the draft, so I'm not upset at this pick. To be fair, to ride on the backs of everyone else here, that defense does absolutely need to get revamped. And I can't complain about going edge. I think Chasen's going to be really, really key as far as getting that setting the edge here for this defense and allowing it to get back to that just nastiness that it showed back a couple seasons ago. I would have preferred Jefferson because I do think we need a legitimate offensive threat for Minshew. But the way things have gone, it looks to me like there's still going to be pretty decent receivers available next 2 or 3 rounds. I can't complain too much. It's not my favorite pick, but I'm happy with it.
Robert, good pick, bad pick, could have done better, or fits well.
I think it's a good pick. Like it's been said, they do need to fix the defense a lot. They lost a lot of players, and they're still going to lose Yannick Ngakoue. So, they do need to revamp that defense quite a bit. So it's a good pick. I'm not surprised they picked him there. It was between him and Jefferson for me. They do need to get Gardner Minshew a weapon. So, I think this draft is deep enough at wide receiver that they can go get someone good still down the road. So I think that's maybe why they're focused on defense here in this first round. So it's it's a good pick. I think not great, but good.
All right, and of course Jeremy keeping me on my toes there. You know what? I'm just gonna leave the draft up. I keep forgetting to put it back on. But the Eagles pick is in. Can we agree that if it's not McKinney or Jefferson, the draft's over? Like, is the draft not over?
You quitting, Jared? You quitting?
Yeah, I was gonna say Jarrett gonna hang up if that's
No.
Like,
it should be Double J.
The live stream ends, right? Like, I control that. I think the show's over if it's not Jefferson or McKinney. It has
Jared,
to
I
be.
think honestly, I think Justin Jefferson has been linked to the Eagles since 2018. So I think it's 2020. the Eagles should just end up taking the guy that's been rumored to go to them.
Look at that depth
however
chart.
many months.
Don't look at the depth chart, bro. Stop. We still have Alshon
Oh my
there.
God.
Alshon's there.
That's what
Greg
I'm saying.
Ward.
Alshon's
Greg
up there.
Ward.
I mean, okay. Here's the thing. I
The
mean,
last 4 games, 2019.
if it's not like, I don't know who else
Oh,
is available wide receiver wise for them to even take.
The guy from Arizona State, can't say his last name, Brandon.
Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
might go him.
I like Mims out of Baylor. Mims out of Baylor's not
Okay,
bad.
so here I'll throw like the last time the Eagles drafted a wide receiver in the first round, it ended miserably. That was Nelson Aguilar, 13th overall.
Can't catch.
Nelson
But
Aguilar.
I mean, here's the
Aguilar.
thing: if it's not McKinney or Jefferson, I don't think I'm gonna be happy. Like,
Jared, I'll console you.
according to Jeremy Brennan, the Eagles take UCF wide receiver Jaret Kappelman. So I will
Hey,
happily
I
take
hear
that.
Jaret Kappelman can truck Saquon. So
Yo, okay, let's be real. You guys have seen me play. I'm one of the best, best on the UCF football. I'm so good they won't even let me play D1.
Yeah, man. They holding your talent back, man.
They're holding my talent. I'm upset. I need this pick in. Let's go. Come on. Get it together. Justin Jefferson looked hype
they're
there on
milking
screen. If Justin Jefferson's hype, I'm hype. Like, come on. Justin Jefferson. LSU.
And that clean suit, though. That clean suit.
What are his Mims?
What? What was that, Armand?
I can see Mims.
All right, wait.
No,
Xavier
I
McKinney
think,
wouldn't be
I
a
think
bad pick either.
Mims is too high. I think he's gonna go a little lower. Know what I'm saying?
I mean, listen, if Jacksonville had taken Jefferson, I truly believe Philly would take Mims on this pick right now. But since Jefferson's available, I have every expectation that it's going to be Jefferson.
I like Denzel Mims. He's been, like I've mentioned before in like podcasts and stuff. He's that ace. He's that wild card. He's something unique. He's a tinker gadget type player, and I think like he's going to be good. But I don't think with the way Doug Peterson's offense is going to run, if that's going to virtually fit. They need a deep ball threat. Justin Jefferson's the man.
I mean, yeah, Alshon's out the door. Aguilar's no longer an Eagle. They need someone to go deep, and Deshaun Jackson here can't seem to keep healthy. So, yeah,
Welcome
I don't
back.
know. I mean, I like that pretty Lombardi trophy in the background. Sorry, Armand, you couldn't capture on one this year as well. But,
Ooh, burn.
you know it had to come. But, Robert, is there someone specific other than Jefferson or McKinney that should go here?
No, it should be Jefferson, honestly.
Should be Jefferson. I agree. Let's see Jefferson. Come on, Goodell. Like, this is like Family Feud. Like, Justin Jefferson.
I kind of hope it isn't Jefferson.
I
kind of hope it's not Jefferson.
And it is.
Come on.
I'm about to walk off. I'm this suspense. Roger, I don't. I can't say I don't
This
care
is
what he's
absolute
saying because
suspense.
I don't know what he's saying. The Eagles pick. Please be Justin Jefferson. Please be Justin Jefferson. Please be Justin Jefferson. And come on. Oh my gosh, Jalen Rager, why? When you guys go back and watch this live stream, you're just gonna see how upset I am. Oh,
that's amazing.
bro, are we trading back to 22 to go get Jefferson? Like, did I miss something? Why? Oh, someone else start talking, please. Oh, I need to regroup. Kyle, my night's been ruined, so go ahead, Kyle.
Sorry.
Dude, this is the greatest thing ever. Why Rager, man? That is so far off the top list of these receivers. I mean, T. Higgins is available still. If you're not taking Jefferson, why is T. Higgins not in the conversation? This is really exciting to me and kind of made this thing, this block worth it. All
right, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in to the 2020 HTF Draft Show. We'll catch you guys next. Oh, come on, Sean. Sean, save me. Give me some light. Why is?
Let me take a breath for a minute.
Sean, why is this a good pick?
Oh my goodness.
Is it a good
He's
pick?
a good receiver. He's not better than Justin Jefferson. I think.
No
they're
one's
gonna-
better than
I don't know,
Justin
like,
Jefferson.
He's a tiny receiver. He's really small, so I don't know if they're going to push him out to the outside. I would personally put him in the slot and then push him to the outside. But yeah, that's rough for you especially. Justin Jefferson was the pick, and if they didn't take him, I think Mims would have been a close second. But yeah, that's a rough pick for the Eagles. I
See,
think they must like his speed, kind of like a Tyreek
here's
Hill type.
my
Like he's
issue.
not
Here,
even close.
here's my issue. You're taking a Big 12 wide receiver over an SEC wide receiver, and like not even that, like a top 3 SEC wide receiver in an when Alabama plays in the SEC. So like,
Jared, all I'm saying is I'm as a Patriots fan now. I'm happy. I'm like Minnesota is gonna get Justin. Let's go. Bring me Justin. Come on. Now I'm excited. I didn't think we have a shot at him.
Sean. I'm sorry.
You know what?
Armand,
I'll be
save me,
nice.
save me here. Thank you.
I, I think he's gonna. You know what? I think he's gonna be good for y'all. I mean,
Yes. Okay. There we go.
he's a freak of nature back in the Big 12 for TCU. I think he's a good pick, to be honest. I mean, it's not what you wanted. Justin Jefferson and T. Higgins are obviously, no brainers. But I, you know what? I think we'll see a year from now what he does to contribute to that offense. We'll see. I think it's a good pick.
I hope so. I really hope so. Well, the
Please see the
Viking.
bright side, Armand.
No, yeah, thanks, Armand. For as mean as I am to Armand about the 49ers, I deserve that. So, okay. Let's move on to the Vikings pick. They've done a lot this offseason. They could get Justin Jefferson because they traded away
This is
Stephon Diggs. Kalo, what are the Vikings doing here?
This is Minnesota could not be more happier. Like, I believe that the Minnesota Vikings tonight are really going to help move in their slot with the Super Bowl contendership this year. So I think Justin Jefferson is the okay, Armand. Look, I know I Kirk Cousins will get it done. I believe in Captain Kirk, but I will say this:
Hey,
like,
Kirk has to not be on the ground for that to happen.
hey! Look, last year was a fluke, man. Okay, this is going to be Minnesota's time this year, and Justin Jefferson, the tag team with Adam Thielen, Kyle Rudolph, and Dalvin Cook. You are telling me, Armand, that with Captain Kirk by that side and that talented top 10 defense, that Minnesota will not be at least in the conversation for Super Bowl contender.
Kello, the defense got ran over by a bus.
All right, guys. I have a little
happens.
bit of announcement, even though I was told not to announce it. The Vikings pick is in, but the Patriots are trading their pick to the LA Chargers.
Oh,
So we'll jump into that. We'll jump into that in a bit, just a little preview, so Sean, you can gather your thoughts. But Robert, what are the Vikings looking at here?
I think it's gonna be Justin Jefferson. With Steph Diggs getting traded to the Bills, I have to think he'd be a nice replacement for him. And the fact that Justin Jefferson is still around, Minnesota should be looking at taking him here. I think that's gonna be their pick is Justin Jefferson.
Fair enough. Kyle, is this gonna ruin my night and see Justin Jefferson go one pick right after he should have been an Eagle?
Yeah, I think so. This is kind of a, like it was for Philly. This is a gift for Minnesota. I think this is a position they desperately need with a talent that realistically should not still be available. So yeah, Justin Jefferson is probably going to be this pick. If you're looking for another option, I don't know if you could necessarily fathom another option. I don't hate Josh Jones going to Minnesota. That's a possibility. The way this draft has gone, expect the unexpected. I guess I'm just throwing names out. I think they that's a valuable player to them. They could use a tackle.
Could they look
but
to
yeah,
get
I
Stephon Diggs' brother or cousin? Or no, they're brothers. They're brothers.
That would be such a.
That'd be a petty.
Such a, like not.
That'd be a
that would
petty
be like
move.
kind of. Could you imagine all the people in Minnesota who have Stephon Diggs jerseys who might have trashed him or like burned him, and like now they have to maybe revitalize it or maybe get their refund back and just have to change the number?
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what it would be, I guess. So I'm getting official word that the trade that we're gonna get into next, it was a 37th and 71st for the 23rd. So the Patriots are getting getting an additional pick, just one a little later in the draft. So we'll jump into that in a bit. Also, good news for the Patriots: starting center David Andrews was cleared to play this year, which last year he missed due to blood clots. So you always like a nice, good, feel good story to keep the show going. But I'd really like this Viking picks to get in because I just got to keep staring at the screen at the last pick and it's saying Eagles and not saying Justin Jefferson. So it's kind of upsetting. Anyone have any thoughts here? Like, I mean, just a bold prediction on what the Vikings are gonna do? Anyone like something just outrageous that probably won't happen, but it could?
I have the logical.
All right,
I have
Armand.
something logical.
Hit us with logic then.
I think they're picking Justin Jefferson. I mean, you traded away Stephon Diggs. He's Justin
Sadly.
Jefferson. You saw what he did in the college football. Excuse me, the college football championship. So he, another weapon for Kirk Cousins, but he literally fell into their lap. So I think Justin Jefferson is definitely going to the Vikings.
Justin Jefferson going to the Vikings. That would ruin my night. Would actually ruin my night. Legitimately.
Ruin
Whoa.
I'm
my
saying, but this is Rick Spielman and Mike Zimmer's most memorable night tonight with this pick. And I'm just rewatching the highlights, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, I can't wait for what the Vikings are going to do next year. I really can't wait. This is going to be their year. Kirk Cousins is going to get it done, and they're going to hopefully get a Super Bowl out of this.
Quickly, I want
Armand,
so,
Armand, I'm watching you. I'm
I want
watching you.
want
Just
someone
don't
to
think of that playoff game.
I'm
quick.
gonna side with Armand on that one, dude.
Why don't y'all like Kirk Cousins? Am I the only one who thinks that this man is going to be the answer to Minnesota Vikings fans?
Probably.
Way overpaid.
Hey, he got a playoff win. He got a playoff win.
Good. No, Kirk
Yeah.
Cousins is a good quarterback.
Alright.
He's just
Roger Goodell is leading
So-
everyone in the skull
so-
clap,
So,
and he's probably gonna ruin my night with this
so-
pick. I just
here we go.
with the
Minnesota to
22nd
the
pick
Super
in the
Bowl.
NFL draft, the Vikings are selecting who should have been a Philadelphia Eagle, Justin Jefferson.
Yay!
It makes
Yeah.
sense. No, it make like that was the I think
Yeah.
that was the easiest pick of the night besides 1 and 2. And maybe 3.
Yeah.
But that was the easiest pick of the night. Easiest pick of the night. So I don't know if we should continue. Do anyone have any final thoughts on Justin Jefferson before we jump into the trade that just happened? Because I mean, we kind of talked a lot of Justin Jefferson because we kind of highlighted him with the Eagles. So anyone have anything else to add? We're good.
I got a feeling the Vikings are going to the Super Bowl.
Fair enough.
That's all I
Okay.
Well,
gotta
it's
say.
what we found out tonight is the Vikings are now Kello's 10th favorite team. So now
Hey, he's up.
Hey, 14 teams make the playoffs now. He's got space for 4 more, Sean. He's got space for 4 more.
God.
Come on, man.
He's got
Jeez
space for
Louise.
4 more. All right. Well, the Patriots have
Brutal.
officially the trade is official now. The Chargers
Let me have that
are
moment. The Steelers ain't picked.
the Chargers are on the clock. So, Sean, why did the Patriots trade out? Why? Tell me.
It's not surprising. It's just disappointing. This is every year for me. We have a first round pick, and then we trade out, or we take some defense.
Sonny Michel. You got Sonny Michel a couple years ago.
Yeah. Well, that was the most exciting draft for us in like 12 years because we took
Fair enough.
Isaiah Wynn and Sony Michel. It was 2 picks. We were like, oh my God, this never happens. So I think for the Patriots, they traded back because they wanted to get closer to 87. You lose if you pick at 23, you don't pick again until 87. So the Patriots had to get somewhere in the second round. This makes it better because you get 2 picks, but it is a little surprising. I don't know how many they have 4 third rounders now at I think 71, 87, 98, and 100. So I would be kind of surprised if they don't trade up to get 2 picks in the second, making another trade at some point either tonight or tomorrow. Because I don't see them taking 4 players in the third round. That's probably there's gonna be another trade with the Patriots at some point.
Maybe they're trying to get enough stock to trade back for Tom Brady. Who knows? Kyle, what are the Chargers? What do the Chargers see available?
I think this was a move for Josh Jones, personally. I think they're now looking same kind of position Miami was in. They're looking to protect their new quarterback down the road. I think Josh Jones is the best one available left. I think this is a pretty self-explanatory pick. I think that's really who they're pushing for. And as far as New England's concerned, I like the idea of trading up some of those picks now that they have for a second rounder, maybe early third, although they may not need another third. But yeah, I think it's more of a LA pushing for Jones than it is New England really looking to trade.
Armand, do you agree with that there?
Yeah, I mean, this is classic Bill Belichick, peak Bill Belichick right now. He just wants draft capital. To be honest, I mean, 4 third round picks, they're not going to pick with every third round. Every pick they have in the third round, they're trying to have some type of, something to tease other teams a little bit. Hey, I have these 4 third round picks. Take one of them, and then we make a deal. So, I mean, this is for the benefit of, I think both teams kind of benefit from it. You could in past drafts, you've seen that a little diamonds in the rough type of thing. Um, good players, good players would be seen in later rounds. But for the Chargers, I think I agree with Kyle. They're definitely gonna go with Josh Jones to protect the quarterback, which is Justin Herbert. So they do have stuff to fill in that category.
Yeah, they do have stuff to fill. Robert, someone specific, real quick, because the pick is in. Just lead us up till the commissioner comes in. Anything specific? You're the quarterback. Protect them.
Yeah, I could see Josh Jones here. I'm surprised he wasn't taken earlier, so I could definitely see them taking him so he can protect Justin Herbert.
Okay, Lo. Any last thoughts on this before we jump into the pick?
I was thinking, well, could they use secondary help? I think, they got to protect the quarterback. Josh Jones, I think, is going to be their guy around this pick. But I wouldn't be surprised if they might still go defense. Maybe AJ Espinosa might be the pick. I'm going to likely call it a bold pick.
Fair enough. Well, it looks like it's taking a little longer. Sean, anything that you want to add here for the Chargers side?
No, I think everybody hit it on the head. They need offensive line help, but I still think they're a little weak on the defensive side. So I could see AJ Espinoza, but I could also see Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma. I think that'd be a great pick, underrated linebacker, carry that Oklahoma defense. I said it yesterday. He's my best linebacker in the draft because he made that Oklahoma defense so much better.
What about McKinney? McKinney's a chance at all or no?
I don't think so. They don't need a safety right now, but I do think I love McKinney, but I love Murray.
You love Murray? All right. Well, let's see what Goodell likes and what the Chargers like. And it looks like the pick is in. Goodell is going to give us the rundown. And it is Kenneth Murray. All right, Sean.
The man's a psychic.
Thank you.
Sean, why Sean, why though? Why does that make so much sense?
Again, they need defensive help in general. I don't think McKinney was the move because they have a good secondary. The Murray though is, in my opinion, the best linebacker in the draft besides Jason. He carried that Oklahoma defense. The year before, if you look at that Oklahoma defense, they struggled. They were not that great of a defense. They gave up a lot of big points. But in my opinion, Murray just carried that defense and put him on his back for the most part. The one thing is he plays a little erratic. I said that on the podcast the other day. He's trying to do so much that he doesn't need to do. So I think going to a good Chargers defense with Bosa, they'll teach him the right ways, and I think he's a great pick for the Chargers.
Yeah, he's got a good role model there to learn from. Partain, I mean, it seems like the logical pick, to mix him in with Bosa. So how do you rate the Chargers with this pick in, their first round tonight?
Yeah, I like the pick. I think it's a pretty good pick. To Sean's point, Murray is he was the best linebacker left. I'm not sure he was the best in the draft, but he was definitely the best left. And, LA was in desperate need of some fixing up on that side of the ball. So I can't argue with the pick. I personally would have gone with the O-line, but this is a pick that will make a difference right away for the Chargers. And I think that's kind of what they're hoping to do, is play sooner rather than later. I think that's why they moved up at this point, or made that trade, to make a player that can make a difference right now rather than play the end game.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of hard for them to go wrong when trading up. Like, they're going to get a player they know they need a position to fill. Armand, I mean, we kind of all touched on it, but, I mean, it seems like the logical pick. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it was the best available. He's one of the best available linebackers left in this draft. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jerry. I completely forgot about him.
All right, fair enough. It's a long night.
Yes, it's been a long night. So I mean, honestly, the Chargers needed to revamp defensively. The secondary, I agree with Sean. The secondary was already good enough. So they just need something with to help with their defense. He created havoc with that Oklahoma defense. So I like this pick a lot.
Fair enough. Okelo, anything else you want to add here?
I'm a little bit surprised. I think it's a good fit. I know the Chargers could use a little bit of linebacker help. I mean, Melvin Ingram is all alone sometimes in space, and when you're switching back between defensive end and linebacker, it's gonna create something. I think it's a good help. I would have loved AJ Espinosa to be picked right now at this spot because I feel like it would have been a good tag team partner for Joey Bosa. But solid pick. I'm not mad. I think, I was looking forward to Kenneth Murray going to New Orleans with this next pick. But, it is what it is. And I think, I can't wait for to see what that Murray jersey is going to look like in that powdered blue.
All right, and then Robert, any last? I mean, Kenneth Murray, we were saying could go to the Saints here. So now that he's off the board, what are the Saints looking to grab?
I got no idea now. I had them either taking Murray or Justin Jefferson if he fell that far, but I don't know. I doubt they take Denzel Mims here. I really don't know what they're gonna do here. I have no idea. This is
Maybe
the
could
one
they trade?
tonight where I'm like,
Could they
oh,
trade?
they could
Maybe.
trade. They definitely could trade.
Armand, is there like a likely scenario here for the Saints?
I mean, honestly, I have no idea what they need right now. I mean, you want to get back to the Super Bowl, but the only thing that's stopping the Saints from getting back to the Super Bowl is the Saints
No,
or
it's a
any
pass
other
interference. It's
outside
pass
factor.
interferences. Let's be honest here. It's pass
No.
interferences.
So I
No, but
mean,
that's fair.
they have wide receiver they have wide receivers. They have the corners. So I I thought they might take a linebacker here. I thought the linebacker they were gonna get were maybe Murray, but the Chargers took him. So either way, I don't know. I have no idea what the Saints are gonna pick. To be honest.
Sean, do you have anything for us? Anything logical here for them?
Yeah, I've got two players. Patrick Queen, that's a linebacker if they want to get the best available linebacker out of LSU. I also think, again, we haven't really talked about him a lot tonight because the draft has kind of gone according to a lot of the mocks in a way. You've had a couple weird
A
ones,
few
but
trades here
maybe
and there
Jordan.
and that, yeah.
Yeah,
Andrew Thomas.
but Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love could go here if the Saints want to find the heir apparent to Drew Brees. There is two things though. If Jordan Love doesn't go here, he falls out of the first round, I believe. And then Xavier McKinney. If I'm looking at some of the team's needs coming up, and really no team fits his needs, so he might fall out of the first round as well.
Fair enough. I mean, our mock draft tiers, according to everyone's collective, says Jordan Love would be the pick here. But something I really want to announce: Adam Schefter just tweeted that Dak Prescott's brother Jace today died at the age of 31. So
Oh
condolences
man.
goes out
Oh,
to him and
goodness.
his family. I know Dak's already lost his mother, now his brother. Prayers out to Dak and his family. But
Yeah.
back on the other note, KP, we're talking Saints. We need longevity in the quarterback position for him because Drew Brees just signed a 2-year, $50 million. But how much is left? This is probably his last contract. Do they go Jordan Love here, or is it someone else?
I could see Jordan Love. I'm not convinced Jordan Love is the pick. I could genuinely see the Saints making a trade, although it says pick is in. So
Pick is in.
Back.
Okay, so I guess they did. They picked someone.
I'll throw a name out that hasn't been said yet. I like Christian Fulton to potentially get taken here for the Saints. I think that's a position they could restock on and really revamp is the corner. And Christian Fulton's a very talented player to still be around in this draft. I like Patrick Queen as well. Those LSU guys are still sticking around, and I think there's a chance we might see them start to drop like flies here because they are kind of genuine gifts to be around at this point in the draft in general.
Yeah, I mean, how many teams come in here looking to get like a top SEC talent like for that? Okay, Lo, we were talking. We've said quarterbacks, we've said defense. What do you got?
Patrick Queen, that defense, they were a couple plays away in that wild card game. And they really could have used, I think, a guy in that sort of sense and in the secondary. It could go either way. I think maybe Xavier McKinney's another name to watch out for. I think that name was tossed around a little bit, but I don't see Jordan Love. I don't even know why is his name still bubbling around in the first round. So, they don't need an heir apparent to Drew Brees yet. They could probably get that in the later round.
Fair enough.
I don't. Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing a tweet from Connor Orr, and I think it's hilarious. It says Bill Belichick trading down specifically to not be seen on his home cam. That's fair. Who knows? Who knows? Sean, who knows what's in that house? Who knows? Maybe he's got cameras on all 31
Bill
draft
Belichick calls
rooms.
Snapchat snap face.
So I've seen the picture of him in his house, and he just looks disgusted. So it's almost like he just didn't get ready. He knew he was going to trade the pick. I should have paid more attention to it. But yeah, he looks like he doesn't have a camera.
Everything happens for a reason in that man's life. Like he does everything specifically for a reason. So he didn't care, didn't look like he cared, I guess, because he knew this pick wasn't going to happen. But something I want to. Oh, the pick is in
Minnesota.
We just. No, they skipped over the Saints pick. Okay, the Vikings are on the clock. That's what it is. They were just there announcing. I guess they're just saying. I was like, wait, we just skipped over the Saints pick.
Yeah, I was
All right, now
confused.
Yeah.
just quickly, we're gonna announce this pick, and then we're gonna head to our final commercial break of the evening. We'll get just quick reactions across the board, but let's see what the pick is gonna be. Dun, 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 dun. And
Just wanted to.
okay, it is
Cesar Ruiz?
Cesar Ruiz. The center from LSU.
Oh.
Good for him. He's emotional, but yeah, Michigan. Yeah, you're right.
Michigan.
Yep. So quick thoughts. Good pick, bad pick. Yes, no, down the board.
No,
Yes,
I'm
not good.
I'm not liking it.
Robert, good or bad?
Good pick. I like Cesar Ruiz a lot.
Good pick, Armand. Yes or no?
Surprising pick. I thought if they were going to select Jordan Love, Breeze could groom him and just when Breeze retires. But I don't know, man. Surprising pick.
Sean, good. Yes or no?
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Middle of the pack. Yeah,
Fair enough.
I don't like him.
Kyle, yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, I'm with Sean. Middle of the pack. That's not great.
This is the
right.
most confusing pick so far, in my opinion.
The Saints already have a solidified offensive line. They didn't need this. I hate to say this, but this was a wasted pick.
It's a wasted pick. All right, well, guys, I'm going to leave you on that note. We're going to head to our final commercial break, but stay tuned. We're going to have the final 8 picks of the first round. Don't go anywhere.
Pleasure, guys.
Things gon' change when I really hit the field. Undefeated champs, man, you know what's the deal. Tryna find a kid, I'm in the field doing drills. Boy, you just a sucker, you ain't never keep it real. 3 rings in my hand, I'm a warrior to the max. When I hang it up, they gon' have to give me plaques. Step up in the building and I only bring the facts. When I make a highlight, they gon' replay, run it back. Okay, always locked in, now I don't got time to lax. Saying he the best, he could take a lap. Batted 1,000 when you check the stats. Boy, is you ready? You ain't gotta ask.
Alright, and it is time for the final one. Alright, boys, let's get ready, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of Hitting the Field. Is Sean in here? We got Sean?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, there's Sean. All right, I gotta fix it. It wasn't loading it. Welcome back. For those of you who are just tuning in, we now got Chris Wolf, Jeremy Brenner joining us as well. We currently have Armand Sardui joining us twice, but we're gonna get that fixed and get Sean up there. But gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Jeremy, thank you for producing me. And breaking news: the Vikings have traded their pick to the 49ers. Armand, you're on the hot seat. Go.
Oh. I mean, honestly, I knew we were trading both picks. That was definitely certain. It's been buzzing around for the past 20 to 48 hours that we were trading both picks. So I just want to see what we're doing. We might take a wide receiver with this pick, to be honest.
All right, and for some reason, I'm gonna have to leave the call real quick because it's not letting me add. Wait, is Sean here? Where'd Sean go?
He just left.
I need Sean back. I need Sean. Sean, come back. All right, we'll get Sean back in here. You know what?
Oh wow.
Armand gets 2 cameras. Psych, he gets. Never mind. I'll take one away. All right. Well.
Man, that is some
We'll
That's
get
some special
Sean.
treatment.
We'll get Sean back in here in a second. Partain, welcome. Or no, Chris Wolf, welcome back to the show. Chris Wolf, your Seahawks are going to be on here in the upcoming picks, but we are on the 49ers, the team that the Seahawks had their number, didn't have their number, looked good, looked bad. What are the 49ers looking for here that they're trading back in?
Um, like I say a wide receiver. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. We traded for the 25th, and we gave the Vikings the 31st, the 117th, and the 176th pick.
We got Sean back. Sean, welcome back to the show. We were just talking about the trade that the Vikings have now made to the 49ers. Do you have a suggestion on who it is?
I have no idea what they're going to do, to be completely honest. They could go another part of the defense. I don't see that happening. They could jump up and get Mims as a wide receiver, but we'll see. I find it very interesting. They trade up 6 spots, so
Fair
we'll
enough.
see who the pick is.
Jeremy Brenner, welcome back. Who do you got for us? What are you thinking?
Thanks, Jared. It's good to be back. This is a very surprising trade for me, honestly. I'm surprised that the Niners are trading up for a team that has very few selections in this draft. You would think that they would trade down so they could get more. They didn't get more picks with the trade they made earlier. This trade is a bit questionable for me. If it is wide receiver, there's so many. They could get a receiver
The
at 31.
trade is extremely questionable, and
Yeah,
the pick
but
is.
hey, Don Lynch knows what he's doing, so I wouldn't doubt anything that he does.
The pick is in, and it's Brandon Ayuk
Brandon Ayuk
Arizona State
from ASU. Armand, take it away. That's your team.
That's a good pick. He's explosive. He's tough. He's physical. Reminds me of I don't know. Kyle Shanahan's really likes tough, physical wide receivers. You see that with Debo Samuel. I mean, I like the pick. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. We needed a receiver, and we got one in the first round.
Yeah, I like this pick. I'm not surprised that they went wide receiver. I thought that was the correct route to go here. I'm a little surprised it's Ayuk and not T. Higgins. I think T. Higgins is probably the best receiver left at this point, but it's not. This isn't a bad pick by any means, Jeremy. I see you shaking your head over there. I'm gonna continue to disagree with you on that one, but this is not a bad pick by any means. It's a very Ayuk's a very physical receiver. He runs routes well. He does all the essentials very well. I think this is a great pick, and he's going to make a difference for this 49ers roster.
Chris, you're gonna have to face this guy twice a year. How's he looking though? You're an Oregon guy. You're a Pac-12 guy, so
he already broke Oregon's playoff hopes this season on that long touchdown on third down. So, I mean, the Niners keep breaking my heart. They keep breaking my heart. I mean,
you didn't pass up on Justin Jefferson. I don't want to hear it.
Very true.
I mean, I don't know. I like the pick though. I thought he was underrated. He is only 5'11", so it's a little. He's not the biggest person, but he has a long wingspan. He has the longest wingspan on anyone under 6 feet at the combine.
All right, receiver, so. Jeremy, before I get to you on what you think of the trade, Adam Schefter is reporting that the trade was the Niners trading their 31st, 117th, and 176 for that 25th.
They didn't get any other picks in return?
That's initial reports is just what
That's
I read.
Not good.
Jeremy, now that you know that information, Jeremy, how much worse or better does that make it?
I think all these receivers, like Kyle said, T. Higgins in the first round is like eating in a restaurant. That's so 2 months ago. But I think it doesn't necessarily matter about who goes in the first round or the second or the third. It matters about the fit on the team. Like CeeDee Lamb went to Dallas. That's not a good fit for CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's going to be the third best receiver in that group behind Gallup and Cooper. So for me, I think it matters about fit. And I think Ayuk is not exactly the kind of guy I'd go for. I think though, like we've heard rumors with the Niners saying, "Oh, like we're gonna go get a big tight end, we're gonna go get a big receiver, things like that." They don't have like that big, tall, strong receiver. They have a lot of guys like Ayuk. I feel like Kendrick Bourne. I feel like is very similar in size to him. They play very similarly. So to me, I think that Ayuk can be a good player. I think like a lot of these receivers in this class, they all can be really good players, but it matters about the fit for the team. And I'm not sure that Ayuk is the best fit for the Niners that he could have been on other teams.
Sean, I see you shaking your head there. I mean, is it just you just don't agree with the pick, especially with what they gave up?
They needed a wide receiver. I just don't think it was the right wide receiver. Listen, I guess George Kittle is your big receiver, but if you look at all the receivers on the 49ers roster, they're all very tiny and they can run. So I think T. Higgins is a first-round prospect, and he should have been the pick here. He's a big receiver, can catch the high vertical balls. So the problem with Ayuk is he's raw, and he doesn't have great route running. So hopefully Kyle Shanahan can, mold him into the receiver he wants. But yeah, he reminds me a lot of Kendrick Bourne. And for me, you got to get a receiver that's a little bit different from your average receiver on the 49ers roster.
Fair enough. I also just started sharing my screen again so you guys can see the draft. But Armand, now that you know what was given up, where do you land on this?
I mean, I'm looking at it on Twitter right now. I mean, like I said before that Kyle Shanahan and the offense, we really like guys who have yards after the catch. I'm looking at it right now. Ayuk had 14 broken tackles, 10.9 yards after the catch per reception. So I mean, I like the pick. I don't think we should have got at least another pick to go along with it. We pretty much traded the 31st with I think a couple of late round picks, but honestly I can't not like this pick. I know that Wes Welker, our wide receivers coach, I think he's going to groom Ayuk to be a better right runner. Because, like Sean said, he's raw, but I think he's explosive. He's physical, and I think beware NFC West. We're winning that thing again.
I mean, a little timeline for the 49ers. There was a lot of talk last draft saying that they were going to get N'Keal Harry. He went a pick before to the Patriots, and then they had to make a midseason trade for Emmanuel Sanders. So maybe they just said, hey, let's just take advantage in the draft. Let's make sure we get a guy that's on our board. So moving on from the 49ers, we now go to a team making their third pick of the night. The Miami Dolphins are back on the clock, and Chris Wolf, tell me what the Dolphins are going to do with their third pick of the night.
I mean, it's not often where you have a team have 3 first-round picks, and they've used it on offensive linemen and obviously quarterback.
I am
So
seeing some breaking news actually that the pick has been traded to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh,
They're getting a receiver. They're getting a receiver.
So the okay.
That's what I said earlier.
Sean, what are you saying? Who are they getting, Sean?
T. Higgins. Just take T. Higgins. He deserves to be in the first round. He's the best receiver on the board. If not, they'll go Mims or Shinholt from Colorado. But it's got to be one of those guys. They wouldn't have traded up for any other reason.
So the pick was their 30th and 136 for this pick. So, Chris, the Packers ended your season. So who are they gonna get? You're friends with the Packers. You know Mr. Rogers. Is this a good trade up though? If they do get a receiver, Chris, you agree with it?
I think so. Unless if they think maybe a team in front of them like a Ravens or a Seahawks are gonna take the receiver they want remaining, that's probably why they did it maybe, because both of those teams are kind of looking at wide receivers, but so it's like I think that's probably where they're going. It's either I think it could be Higgins, it could be Mims, or it could be Chenault. It could be any of those three.
Brenner,
I think it could be.
I see you raising your hand over there. Anything?
I'm not convinced this is a receiver, guys. I think with Patrick Queen still on that board, it's hard to deny that they lost Blake Martinez to the Giants. Linebacker is a need for the Packers. And I mean, yes, we're seeing a lot of receivers come off the board with the 20s. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is a linebacker. I think that Green Bay saw that Baltimore's on the clock, Seattle's on the clock, teams that could be going for defense, and they decided to jump them to go with a linebacker.
Kyle Partain, do you think they're gonna go with the linebacker, or is it set on a wide receiver?
I'm pretty convinced it's going to be a wide receiver. I think this was a move to get in front of Baltimore, who's also been having some rumors they're going for a wide receiver. I believe this is a move to get T. Higgins because, again, I think this is purely to get in front of Baltimore. I think T. Higgins, to Jeremy's comment about fit, I think T. Higgins fits just about anywhere. I think this is a good fit for him. I see T. Higgins going.
I
to
mean,
Green Bay
T.
here.
Higgins, Devontae Adams, that'd be a nasty 1-2
Yeah,
combo.
it just makes sense to me.
So we're set on wide receiver. Jeremy's thinking, you said linebacker?
I think it could be linebacker. I just think that that's a position of need. So is receiver. It could be.
Could it be?
I'd
Could it be
surprised if
McKinney?
it wasn't.
McKinney's on the board still. I just want to.
That's a possibility.
I mean, McKinney has been on the board for quite a while, where we thought he could have gone earlier. I mean, we saw C.J. Henderson go before him. I mean, not to a surprise, but they were both toss-up players. Well, the pick is in, boys. Let's see if Goodell gives us the news. All right, so I'm gonna go around. Chris, what's your pick? Go name, Chris.
I think it's a receiver.
Receiver, Sean.
Yeah, probably receiver.
Jeremy.
I'm gonna go Patrick Queen.
Armand.
Wide receiver.
Kyle.
Receiver.
All right, let's see what Goodell gives us. And the news: the Packers are trading up for who they seem to like, and it is going to be quarterback Jordan Love. Jordan Love.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Yeah, Aaron
Okay.
Rodgers, bud.
Sean, you said right away
Okay.
when I announced the trade, you said wide receiver for sure.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're thinking right now, because this is interesting.
Well, just like New England had problems with Tom Brady the last year and contract and stuff, Aaron Rodgers is not going to be happy with this pick. I'll tell you that right now. He wants help, and I don't think Jordan Love can go out and play wide receiver. So
This this has to be
there
the.
you go.
Is this the surprise pick of the night, Jeremy?
Wow.
There is no bigger winner in this draft than Jordan Love.
I agree.
He could have gone to possibly the best position that he could have gone. Obviously, Jordan Love is considered to be like a prospect, a project, if you will. He's going to get that time to sit behind Aaron Rodgers. He's going to get that fifth-year option, so he'll be under contract for 5 years if the Packers pick his option in 5 years. And by that point, maybe they'll be ready to move on from Aaron Rodgers and move to who they believe is their next guy. And Jordan Love has some big throw ability similar to what Aaron Rodgers can do. By no means is he as good as Aaron Rodgers, and I don't think he's going to be at that level. But this is the Packers looking beyond 2020 at this point. I like the pick. I'm not against it. Someone had to take Jordan Love. Someone had to take a chance on him, and the Packers do it here at 20.
Armand, do you agree with it though? Like to trade up for
I'm
it?
shocked, honestly. I mean, I know Aaron Rodgers is at the door, but I thought he had a little bit more time. I didn't think they would draft his replacement so soon.
So here's my logic here. They had to have been concerned that Tennessee was going to take him. Had to be. Because who else in front of them was going to take it? Seattle wasn't going to take a quarterback. Baltimore wasn't going to take a quarterback. Tennessee had to be the only team they were worried about, right?
I'm surprised.
Unless
I didn't think Jordan Love was going to go first round, to be completely honest. So I'm a little surprised.
Why is that, Kyle? Why don't you think Jordan Love's a first rounder?
I don't think he's shown the consistency as far as his senior season and against superior competition goes. I don't think he's been as consistent as some of the other quarterbacks. I think Green Bay, obviously, they're playing here for the future. This surprises me because, like Jeremy said early on in this show, in this draft, next year's quarterback class is much, much better than this year's quarterback class. I think it would have been a much smarter move for Green Bay to stay the course with Rodgers this season, and you go all in next season on that quarterback that can make the difference for the future and the long-term impact on that team. This move surprises me a lot, but give Jordan Love a lot of credit. Talk about an opportunity. This guy is just, like Jeremy said, he couldn't have been put in a better spot right out of the gates in the NFL. So congrats to Love.
All right, and Chris, I'm going to throw it to you, but real quick, Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show earlier today said, quote, "We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be kind of cool," end quote. Rodgers also said whoever the pick is, he'll track down his phone number and welcome him to the team if the Packers don't trade out. So now, I mean, Chris, what? It's spicy in Wisconsin, let me tell you.
I'm just surprised that they traded up for him. Like that was the biggest surprise to me. Maybe not taking him. There had been those rumors that they could take him potentially, like some of them, but not. I mean, but yeah, but it's great for him. I think the Packers wanted to do what they did with Rodgers.
Okay.
They wanted that. I think they have that similar mindset.
Fair enough.
He like that he's gonna sit behind him toward the end of his career, like Rodgers did with Brett Favre, and Love will sit behind Rodgers for a couple, maybe 2 or 3 years, and then he'll be ready to go like Rodgers was, and hopefully they can get a similar outcome.
Fair enough. All right, Chris, and I'm loving all the love for our quarterback Jordan Love, but Chris, the Seahawks are now on the clock. And I'm going to tell you who I think would be a good fit, and then you're going to tell me why it's not who they're actually going to pick. I think DeAndre Swift would actually fit really well into their offense, but I don't see that happening. They've also been known to draft first-round running backs in terrible times, like Rashad Penny. So I'll let you take this away.
I actually don't think we're going to trade this one because a lot of players have fallen to us. Patrick Queen has fallen to us.
No, get a running back. Get a running back.
Time out. Don't take. I said for the last week that the Seahawks weren't going to trade, and I remember we talked yesterday. You said, "Oh, they're going to trade." Don't take my. Come on.
But the thing is, I did not see all these players falling this far into our laps. That's the thing. Seattle was they weren't gonna trade it if all these players fell, and all these players fell. So they're not gonna trade it now because literally McKinney fell, Bolton fell, Patrick Queen fell. So it's like you have all these picks that could have been easily a lot higher. They literally fall into our laps, and we have a lot to choose.
Kyle, what do you see?
Yeah, I think you're looking at three names here. I think McKinney is one of them. I think Queen is the other. And I still like Josh Jones. I think Josh Jones is the third name we should be tossing around here. I think these are three potential names here for Seattle. And to Chris's point, if those names didn't fall like they have, I believe that Seattle probably would have traded out. But
it is official. The pick is in.
Solid, three very solid talents that probably shouldn't still be around in the draft. I think the most likely of those three is going to be Queen, but I'm not going to be shocked to see McKinney or Jones go here.
Jeremy, it is official. The pick is in, so they will not be trading out. So who are they looking to get?
Chris, how old were you the last time the Seahawks had a first-round pick that kept? Rashad Penny.
I mean, we have Rashad Penny, but we've only had.
Yeah, but that wasn't a good pick. Talk about a good pick.
Earl Thomas back in 2010.
I think if they go with the pass rush here, it will show the progress. It will show a glimpse into the progress of where Jadeveon Clowney is with the contract talks. If they go pass rusher, chances are it means that it's not going very well. But if they go safety here and they go with Xavier McKinney, that could be a good safety pick right there. I'm not a huge fan of Xavier McKinney as a first-round pick. I think that he's an early second. I wouldn't spend a first on him. Patrick Queen, though, is probably my best player available. So that's who I would pick here if I'm Pete Carroll, but I'm not Pete Carroll, so I'm not making this decision. Let's see what he has to say.
Armand, you guys face the team twice a year. Yeah. Who's going?
I agree with Jeremy. The future with the Jadeveon Clowney is looking kind of bleak right now. If anything, I think they will pick maybe I'd just say AJ Espinoza. I mean, we haven't heard his name all night. I think he's one of the best available edge rushers right now. And with that defense of the Seahawks, they gave the 49ers trouble about 2-3 times we played them. So we'll see what happens.
Sean, you were the only one, according to the podcast, you said the Seahawks were not going to trade. So who did you have them taking, and who do you think they're going to take now, though, with who's available?
Actually, I think it's I'm going to stick with my pick that I said on the pod. But I think AJ Espinoza is a possibility, like Armand said. But I'm going to say Yatir Gross-Matos. I think that would be a hell of a pick. You want a rusher, somebody that can rush the football. I personally, now seeing where Xavier McKinney has fallen, I don't think he gets picked up in this first round. That's as I'm looking at what the teams need, I think he falls out of the first round, which is going to be a steal for somebody in the early second. But yeah, I'm going to say Gross-Matos out of Penn State.
Gross-Matos out of Penn State. I mean, okay, let's quickly, McKinney going in the first round. I mean, you don't see anyone taking him, like Kansas City possibly, Baltimore possibly.
I'm looking at the teams, and, I just don't see the Titans taking him. Who traded? The Vikings, maybe. I don't see the Chiefs.
Well, the Dolphins traded down to 30, so I mean,
that's a possibility too.
That's probably the likeliest the teams left in the first round that go for McKinney.
Fair enough. All right. Well, Goodell is back on the camera, and fans are booing him behind. We're just gonna guess that they're booing him because no one likes Roger Goodell. But we appreciate him for still doing this draft, even though COVID-19 is an issue. But the pick is in, and everyone stare at Chris Wolf's camera because let's see what's gonna happen when the pick is announced. That it is linebacker Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech. Oh, Chris is clapping. Chris, break us down.
Hey, he is after Kenneth Murray, the best linebacker in the Big 12.
Oh God!
After Kenneth Murray.
Sean's about to leave.
I'm so done. I'm so done. Listen, when a team makes a bad choice, I know you're a fan, but come on now, like you don't even know who this guy is. Come on, let's be real.
No, I won't doubt that Chris knows who he is, but I mean, Chris, was he really the best available?
What?
Was he really best available?
Maybe not best available, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst pick.
Okay.
I have seen us pick a lot worse.
Hey, you picked in the first round. That's an accomplishment in itself, right?
I have not seen it. I have seen us pick a lot worse in the first round.
Penny, for instance.
Chris, I'll tell you what, the Seattle Seahawks continue to make picks that I don't know who they are. So good for you.
I mean,
dude, this is 2 years now that they've picked someone that we didn't have projected in the first round. Penny.
This is the second time we've picked a Big 12 defensive player in the first round.
LJ Collier, the last one.
He was a TCU.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
That's the thing that makes this decision very questionable. It makes you. Then what are you gonna do with LJ Collier? Are you just gonna throw in the towel on him?
He's an end. He's an end.
Okay, I mean, yeah.
And the thing is, our linebackers are, to be honest, after Bobby Wagner, I mean, you have KJ Wright, but he's like on short-term contracts, and we are very thin at linebacker.
So this is more of a replacement for KJ Wright, is what you're trying to say.
Potentially, like a potential.
Yeah.
Okay, that's reasonable though. That's a logical explanation of this. Armand, you're kind of quiet on this. Are you sold on this?
Yeah, I mean,
wait, what was that, Jeremy?
The first player that was never on any mock in 4 months for us.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I mean, like, the Seahawks saw something that we didn't. I mean, honestly, I thought, with the whole Jadeveon Clowney thing, I thought they were going to select the edge rusher in the first round, but I guess not. I mean, hey, so I don't know.
This makes you believe that they're hopeful that they can get Clowney back, probably.
Yeah, I think that's the big news to take.
Yeah. Sean, do you think that's like a big thing? Like they're just
Yeah, they definitely want Clowney back. If they don't get him back, then they're gonna have a problem at edge because you had two great edge rushers right there. It just surprises me because he is a small linebacker. He's only 6 foot. You could have got Patrick Queen. You could have got Zach Vaughn, but I just don't like the pick you reached. They reached in their first round. I know they don't really pick in the first round, so maybe they don't understand the rules. You take first round talent, but they went with what they went with, and hopefully it works out for them. If they don't sign David Clowney, though, it's not going to look too good.
To be fair, though, the Seahawks, in my opinion, made the best pick last year, and that was DK Metcalf. That was the best pick for where he went in his production. That was the best pick.
Yeah, but if you remember,
a great drafting team. There's no disputing that.
They drafted Russell Wilson in what, the third, fourth?
Yeah, third round pick. Richard Sherman was a 5th round pick. Cam Chancellor.
They've drafted well historically.
They are very good at drafting.
We don't draft well in the first round.
Later.
Exactly. That's what.
We don't draft well in the first round, but I mean, I will say pass rush could have been good, but we've signed multiple vets. Or we've already signed multiple people like to help our pass rush.
Fair
and
enough.
we still have a lot of young players on our team. We have Rasheem Green. We have LJ Collier. Obviously, he didn't play much last year, but maybe he was learning the offense. Maybe he'll get more time this year. I mean, dare I say, Shaquem Griffin? He played a little more toward the end of the year and actually was pretty productive for us.
Dare I
have a lot of young talent already.
Fair enough. I always love some UCF talk on the show. But, guys, let's jump into the Ravens pick. Sean, the Ravens are on the clock. They folded in the postseason. Like a folding table in Buffalo folded. Got smashed. So, what are the Ravens doing here to, not fold?
It brings me joy when you say that. Yeah. I think they go linebacker. I think Patrick Queen. I think I had him in my mock. I definitely have to check. But he fits the mold of the Ravens. Patrick Queen.
Yeah,
or
we have
Zach Bond.
we have
One
our
of
the
the two.
HTF collective draft has Queen going. Armand, do you think it's
Yeah.
Queen? It's
Yeah,
his
I mean
turn.
he's the next best. He's the next best linebacker. Yeah, that's done pretty well. So if they don't pick Queen, then I don't know what the heck the Ravens are doing.
Kyle, what do you think?
Yeah, I think my top choice here for the Ravens is going to be Queen, but I'm not totally dismissing the idea of Baltimore going for a receiver. I know there were some rumors going around about that earlier. I'm not dismissing that idea entirely, but I think Queen is the most likely. But again, there's 4 out of 5 of us have been saying Queen is the most likely option for the last several picks. So I'm not entirely sold what's going to happen here. But if I had to bet, I would probably stick with Queen.
Well, Chris, the pick is in, so it was not traded. Any specific player besides Queen that you might think they can take, or is it just Queen?
I mean, they have talked wide receiver. I mean, I don't know why you'd pick a 28th pick. You can get one in a second. But I mean, if you want like a gadget, I mean, a gadget person that could be kind of cool would be Laviska Shenault. Kind of a gadget person
Yeah.
for Lamar Jackson. I mean, Antoine Winfield potentially as a safety if they need safety help in secondary. But their secondary is weird. They were good, and then at times, but then at other times they kind of struggled.
So you're saying secondary. So I know I'm just gonna keep mentioning it because he's the best left safety wise. McKinney would be the most logical from a secondary perspective if you're looking at that, but it's also is that their most necessary need? Do they need to protect Lamar? Do they need more weapons around Lamar? Jeremy, do you have anyone beside like anyone else?
Zach Bond from Wisconsin
Okay.
is a possibility here as well. Yetur Gross Matos. Look, that the Ravens were Super Bowl bound last year. They were the best
They
team in
were.
football, and it wasn't. I mean, the Chiefs were up there too. But other than the Chiefs and the Ravens, I don't think it was particularly close. And Armand, I'll give you credit, 49ers. But they were a top 3 team in football last year, but they have 0 playoff wins to show for it. The reason why, Derrick Henry ran over them. Completely and absolutely ran over them. That front 7, though, there's some strong pieces. Calais Campbell, one of them they got from Jacksonville. Matt Judon is on the franchise tag. There are some places there where they can add some depth with that front 7. I would expect that to be the pick. It should be a linebacker or an edge. But if they do want to go receiver, that'd be unprecedented. That'd be the 7th receiver off the board tonight in the first 28 picks. That's 25% of the picks being wide receivers, and none of them came after the 12th pick. So it's from 12 to 28, 16 picks. That's 7 receivers. That'd be crazy.
If it is Queen, though, do you think the Ravens are going to send a thank you letter to the Seahawks? Like, hey, thanks for not taking him? Because, I mean, the better player at it?
The Ravens should be sending thank you notes to a lot of teams.
A lot of teams? Okay, but he was projected to go here. Roger Goodell delivering the news, and it is Patrick Queen who will remain in the purple for the next season.
There you go.
Congratulations, Patrick Queen. Your moment is here. Sean, it was textbook, right? I mean,
yeah, he's the second best linebacker with LSU, and he's like the perfect mold for the Ravens. Like that's why I think the collective had him going there for so many weeks, and I had him going there is because he just is a Raven. He's got the grit. He's got a chip on his shoulder, and I think being taken so late in the first round when he could have been taken a lot earlier says a lot about his grit, and he's going to ride this chip on his shoulder. Which is going to make the Ravens defense even more dangerous, adding Calais Campbell earlier this offseason.
Jeremy, just perfect.
Okay, my biggest concern here is why was there a cutout of Ed Orgeron in his house?
It's Coach O. Partain, hit me with the Coach O. Hit me with the Coach O.
About this pick, but you have to do it in Ed Orgeron's voice.
Hold on, Kyle. I need a Coach O impersonation real quick for me.
What do you mean you're wondering why there's a cutout of me in your house, man?
Perfect. See,
go.
Coach O just said why.
You see what I do here for these guys?
Jeremy, did you not just?
Why I'm here.
We just got Coach O on the show to say why are you questioning that there's a cutout of him? They're national champs. They can do whatever they want. But Chris, I want to hear from you on this. You could have had this. You could have had Patrick Queen. So why is he a Raven?
it's a
Like,
it had to be a system thing. It had to be a system thing. Maybe they just think Brooks is better.
so how will
Jordan
he
Brooks is
fit?
better in their system
How will
than
Queen
than
fit
Patrick
into the
Queen.
Ravens system?
Because also with Jordan Brooks, like tackling machine. Seattle had an awful time. They were awful at tackling last year. Like they could not tackle in space at all. And then adding a linebacker, and we're also thin at linebacker. So that in linebackers, in order to be successful, you need linebackers that can tackle. And Bobby
Okay,
Wagner is not getting older. He's not getting any younger. He's getting older, and he has a lot of weight on him, and he needs that. So
that's a sick
I
cutout of Coach O. I have to say, that's cool. Armando, Patrick Queen's gonna stay in purple next season. Was this a steal? Or, I mean, it was kind of to every
Um,
mock predicted, but like, why did he fall this late? You think?
I mean, it's this whole draft is a bunch of mix-ups of defensive backs, cornerbacks, offensive tackles. I think Baltimore is known to draft top talent. I mean, this is close to a steal. I mean, he blew up in the second half of the championship game, so they probably saw that. And said, you know what, this is our guy. I mean, this is nice. This is a really nice pick for the Ravens, in my opinion.
It also marks LSU's fourth player taken in the first round of the draft. Just goes to show how great that national championship team was, who was also the best team in college football last year. Isn't that right, Kyle Partain?
Yeah, they were. I can't deny that. Uh, I can't deny that.
Sean, really quick, Patrick Queen, do you think he's going to come in and he's expected to be, I'm going to say it right now, defensive rookie of the year?
No, no,
Okay.
no, no. Do
No.
do I need to get?
No,
I think
yeah,
it's
that's
picked so
fine.
late.
I,
Yeah,
that's fine.
come on. I think it's gonna be Chase.
I like
Young.
spicy takes. I also said Ryan Tannehill was the best quarterback in the postseason last year for doing his job, which I still stick by that. I still stick by
Still a
it.
terrible take. It's still a terrible take.
I'm a host.
but
I'm
it's
allowed to
okay.
have terrible takes.
I love you anywhere, Jared.
Thank
you're,
you.
You're an amazing guy.
If I just
but
had
yeah,
textbook takes, the show would be boring.
You're right. You are absolutely right. I would still say Chase Young, but Patrick Queen definitely makes that Ravens defense very scary because they got gassed a lot last season. Teams that would run hurry up against them, they would just look really gassed, and that made the Ravens vulnerable. So I think adding a high motor guy like Patrick Queen will make that defense much better, and they'll be able to sub guys in and out way quicker.
All right, and Jeremy, the team on the clock is who the Texans
What
arguably
is he
should have been
wearing?
playing in the AFC Championship. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and they re-signed Ryan Tannehill, and they still have Derrick Henry, the best player in football. No, that's a joke, but he's a beast. So what are the Titans looking to do here with this pick?
I mean, if that was a joke, that wasn't a very funny joke. 'Cause he's not the best player in football. He's pretty much up there.
He's like okay, but he's not better than Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, okay.
No,
Best
of
running
course
back.
not.
Best running back, yes. Okay,
Hey,
that's fair.
you know, I think the Titans they could go. Front seven could be where they go here. The collective mock was saying Jonathan Taylor, and I really just don't see it. We still have not had a running back go, which
Doesn't
to
surprise me.
that doesn't totally surprise me. I don't expect a running back to go here either, or in this first round unless the team decides
Your
to trade
next
up.
three picks would be the teams that do it in Miami, San Francisco, or
could see
Kansas
it, but
City.
I don't know. It's to me, I think running backs you're gonna see a flurry of them go tomorrow night.
What is
for
in
me,
Mike's house? Wait, what is in Mike's house? What is that?
Wait,
Vrabel, what is going on?
that was like the dude from The Incredibles.
That
This
stream's
just adds to the list of why I dislike Tennessee.
okay, but you like country. Have you ever been to Tennessee?
I have been to Tennessee.
It's a nice country
I like
place.
the state. I
Been to
just don't-
Nashville. It's
I
a
don't
nice
care for the
place.
team at all.
I like the state.
Fair enough. Armand,
Nice to say about Tennessee. I
do the
like the state.
Titans need to build? Do the Titans need to build offensively or defensively here?
I mean, I think in the mock draft, I don't know if I picked them to draft the offensive tackle because they had to pick a quarterback that they overpaid. He's very valuable.
That ain't
So,
overpay. He's the best quarterback in football, right?
Get out of
but
here.
he's
I
the
just
best
I
paid
like
quarterback
saying
in
it.
football. But I think they go the offensive route. They had to protect Tannehill because he's a very valuable quarterback now. They can't have because I don't. They let Mariota walk, so they don't really have a legitimate backup just in case Tannehill does get hurt. So they need to protect them, and the O line is definitely something that need to upgrade.
Fair enough. Sean, is it offensive line for them or somewhere else?
I think they could go offensive line. I do want to see them get an edge rusher, but I wouldn't be surprised to try to protect Ryan Tannehill and let Derrick Henry run the ball.
All right, Chris, you're going to tell us what you think of Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia. He will be the draft pick, the offensive tackle.
Okay.
What do you think of that? It's a good
I mean,
fit.
it's not bad.
It's
It's
a good
not a
fit.
bad pick. It's not a bad pick whatsoever. Because Georgia's O line was arguably, you could say, was the best in the country. So they have so much talent. So they have plenty of talent on that offensive line. It was just I thought Josh Jones would have been picked here. That's what I had. I thought it would have been Josh Jones here.
That's fair.
But then again, it's a good pick. They needed to replace Jack Conklin, so that's a good pick.
Yeah, this pick does not surprise me in the least. Chris, you mentioned Josh Jones, and I know a lot of us have been saying that name repetitively over the draft, and it is starting to dawn on me, and it should have dawned on me much earlier that we can see a very strong leaning towards of the Power Five groups over the Group of Five schools. Whether that's whether that's right or wrong, that's not the decision we're supposed to be making tonight. But I am not surprised Wilson was picked. I thought the front seven was going to be the exact way for Tennessee to go here. That was probably the most important area for them to improve going into next season, is making sure they can create and open up those lanes for Derrick Henry to further gas people than he already did last season. This is the right pick for Tennessee. This doesn't surprise me at all, although it doesn't make me happy.
Well, as a Jaguar fan,
yeah.
Brenner, you're also a member of that division. So how does it fit well with the Titans?
No, this is a great fit. But they needed to replace Conklin. They do that here with Isaiah Wilson. Isaiah Wilson's walking into a very good position with the potential to start out of the gate. Tennessee didn't do a whole lot in free agency other than spend a whole lot of money on Ryan Tannehill and spend a whole lot of money with that franchise tag on Derrick Henry. So I think this is the right pick here. We were talking about tackles. Ezra Cleveland was someone that came to mind right before we went to the commissioner with the pick. But I did read something about Isaiah Wilson. Watch, he might sneak into the first round, and here he has snuck into the first round.
Fair enough. Armand, any closing thoughts on this?
I mean, definitely. This draft has been like some type of like weird simulation. Like
we say this every year, though. I think.
I mean, players that it's not as been like as crazy as like I think the draft from 2 years ago when players that should have been drafted got drafted earlier than expected. But this draft has been pretty consistent when it comes to mock drafts. I mean, there's some picks like we're like, okay, why'd you pick that guy? But you gotta sit back and realize, okay, maybe that's the guy they were looking for in a certain system. Same thing with for example, like Tristan Wirfs. I mean, they needed to protect Tom Brady. They needed an offensive tackle. So honestly, I like the draft so far. I like the picks. They've been pretty consistent. We'll see what happens in the next round.
Oh, yeah, we got 3 picks remaining. So I quickly, while the Dolphins are on the clock, we've talked a lot of Dolphins tonight. So I want to hear what has been the worst pick of the draft. I really want to know what you guys think. The worst pick of the draft is, I'm just gonna start it off and say the Eagles. Like that's just I can say that because Justin Jefferson was on the board, and last year we didn't get DK Metcalf, and he cooked us in the postseason. So I have every right to say it's the Eagles pick with Jalen Reagor, but that's mine. Anyone who's got theirs?
Yeah, I got one.
Yep, go ahead.
The New Orleans pick with Cesar Ruiz.
Okay.
That was a mind boggler. I mean, the O line is already good. Don't you think you need to draft like a successor or heir apparent to Drew Brees, who's out the door in the next 2 years or so?
Could have got Jordan Love.
That was just kind of, but that was my most confusing worst pick in the draft.
Kyle, you got one?
Yeah, it's probably a pretty unpopular one here, but without a doubt, in my opinion, Jordan Love to Green Bay is the most head-scratching move this entire draft. I thought that made no sense. I don't know. I don't see the hype over Jordan Love. I know a lot of people love the guy, but I don't believe that he has that star power and staying power in the NFL. I think he'll get maybe 1 season, 2 seasons where he starts and people realize, oh, this guy is the next Blake Bortles. I don't think this is anything to really watch out for. I think this was a big mistake by Green Bay.
Chris, any pick that's just bad?
I mean, I don't really, to be honest, I don't really see a lot of bad picks. So I think the dumbest one was, I think, the Eagles. You had the better wide receiver right there.
Okay, next. No. You can go. No, go ahead. I'm not gonna cut you off. Sean,
I'm
any
the Rager pick, Jarrett. I didn't
Okay.
like it.
Well, I don't like first round wide receivers, so they don't treat us well.
I'm gonna make someone in this chat a little upset.
Sean,
but-
okay. What?
Oh,
What's your
gosh.
worst pick?
Sorry, Partain.
I knew it.
I'm not a fan of the C.J. Henderson.
I knew that was coming.
I hear you.
I'm not a huge like. You lose Jalen Ramsey, and you need a replacement for him. AJ Boye is also off the team, so you're looking at C.J. Henderson, who has issues with tackling as your number one corner, expected to cover all of these top receivers in the game. Can you imagine C.J. Henderson trying to tackle A.J. Brown twice a year against the Titans?
C.J. Henderson gave up 1 touchdown on single coverage last year. 1 touchdown.
I mean, but he can't tackle. That's the thing.
Okay, but he can play defense. I mean, I don't know. He can play his position.
Listen, the Titans beat us anyways. I don't care who we have on defense. The Titans are going to beat the Jags 2 out of 2 times anyways. I'm looking at the rest of this roster. Houston's all of a sudden not the scariest threat as far as the secondary goes. Indy, I mean,
what are you kidding me?
I don't think Houston's as scary as they were.
Great take, Partain.
Receivers that would be wide receiver 2 or better on every other team in the league.
Dude,
DeAndre Hopkins isn't there anymore.
Such a big loss. That is such a big loss. But it's not just about Hopkins as a receiver.
But
it's
don't
about the
act
heart
like-
of that
don't
offense,
act
Jeremy.
like Houston is
Hopkins
not
was
a
the heart
lethal
and soul of that
offense.
offense.
It's not
Deshaun's, don't get me wrong, Deshaun's great. But when it comes to leadership and people that have been around and have led that system and organization for an extended period of time, there is no one. There was no one more.
Because I was talking smack about the Jags.
There was no one.
Hold on.
more
Time out.
Lost to Houston.
Gentlemen, to be fair, Bill O'Brien somehow lasted longer than DeAndre Hopkins in Houston. And I think that raises questions. I think that raises a question.
Hopkins was drafted by Kubiak.
Fair.
So
But Hopkins was the only reason Bill O'Brien still has a job.
I don't know how that even happened.
Sean, I don't want to leave Sean out of this. Sean, do you have a bad pick? And then we'll jump back into this.
Oh, I was enjoying that. Partain, great take. It was a perfect take.
Dude, I'm
listen,
telling you.
The Jags are taking for Tua, so really it doesn't matter who they take.
Trevor.
Like it's not gonna.
For Lawrence, you mean?
Oh.
For Lawrence?
Yeah, exactly. Taking for Trevor. I've been so used to saying taking for Tua for the last year. But yeah, now
2
it's
years,
for Trevor.
basically.
You know what? I'm not going to pick on anybody but Chris here. I'm going to say Jordan Brooks. Listen, everybody was making fun of Jaret, and I can't do that to him. So I'm going to say Jordan Brooks.
What about Damon Arnett? Damon Arnett to the Raiders? Is that
I
not?
don't
like that pick at all.
I don't hate it because Damon Arnett was actually really good last year. Being overshadowed by Jeff Okuda, but he was really good.
I don't think he
that
was
to
on.
me is just under average.
He just wasn't on too many boards like early on.
Yeah.
But draft's the draft. But we can go back into this Texans argument because I was enjoying. I just didn't want to leave Sean out.
Dude, I've said what I needed to say.
Damon
Okay.
Arnett would have been a CB1 on every other team
On
in
Philly.
the country, except he was on the team with Jeff Okuda.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
I mean, he would have been CB1 in a different place, and he probably would have gone in the top 10 over CJ Henderson.
I wish the
And you-
Texans had a pick
and you
tonight.
also know
I
you have
really
John-
do.
You have John Gruden and Mike Mayock as your head coach and GM. Mike Mayock was a draft person before, so he probably researched them a lot, and he did it. It was a very researched pick.
Yeah, that's fair. Jeremy, I just don't understand how Bill O'Brien still has a job and DeAndre
Jared,
Hopkins. I'm gonna
You
keep
are
saying.
hiding your insecurities, bro.
What insecurity? I have a ring. I won a ring 2 years ago.
You drafted Jalen Rager tonight.
That's fair enough.
Trying
We
to get
also
off
drafted
the
Nelson
board.
Aguilar 13th overall, so I'm used to bad wide receivers in the
I
first round.
mean, actually, I don't think Rager's a bad pick at all, Jared. I think you're gonna actually come to really like him. I think it's gonna
I
be
hope so.
for you guys down the line. Do the Dolphins do?
Um, all right. Let's see. What do the Dolphins have in store for us? It is going to be Noah Igbenogany. Did I say that right?
We talked about this earlier.
I don't remember. Igbenogany.
Just call him Noah,
Igbenogany.
dude.
Noah out of Auburn. Woo! Go Noah.
Monogamy.
Bro,
I'm not gonna
Jeremy,
try.
Jeremy said that.
Dude,
Iggy.
Jeremy says a lot of things. You think I remember? I've been going at this for like 4 hours.
I'll say this: Kyle Graham had him in his mock. He had him a little earlier than this, but Kyle Graham, shout out to him. He was the only guy to put him in any mock that was ever done at HTF.
Well, now it wouldn't be an HTF show if I didn't butcher your name. Let's be real. Let's be real. Armand, you like the pick?
Honestly, I thought they would go with McKinney. I don't know why he's fallen so far. I mean, do we? Is it something that we don't know?
Well, okay,
I
keep
mean,
in mind this was the Packers pick too, so this is what they traded down
yeah.
for.
So I mean, that's kind of. I mean, I thought they would go safety, but at least they got a defensive player. I mean, that's what they need to build on the secondary. The secondary needed to get better. So I like the pick. I just thought it would go Xavier McKinney.
Fair enough. Kyle, how do you like this? For their third pick of the night, the Dolphins overall get a what letter from
Yeah,
you?
yeah, I'm okay with this pick. I'm with Armand. I've been tying McKinney to Miami a lot tonight. I would have expected them to take him with 3 picks in the first round. I'm a little surprised he fell out of the first because he is, in my opinion, far and away the best safety in this draft class. And I know Miami is desperately in need of a strong safety. I think McKinney could have made a difference right out of the gates with that team. So I'm a little bit confused and surprised, but I don't think this is a terrible pick. Again, Noah, he surged a lot towards the end, in the days leading up to the draft. He surged up the boards. So I don't hate this pick. I would have gone. I personally would have taken McKinney. I think he's a better suit for Miami's needs. But at the end of the day, this is a good pick. That's gonna, it's gonna help the Dolphins.
It's gonna help. Jeremy, yes, gonna help.
I was talking to Chris Tran last night. Shout out Chris Tran. And he's playing a game with some friends, and it's about picking guys that could go earlier than expected. And he went with Noah Igbenogany. So I'm sure he's very happy with this pick. The guy, he can play nickel. That's what his size leads me to believe. I haven't watched a whole lot of film on this guy. He can return from what we saw in the package that ESPN provided. So he's got return potential. Corner was a need for the Dolphins. They addressed that in free agency with Byron Jones. So, and Byron Jones is an outside corner, so it makes me think Noah Igbenogany is going to be more on the inside. And look, I think the Dolphins here, their stash today, they got their quarterback. The 3 of the most important positions in football: quarterback, offensive tackle, corner, and they fulfilled all 3 of those needs tonight. They should be very happy with Dolphins fans should be very happy with the haul they have tonight and should look for. And they even traded down, so they have more picks this weekend to continue to build their team. Dolphins have a real good draft so far.
Sean, do you agree with that? It's been a good draft so far.
Yeah, they had a good draft. I actually do like the pick because, again, he can play both on the defense and special teams. So I like the pick.
All right, Chris, any closing thoughts on that before we move into the Vikings pick, which was acquired from the 49ers?
I like it. I think the Dolphins knew that the pick wasn't gonna be taken. Probably they got free compensation almost.
Fair enough. And Jeff Gladney is going to be taken out of TCU. He's another player who gets to remain in purple. That's pretty cool. Ooh, Armand, we got a head scratcher. You know what that means. Why
You
is
know
it a
what I
head
thought
scratcher?
about?
I've had him.
Trayvon Diggs is still out there.
I've had.
Yeah,
I've
but do
had
you think,
Gladney.
okay, do you think they wanted another Diggs in their locker room? Like, they just got rid of one. No, that's a fair question. That legit is a fair question.
That's a true question, but he also fell down the draft list too.
Yep.
He's looking like a maybe a day 2 pick, but I, Jeff Gladney, I like Jeff Gladney. He's physical. They definitely want a little bit more physicality in the secondary. it's a fine pick. I can't really hate on it.
Kyle, yes, no, hate on it, like it.
Yeah, I like this pick. I actually had Gladney going 31 in my mock. It was just to San Francisco instead. I think Gladney's a really solid prospect. I think he's going to be a good talent. Um, it's yeah. I don't really have a complaint. I don't have a whole lot to say on this pick because I do believe corner was an inevitable option. It felt like for this pick. I'm a little surprised it's not Fulton, but I can't complain with Gladney. Gladney's a really solid player.
Okay. Jeremy, you like it? Yes?
Jeff Gladney was mocked to the Vikings in March's draft that we did, and he was mocked 32 to the Chiefs in our final mock draft. So very close. And this is a good pick. You knew that with the Vikings losing Xavier Rhodes, Trey Waynes, they needed to address corner early in this draft. They did it with their second pick here, and they even got some more picks attached to the end of that as they traded down. Gladney is a guy that they can start right away. Put him opposite Mike Hughes out of UCF. They got him in a similar position 2 years ago. So I like the pick. I think that Minnesota is they came in here. They knew what they needed to do. They got the receiver they wanted. They got a good receiver in Jefferson, might I add. And then they got cornerback Jeff Gladney that they probably could have gotten at 25 as well. So props to Minnesota.
I like the might I add.
Right, the little,
Might I
the little,
add.
the little,
That
little
was
hints
clean.
right there.
That I
The little-
mean, might I add, it technically originated from last year's draft show.
it really did
It
actually.
did, yeah, the little preview trailer. And might I add,
Might I add, we've got 7 camera angles.
yeah, that is true. We did have 7 camera angles.
Yeah, right.
That is true. Sean, the Vikings wrap up their draft night with Jeff Gladney, and should they be glad after that?
Boo.
Come
Yeah,
on, I'm trying.
I like Fulton more, but I do think the reason he is dropping so much is because he was suspended in 2017. I think teams, maybe that is deterring them a little bit. I don't know, because I do think Fulton's better than both of the 2 corners that were just taken. Maybe that's the reason. And like I said back in the early 20s, McKinney, he's going to fall to the second round because I just don't see too many safety-needing teams coming up. I thought Miami would have taken a running back, but clearly that was not the case. Maybe they take one early in this. Do they have an early second-round pick? Does anybody know?
I believe so.
Probably.
think so.
They should have
That might be
36, right?
I thought because that would be
so.
explained. I thought that DeAndre Swift was going to be there since January. So hopefully Kansas City doesn't take a running back here, and DeAndre Swift lands up with Miami in the second round. But yeah, a little bit shocking there.
All right, Chris, anything on the Vikings pick for Gladney?
I've had Gladdy mocked there for a couple months. Like I just thought the fit there was really good. To go with Mike Hughes. Now you have a physical corner. You able to get physical, and now you can and now you have a younger secondary now. You can build around because now Hughes and Gladney because Trey Waynes wasn't producing, and Xavier Rhodes had fallen off after having a good start. He fell off, and then they needed to move on. So I really like the pick. I really like what they did in the draft. Got a great wide receiver in Jefferson to replace Diggs. I think that's a good fit because Jefferson knows his role as a 2. That lets Adam Thielen be the 1. You're not having 2 1s potentially fighting for time. Jefferson was really good as a 2.
Fair enough. All right, well, let's jump in. The defending Super Bowl champs, Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. They are on the clock here. And Kyle, what are they trading it? Are they picking? Are they drafting a running back? What do you think?
I think they're gonna pick. I don't see a trade here. I really don't.
The pick is in, so it's not a trade.
I'm right there. I would hope they don't take a running back in the first round. That is a possibility. I could see them taking Swift.
Swift or Taylor, who's better?
I think Swift is a more valuable pick as far as longevity goes. But I would like to see a corner out of Kansas City. I think that secondary is in a little bit not bad, but maybe precarious position is the right word. I think they can only benefit from taking a corner, and there are several strong corners left available right now. That's the direction I would lean. I wouldn't be shocked to see a running back, but for their sake and for Kansas City fans' sake, I hope they don't take a running back in the first round.
Armand, what do you think the Chiefs are going to do here?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take a running back in the first round. I think they're going to have some help in the secondary. And they just paid the guy who helped them win the Super Bowl, and I think it was Damian Williams. So if they decide to do draft a running back, I'll be totally surprised if they did that.
All right, Brenner, anything specific that you expect them to do here?
They're going DB or running back. I would expect them to go DB just because that is more of a position of need for them. Damian Williams did a pretty good job shouldering the load. He almost had the Super Bowl MVP. I mean, like that could have been Damian Williams. I think he could shoulder the load. I don't think they need a first round running back here. I mean, wouldn't be the biggest surprise we've seen tonight if they do take a running back. But I think that the Chiefs are the defending champions. There's really not much they can do wrong.
All right, Sean, anything specific here?
I think they take a running back. I just don't know who. Maybe you got DeAndre Swift, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Those would be my top two choices because that seems like the running backs that they like.
Chris, real quick, any prediction?
DB or running back.
DB or running back. The pick is in. Roger Goodell has delivered that. It is going to be the 5th LSU player in Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Okay.
5 LSU players in one night to cap off the draft. Okay, Chris, why don't you know about it?
I don't know. He feels like he seems too similar to Damian Williams.
So does Swift, honestly.
But Swift is more of he's more of like a running back. This Clyde Edwards-Helaire is like kind of a dude that catches the ball out of the backfield and also runs. You're not relying on him to ground and pound 20, 30 carries.
It's fair, Sean. I mean, you said this was your top two.
Well, I thought it would be DeAndre Swift, but obviously they like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire more. I think it's strictly kind of like a James White where he can catch out of the backfield. So, no, I don't think that they would basically replace him with Damian Williams and vice versa. I think this is more of a give an extra person that Patrick Mahomes can throw the ball to and, passing situations. Because Damian Williams is not that great of a catch in the backfield and run. He's more of a ground and pound runner. So, I like the pick in a way. I think DeAndre Swift would have been a much better choice at 32, though.
I would agree. Jeremy, you agree, disagree?
As if that offense didn't need any more speed. I mean, they get I think that's why they went Edwards-Helaire is they're doubling down yet again on speed. And they got Tyreek Hill, McCole Hardman, and now they have Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's just you just get faster and faster, and that's why they made this pick. Now that I know what it is and it's marinating in my head, it makes a lot of sense to me. Although I don't believe it's the best player available, nor do I believe it's the best running back available. I agree with Sean. I think that DeAndre Swift is a better prospect that can. But that's because when I think of running backs, I think of guys that can, pound the football and can run for 1,000 yards in a season. You're not going to see that from Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but the Chiefs don't need him to be that. And he's going to fit, I think, really well in this offense. It's just a matter of can he get the playing time? That's the question here, because I think that, Damian Williams and all the slot receivers they have and all the speedy guys that they got, it's going to be difficult for him to see the field.
Yeah, Armand, is this just make the Chiefs even better?
I mean, they were looking for a speed guy. I mean, it was a no-brainer. I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was not the best running back in my opinion available. They could have got Swift, but logically, it does make sense to me that they did this pick.
Kyle, closing thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think Jeremy was really onto something when he talks about speed, and this is exactly the kind of thing that fits into Andy Reid's offense. It doesn't. Again, to Jeremy's credit, now that I'm sitting here and I can see the pick, it makes sense. I believe Edwards-Helaire is the 4th best running back in this class.
So who's third? Because I mean,
I would have taken
Swift, Taylor.
Taylor, and I would have taken Dobbins, and then you could even make the argument that Cam Akers is a little better as well. But I think for this situation, for this offense and for this organization, this is a good fit. It's all about the speed and the agility with Andy Reid, and I think this is kind of this makes sense.
And Goodell's back on screen. Is he announcing that the second round's gonna happen right now too, or probably the
Yeah, by
draft?
the
at the time.
way,
Probably COVID relief.
guys, 4 hours. We're gonna go another round.
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, they're
Draft
all in
extension
there.
show, baby.
Patriots pick, to be honest. So yeah, I'd be down.
And
I
a
mean-
Texans pick with that one too.
Well, guys, that concludes the first round. But before we sign off, because we're not just gonna sign off right away. First off, thank you guys. Just 4 hours we've been here since 7, getting stuff going. But quick recap of the draft. Quick recap. Number 1 overall pick, Joe Burrow. Chase Young followed with number 2. Not much of a surprise there, but I want to hear from you guys. Who had the best night one? Simple as that. And I'll give you guys a second to think. I'm gonna think too because I don't know. But whoever's got their best team, let me know, and you can go ahead because I still don't know my team. I'm thinking.
You know what? Well, actually, Kyle, you go ahead. I've been talking.
I'll start us off. I think Minnesota had the best drafting night tonight. They had a brilliant pick with, well, maybe not brilliant, but more easiest pick ever when Justin Jefferson fell into their lap. That's a no-brainer. That gives Cousins a great weapon to work with, someone that they haven't necessarily been able to, or they wouldn't have been able to go to a receiver without someone like Jefferson. That is a great pick. And then obviously the issues at corner, that's a big fix with Jeff Gladney. I thought Gladney's a good pick for Minnesota. I thought the Vikings did a great job of filling in the holes on that roster, and they have really positioned themselves to make a run for the NFC North.
Armand?
Yeah, I'm a little biased here, but I think 49ers had a great, well, not great, but they had a really good first round. I think that we filled the holes that we needed to fill at defensive line and wide receiver. We desperately needed that. And I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are really confident in their current roster. I mean, the thing is that we were minutes away from winning the Super Bowl, our first Super Bowl since 1994. I mean, I think we're not done. I think I've been hearing that Marquise Goodwin and Dante Pettis are available in trades. We might get them for 3rd round picks. We had a good draft. I mean, we just filled things that we needed to fill.
Fair enough. I'm gonna say the Chargers had the best draft. Best night one. They didn't reach for a quarterback. I think they got the second best quarterback in the draft in Justin Herbert, and I think Kenneth Murray's gonna fit in really well with Bosa, and I think the Chargers might actually get some fans in LA now. Jeremy, you got your team?
The fact y'all are sleeping on the Arizona Cardinals.
Did they draft DeAndre Hopkins tonight?
Absolutely nothing to do tonight except wait for the best player available to fall to them. Isaiah Simmons could be the best player on defense in this draft, and they got him at 8 for really just waiting there. And then you can argue their 2nd round pick is DeAndre Hopkins, who is a top 5 receiver in the NFL. So to me, the Cardinals have argued they could win the weekend just by tonight alone. They did the right thing by going for the best player available rather than going for need, and they didn't have to do a whole lot to get there. And people are not going to remember that because with so much going on in the late picks with trades and such, and with the top players going out, Isaiah Simmons is going to be an afterthought in this draft, and it's going to be a mistake because Arizona, they're building something nice down there. And Armand and Chris, you guys should be a little bit more worried now than you were.
All it was a George Kittle stopper.
Hey, and they have that now. So
yeah, but the 49ers, I think they're more than that. I think they're more than George Kittle.
Yeah, and of course they are. And of course they are. The Niners
so
are.
I can't wait. I can't wait for that. He's a good player.
Seahawks, but the future is bright in Arizona.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sean, who wins for you?
Yeah, all great picks that you guys said. I'm going to just go with the Cowboys. I think they got a steal with CeeDee Lamb that late. Even though it wasn't defense, I think it makes their offense 100% better and will really show what Dak Prescott can do with 2 really great weapons.
Chris, and you're gonna wrap us up with the best team of the night.
I'm gonna go with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I thought they got a steal with Tristan Wirfs. I mean, I had him as one of the top two offensive linemen. He ended up being the fourth one picked. Now you can have somebody. Now you can fill that offensive line in now. Tom Brady can be protected, and he has all those weapons to throw to. You give him time to throw all of those weapons, that offense is going to be lethal.
Oh, I mean, they're looking to be good. Closing thoughts from everyone. Once again, we'll go around. Chris, we'll start with you. Just closing thoughts. This is it. This is Hitting the Field season 10.
Damn.
It's been a blast. I mean, I'm gonna miss us a lot. I'm gonna miss us a lot. I mean, just feels weird that I'm graduate. We're like me, Armand, KP. We're graduating, and like this is the last time we'll be on this.
Hello.
Jeremy.
Thank.
I was like,
I thought I said your name.
you're about to
I
get
thought-
fired.
I
You're about to
thought I
get just
said your
cut off
name.
mid-show, just kicked. I was like, ugh.
I
Sean,
really thought-
you joined this season.
Yeah.
Closing thoughts.
Yeah, it was really fun. I got more integrated as the months went along. This Corona thing that happened sucked. That we can't all be together in the same place doing this draft show and doing all the other hitting the fields. But I loved the experience. I loved doing it. You guys are awesome. I love hearing all your takes all the time and doing podcasts and just having a good time. So I'm sure we're all going to stay in touch. You guys will stay in touch. And yeah, so great season. And I can't wait for the next season.
Armand.
Oh man, this is it. I mean, wow. I mean, those years have gone by really quickly. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like we gotten to this point. I mean, I can say this for Jeremy, Kyle, and Chris. We're quote unquote graduating next weekend. Isn't that crazy? Like,
Dude, that's not right.
it's crazy. But man, my time at Hidden the Field has been something truly special. I mean, the bonds that it created, the friendships that created people. I'll remember this forever. Obviously, people that are here after me. I can say this for Kyle, Chris, and Jeremy. You can hit us. You guys can hit us up if you guys need some help or anything. We're here to help you. That's all about the family thing.
KP.
Man, are we sure we're not doing another extended couple of rounds here tonight? Are we sure that's not the case? Because man, I do not want this to end. This is it's kind of hitting me right now as I think about it and talk about it. But like, man, it's over, and that kind of sucks. But it's been amazing being a part of Hitting the Field. I only wish I had joined sooner. And man, I know I'll take these friendships and relationships forever, man. These people, these have been some of my closest friends since I've been in college, and it's been I've been an unbelievable ride, and I wouldn't trade these couple of years for anything. So it's been awesome.
Jeremy. Do I got you? Do I have Jeremy? I got you. I don't have your webcam. Your webcam's frozen. Oh, there we go. There he's back.
No, I'm just frozen.
No, you're back. You're back.
I'm trying for the words to try to come out of my mouth. This is it, guys. Wow. Did not think it would end like this.
No, jeez.
HTF 10, you were special. It's sad that this is not where we want it to be. I would give so much to be in that studio right now. I really would. But the funny part about it was we didn't even go into the studio, but this was probably the smoothest draft show we've done.
Yo, low key. Let's think. We didn't leave Ross on for 30 picks.
Yeah.
We didn't have any technical issues playing anything. I just forgot to put something back on. I mean, we had a few webcam free. The webcams jump around in size, but I can't control internet connection.
Yeah, I mean, but that to me,
I'm glad we were able to do this.
This is the proudest I've been to be part of Hitting the Field, this moment right here, because despite everything that happened this semester and despite everything that we went through, we still put on the draft show like we said we would. And Jaret, you scare me when you're like, I got it, and then I'm like, does he really got it? And I'm just like, but This ran way smoother than I could have ever imagined. I was totally right. Giving you all of this. The thing is when we left for the studio, and I know I'm taking time now, but I got time, so I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, we got like
Go for
we
it.
got
Yeah,
till
we
round
don't
two.
have-
We got till round two
Yeah,
starts.
That's what I want to hear.
No,
We still got
I
18
didn't
hours.
think that. I thought we were just gonna do like some. I really didn't think this was gonna happen. I thought maybe we'll do podcasts and that's about it. But Jaret, you were the person that springboarded this. That said, let's do live shows. Let's try. I can try to get this going, and it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't. It didn't need to be. And this theme that I had for the last 2 seasons of Hitting the Field was let's go as big as we possibly can with this. The shows were longer, the content was greater. We really expanded our horizons, and this is the epitome of it. And I couldn't be prouder of where Hitting the Field is now, where it was when I first started, from when I first took over as executive producer. Jaret, I have absolute faith you will take the show and run with it. I'm really proud of you, brother. I'm really proud of you. Like I have chills thinking about this. But it's tough to say goodbye, and I don't want to, and that's why I'm milking this for all
You
it's
know what?
worth.
You know what hit me? You know what hit me
Because we
earlier
were
today?
saying, oh, we were gonna say goodbye on the senior show, and then
Yeah,
we're gonna say
nah,
goodbye on the
don't
My
like that.
Dad special. Now we're gonna say goodbye here, but then actually we're gonna be doing the podcast for at least
Yeah,
another
I
week. So
mean,
be sure to tune in tomorrow for the HTF podcast where we
quick
break
plug.
down the first round. But I just want to. I'm gonna go through the group chat right now because I don't want to forget
Oh, I was gonna do that. I already had I already had the group chat up.
and kind of like say the credits.
Well, you know what? You know what hit me today? For those of our new viewers and those of you that are new to the show, the draft show, we do the draft show and then we take a group picture, and we don't have that group picture this year. And then after that group picture, we strike the set, and then after we strike the set, we go to Ale House and celebrate the season. And it's the stuff beyond Hitting the Field that I think I'm gonna miss the most. Like we didn't get to take that group picture. We didn't get to go celebrate the season at Ale House. We didn't get together this one last time, as still members of students of UCF, and celebrate what Hitting the Field really was to us, and not just like just a stupid little student-run sports show. No, it's as professional as it can be. It's a family. It's real life, and we don't take shortcuts here. There's no shortcuts taken.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I'm going to read off all of the people that have been super involved with Hitting the Field this year that I would love to thank individually. Alex Tinsley, you're a great dude. I wish I'd heard more from you since quarantine started, but you're really talented. So shout out to Alex. Armand Sardui, you know how I feel about you, man. Uh, Charlie, the senior cycle himself. I wish we could have had more time this semester together, but I'm super happy for what you're doing. China Davis, I think you're really special, and you know that. Chris Wolf, you know how I feel about you, man. Connor Dowd, wish you could have been here today. I know how much you did want to be here. I hope you feel better. Colin Smith, again, someone who loves HTF that really wants to be here. Love that dude a lot. I know he's doing big things. Crystal Tisme, one of our freshmen. Shout out to you. Danny Medina, I love you so much. Emily Hernandez, you too. Jessica Tucciaroni, Jaret. Of course, I don't have much else left to say. I've said it all. I could go on and on with you.
no, it's
Johnny
fine.
Jackson,
Share the spotlight.
Johnny Jackson, Rookie of the Year. Love you so much. Can't wait to see what you're gonna do. John Whitley, another strong rookie. He's more of like a sixth year transfer senior rookie. I don't know. You're really talented, John. So I really hope you go far. Julia Gardner, one of the most really special to me, and I really appreciated the episode that we had a few days ago with Hitting the Crew. Go check that out on our YouTube channel.
The plugs don't stop.
Kayla Burge, she ran our Instagram page tonight. I love Kayla Burge, and she knows that.
Hope she's still awake.
Kyle Partain, yeah, you're the dude, man. 10 years from now, you know where we'll be.
Yes, sir.
Lindsay
Castaways?
Tejas, Lindsay Tejas, go Astros. I'm super excited to see what you got in your future. Manuel, we're gonna do that soccer pod eventually. Manuel, don't worry.
Oh, we have to.
More soccer coverage, I promise you, Manuel.
That was like the most fun segment all
I
year.
can't wait to see what Manuel's gonna do. I think he's a diamond in the rough for sure. Madison Little, I think you're a go-getter. Keep go getting, please. Nick Geddes, you called Damon Arnett tonight, bro.
You did.
You know what you're talking about, man. So keep studying, keep going with it. You're gonna go far with that kind of mindset. Okelo, the fan of every team imaginable, definitely one of a kind. So don't change, buddy.
Savage.
Robert Husby, a strong addition to our team this season. Very excited to see what you got going for you. Ross Bernstein, L'chaim, Michael Jordan. Can't wait to do some podcasts with you recapping The Last Dance. Sean Green, you are super talented, man. You really are. Keep going with what you're doing because over the last couple weeks, I think you're probably one of the more brightest people that I've seen through Hitting the Field. So I'm proud of you. Shay Lewis, you're very special to me, Shay. So stay that way, please. Troy Alford.
Troy, the GOAT.
I love Troy. Troy is a real one, probably one of the realest people I've met through Hitting the Field. And Olivia Cilio, again, someone who knows how I feel about them. Another very special person we have at Hitting the Field. And that's just from this season. I could talk so much about the previous seasons. Man, guys, honor and a pleasure, always. But I'm glad that we're going out swinging.
Yeah, no, we're going out with the home run. Walk-off grand slam. Bottom of the 17th inning. Max Scherzer, walk-off grand slam. I'll never forget that line. Host tryouts.
I do want to say one thing, Jay,
I got the ref.
before we log off.
Go ahead, Rook.
Yeah, thanks. You guys don't understand how special. You know, listen, before I came to UCF, I didn't know there was a sports show. I remember I was sitting in Brunson's class, and, you know, Jaret goes up to the front of the classroom and starts announcing about this sports show, and like 50 people get up and go crowd and talk. And I'm like, oh, God, you know, there's so many people. It must be this real deal. And I finally come to, you know, meet all you guys and how special you all are. So I think you should all tip your cap and be proud because you guys are the real deals. You all are serious. You know what you're talking about. Trust me, I've met a lot of people that say they like sports, but you ask them one question and they have no idea. So it's so impressive that you can come on a 4-hour-long show and talk about every single player, know what they're doing, know what they are. That's pretty impressive. So I know each and every one of you are going to be really successful. And, you know, I hope I can talk to all of you, pick your brain, and have you on some future episodes, especially. I don't want to ever, you know, push you guys out completely. I want you to stay involved.
Wow, sweet. Jeremy's going to cry. Gonna pull
I love you, Jeremy, bro. You're awesome. Jeremy, I love you so much.
I promise when this quarantine's over, I'm driving somewhere. We're getting together.
Jaret, we are celebrating 21st.
I turned 21 in 25 days. 24 days. 24 days, yeah. Yeah, no, we're celebrating. We're gonna have a whenever this celebration is, we're gonna make sure to celebrate appropriately. But for now, this has been season 10 of Hitting the Field on behalf of everyone. Even Jans back at the studio for giving me the.
Oh yeah, thank you, Jans.
Jans gave me the whole access to this. I didn't have
the actual goat.
Yeah, yeah. I had to email Jans. I'm like, yo.
Jans, I know we probably won't see this. I'll send this to him.
I'm like, I need the confirmation link, bro, because like it's not letting me in. He's like, I got you. Send me like 3 links because I kept screwing it up. But Jans is the goat. If he didn't answer my email, this wouldn't have been possible. So for now. This is Jaret Kappelman signing off for Season 10, and I'm going to roll the intro one last time. We'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Things gon' change when I really hit the field. Undefeated champs, man, you know what's the deal. Tryna find a kid, I'm in the field doing drills. Boy, you just a sucker, you ain't never keep it real. 3 rings in my hand, I'm a warrior to the max. When I hang it up, they gon' have to give me plaques. Step up in the building and I only bring the take a lap. Batted 1,000 when you check the stats. Boy, is you ready? You ain't gotta ask. I just really hit the field. I just really hit the field. Boy, I'm about to hit the field.